Roll call. Commissioners, be reminded that you have to put your mics on when speaking. Commissioner Andrades.
Present.
Commissioner Field.
Here.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Levine.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Mack will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Stein.
Present.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present.
Present. Commissioner Yap. All right, we have a quorum. Commissioners, we are going to move to ex parte communications. For members of the public, I will read from the motion of ex parte communications so that everyone's on the same page. An ex parte communication is a communication between any member of the Los Angeles Charter Reform Commission and any elected city officer or member of any elected city officer's staff regarding a matter pending before the commission. An ex parte communication does not include any communication that takes place on the record during an official public meeting. The requirements of this section do not apply to communication between a commission member and a member of the city attorney's office providing legal counsel. A commissioner shall disclose any ex parte communication at the next commission meeting following the communication. Any off-the-record communication that takes place during an official public meeting shall be disclosed before the adjournment of the meeting. Disclosure shall include the time and date of the communication, the form of the communication, the approximate duration of the communication if applicable, the identity of the persons who participated in the communication, and a summary of the content of the communication. The summary shall include a general description of the types of charter reforms communicated. Commission members or commission staff may ask a commission member to resubmit communication disclosures that are not sufficiently detailed. The Charter Reform Commission staff shall maintain a public database on the Charter Reform Commission website where a log of ex parte communications can be found. The Charter staff shall update the log within 72 hours of an ex parte communication disclosure. Failure to comply with the requirements of this section shall subject the commission member to potential censure by the commission, and the commission may resolve to recommend the appropriate appointing authority initiate removal of the commission member. A violation of this section shall not render any action of the commission or commission member invalid. I will go around the dais and see if any members have any ex parte communications to disclose since our last meeting. Commissioner Levine?
No.
Commissioner Thomas?
No.
Commissioner Andrades?
No.
Commissioner Murray?
No, but for the sake of clarity, please don't follow the rules that at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I had a telephone conference with Executive Director David Tristan of the Ethics Commission with regards to the Inspector General motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Stein?
Again, on technical, like
Walking into the building, I ran into Councilman Price. We did not discuss anything related to any type of business.
Thank you. Commissioner Mesa has none. Commissioner Sanchez?
None.
Commissioner Field?
None.
Commissioner Fuentes?
None.
Commissioner Lewis, welcome. Any ex parte disclosure communications? None. Thank you. All right, we now move on to, well, actually, before we go to public comment, we do have a guest that has joined us. We have a former city attorney who has joined us, Burt Pines. Burt Pines is also a judge of the Los Angeles County Superior Court. Mr. Pines, I would ask you to come and address the commission. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this working?
Make sure it is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for accommodating. Thank you for your service. Burt, can you speak more directly? How about now? Okay, did you hear anything I said? Thank you for your service. My service as city attorney in Los Angeles many years ago was the highlight of my career. We used to have a long time together. Hasn't changed much in 50 years. Okay, what do we do? sorry. I got a print in my mouth.
I would say point it rather than get close. Yeah, point it more directly. There you go.
How about now?
There it is.
Anybody hear anything I said?
Yes.
By the way, I'm a retired superior. I hope you had a chance to read my letter. Right yesterday, and I urge you to read it before you decide and go and vote on something important. I'm here for cities, New York as well. And I urge you today to vote against the proposals to make the city attorney an appointed position, divided our office, separate civil criminal components. I also urge you to vote against any proposal that would transfer any of the city attorney's legal responsibilities to the office of the city council, and that would authorize separate attorneys to the controller or any other city office or department. You know, this is not the first time the vote split the offices. I dealt with a similar effort at the time I was city attorney back in the 70s. We were going to their charter division, considered it, rejected it. They did come up on that in 1911, and then the city government was structured to change for the next 22 years. And interestingly enough, when they divided the office, they made the city attorney the civil advisor, the city elected, but the prosecutor appointed. So for the entire duration of this city government, since 1850, had an elected city attorney. This is a bulwark of city government. I wasn't around, obviously, around a while, when the framers originally structured this government, but they obviously did so with the independently elected city attorney, rather than attorney who voted to the job and mayor would provide greater assurance that the city's actions inform the law and were in the public interest. This structure, at the time, I'm sure was similar to that of the state's structure, with an elected attorney general in the same reasons to provide an independent check on other branches. I'm not going to get into what can happen when an office becomes totally politicized, particularly a law office such as the Department of Justice. Just see what's going on in our federal government, with what's happening in the United States Department of Justice. Political reasons. Different ideas and real independence. So, the point I want to make is that this is a long-standing structure that has existed for all these years, and that now makes some kind of change, in my view. Requires some significant justification. What is the justification for breaking up the office? To quote, I quoted this phrase in my letter to old fast food commercial. Some of you remember it. Where's the beef? Anybody remember that? Maybe by chance. It's a couple of minutes. There's been no showing that the current structure is fundamentally broken or capable of serving the city. There's not any outcome. It seems to me that major structural changes such as the city charter should be undertaken only when there are clear, compelling, and demonstrated proof. And that showing is not really made. The principal example cited by the state is the city attorney's action in connection with the events that are developed in 2001. So even if we think this action is or inappropriate, or even if you don't like the city, that's not a reason for breaking up an institution that existed for all these years. You need something more than that, something systematic, something systematic, a structure that indicates the opposite. And that's not been shown. So I think anything, I don't think we've really done. The evidence are showing for this kind of action. I would downsides to this kind of way. One is the loss of independence of the city attorney and all the deputies and assistants in the office. I gave an example in my letter, moving only
1 minute, Mr. Pence.
it's 5 minutes.
Wait, please, 1 minute.
Well, that changed the way police officers work, changed the way individuals qualify for police officers. People who were excluded took a lot of efforts, thoughts at the time, but that was a major decision. It won't be done because of the independence battle. So I guarantee you, no city attorney at that time was appointed ever reached that decision. Chief was the city council had to do it appointed. And it took certain courage and independence to only exist in this. The other thing that I would mention is that you start setting up separate prosecutors, separate city attorney. Both those officers really managed. Separate city prosecutor with only doing this, it's not going to attract time. It's available through the DA's office or the U.S. Attorney's office. Likewise, the civil departments are going to be. There are other problems as well. Once you have other offices that do legal advice, you don't have this. You don't have one city attorney for the whole city. You're going to have conflicts, confusion, and go on. Time is not. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Thomas.
So, if you're not for bifurcating the city attorney's office, would you be in favor of a public advocate? Because the issue with the city attorney, the current city attorney, is that the city attorney is sanctioning the brutal attacks of protesters. And so, who protects the people? Who protects the folks who are pushing back against this fascist regime that is attempting to take over Los Angeles? That would be the people. And so this particular city attorney at this particular time has decided to charge and try protesters, pastors even. And so if clearly the city attorney does not protect us, does not, so then wouldn't it make sense to you that the people had someone who could advocate for them like a public advocate?
Again, quick response. I would hope you would not make any decisions of this magnitude because of how you feel about the current city attorney. Second, I'm not familiar with decisions the city attorneys make.
It's all of them though, it's not just
All
all
those prosecutions. But generally, if someone is engaged in violent activity that's a crime, it's the responsibility of the city prosecutor. Now, if you're going overboard, it's not proper, I can't say. I haven't really thought about the need for a public advocate, but how that would change things, because the city attorney is mandated to follow the law to enforce the law. And I'm not sure a public advocate could change that. If you feel like the city prosecutor, the same thing's going. I can't do that.
Commissioner Fuentes.
I was just going to ask if this specific letter in public comment could be pulled out because it was with the rest of the public comment, since Mr. Pence is joining us as a presenter.
Yeah, I can do that.
I appreciate you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Fuentes.
It's a pleasure.
We will now move on to public comment. As a reminder, this commission has allocated 1 hour for public comment at each meeting. We will begin with 30 minutes of in-person comment, followed by remote comment. If time remains, we will return to in-person comment. Can I get the list of speakers, please?
Also, the chair just wanted to note for the record that I arrived Commissioner Mack speaking.
Thank you, Commissioner Mack. Yeah, we'll note for the minutes that Commissioner Mack and Commissioner Yap have both arrived.
I have I don't know if we can do anything about it. Who speaks to this? Bill, or I should say, in this room today, are worse than they've ever been. And I see other commissioners shaking their head in agreement with me. Is there anything we can do, have IT or someone come in and rectify some of this so we're able to hear what the public wants to address us with, as well as hearing, I had trouble with Commissioner Fuentes, she saying we're pretty close to each other.
Sure, we'll speak with IT about today, after today, tomorrow's, we'll reach out to them, just because the board has its own separate IT team also, so we'll have to reach out to them, see what they're doing. I know,
What I will
no
do
move is perfect in this point.
What I will do is ask every speaker to literally hold the mic as close to your mouth as possible so that we can have the best audio, and understanding that that is still a challenge, but would appreciate everyone being able to do that.
We have 50 speakers.
We have 50 speakers. Are there any other speakers who wish to sign up who have not signed up yet? In the interest of getting as many speakers as possible, because I know there are a number of agenda items that are of interest to members of the public, what we will do is we will take 1 minute of item comments, so that's 1 minute related to items on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. At the end of the meeting, there will be opportunity for 1 minute of general public comment, so that we can get as many people to speak as possible. Okay, we will still do at the beginning of the meeting 30 minutes of in-person public comment with 1 minute for each person to speak on an item, then go to virtual public comment. If there is any remaining time left, we will come back to in-person comment at the beginning of the meeting, and then at the end, for anyone who would like to speak, we will open it up again for general public comment.
For general public comment at the end, would that also be for virtual as well, or is that in?
For virtual as well.
Okay.
And then before we move on, Commissioner Mack, any ex parte disclosures since our last meeting?
None.
Commissioner Yap?
No.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to hand it over to the Executive Director to administer public comment.
Okay, folks, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call folks 3 at a time. Please come up and queue up when I call your name. It is 1 minute. I won't be giving a 30-second warning because it's only 1 minute. Carolina Goodman, Jamie York, and Diana Molina. Carolina, Jamie, Diana, please come up. Second.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carolina Goodman, League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles. Regarding item number 2, the will be placement of elected officials. 2A, it applies to council members. Does the commission really need to have 2 different processes in the charter? One for council members and one for elected officials? Why would we not address mayoral vacancies? 2C recommends a special election when there is a vacancy more than half the term remaining. But the Ad Hoc Committee said if more than 1 year remains, please clarify. Item 2D lacks criteria for evaluating when removal would be appropriate. Also, the 2/3 vote threshold is low. Please consider changing the vote threshold to 3/4. Item 2G.
1 minute, and thank you, Jamie. You're next. Yeah. Len? Yep. Oh boy.
All right. I'm here to speak in opposition to an inspector general.
It's all good.
I know, I understand, but can you guys hear? Go on.
Can I have my time back, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go.
I'm here to speak in opposition to an inspector general position as written in the motion. The mayor and city council will never, ever appoint the kind of person who will do the job of holding them accountable. But Jamie, how do you know that? Because I lived it. was nominated to the Ethics Commission by Controller Mejia and was the first person voted down in 100 years. You may ask why. I wanted to fix the laughably weak municipal lobbying ordinance and make the influence of money in politics more transparent and more enforceable. 45 neighborhood councils voted in favor, a record. That experience nearly destroyed me, but it also made me curious. Why are they so scared? And the answer is why the Ethics Commission must have oversight over emergency contracts. $125,000 to a defunct charity barred from accepting money by the state that happened to be owned by a city employee. But that's not the only contract worth scrutiny. It's just another example of why the Ethics Commission must have the ability to place items directly on the ballot. Council will never regulate itself.
And Lissandro. After Dayana is Audrey, Myra, and Lissandro. Dayana, so go ahead and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Stan Molina. I live in CD14 and CD1 for over 3 decades, and I'm here to support doubling RAF's charter allocation. I've been a city park user since my childhood and played Girls Play LA in the early 2000s in Glassell Park. Now as an adult, I realize that parks have always been my third space. A place where I could work on my physical health, mental health, and build community. In communities like mine, parks are not a luxury, but critical infrastructure, often the only clear places that are accessible. Not investing in that is a true disinvestment in my communities and communities like ours. With the highest, and these are already suffering from the highest park inequities, please double RAF's charter allocation and truly invest in communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. Go.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nerea Valencia. I am a proud resident of LA City and president of the MacArthur Park Neighborhood Council. I'm here to support doubling Reckitt Park's charter allocation and am fully supportive of moving forward item 5E. We know that the cost of construction and maintenance have grown dramatically since 1937, and it is time to increase the charter allocation so that we can be on par with other major cities spending on parks. I do not have time to list all the benefit of parks, whether that's climate adaptation, cooling, biodiversity, mental health, the list goes on. Access to safe and clean parks should not be dependent on one zip code. Current and future residents of MacArthur Park deserve safe, clean, well-maintained parks. Thank you for considering the increase of the RAF allocation.
Thank you, Lissandro.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lisandro Freddy Presa. I am a sales associate at LAX and a member of United Local 11. No corporate lobby speaks for me. I have a voice because I speak up. I organize my co-workers, we protest, we come to City Hall. If I take time off to do that, I have the right to be reimbursed for my last time. I organize my co-workers to fight for the Olympic living wage law. And because of bureaucrats at City Hall, I had to register as a lobbyist for doing that. How am I a lobbyist? I'm a worker fighting for us. Under this system, I can be required to report on my activities. I have to disclose who I meet with. I have to identify who supports our efforts. My text messages and emails can be subject to disclosure. My speech becomes something that government tracks through filings. My boss can see these. And this isn't theoretical. When you're a worker standing up for higher wages, that exposure creates real risk. For me and for my coworkers, we should have the right to organize to raise our wages confidentially and without evidence of retaliation.
Juan, Nancy, and did I get Audrey?
Now you're considering two proposals. Oh, that's it? Okay. I urge you to vote no, please. Thank you.
Juan, Nancy, and did I get Audrey? Is Audrey here? Oh. Okay, sorry, there you go. Audrey next. Sorry. Audrey, then Juan, then Nancy. Go.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I hope you can hear me. I'm Audrey Sue. I'm the Urban Resilience Director with Los Angeles Water Keeper, and I'm a City of LA resident at 1850 Morton Avenue in Echo Park. If I'm being honest with you, the reason why I don't move from a tiny overpriced apartment is because I live a block away from the Beach Park, and that's why I'm here today to talk about item number 5. I am urging you to double the Department of Recreation and Parks 1937 charter allocation over the next 4 years. The department needs these funds to operate existing parks, and parks are ornamental features. They're critical natural infrastructure. They break up urban heat islands and LA's dangerous hot summers. They help capture and treat stormwater that the Public Works Department would otherwise spend vast sums of money engineering, installing, and maintaining. And they help with aquifer recharge.
Thank you, 1 minute. Next is Juan, then Nancy, then Tori. Juan, then Nancy, then Tori. Juan?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Juan Munoz, and I serve as the political coordinator with United Local 11. I'm here to strongly oppose to the proposed charter changes because our union believes in real transparency and real accountability. First, we oppose giving the Ethics Commission the power to place policy proposals directly on the ballot. The Commission plays an important oversight role, but it is still an appointed body. It does not have to earn the trust of voters at the ballot box. That authority belongs with elected officials who are accountable to voters. Shifting that power would weaken democratic accountability and concentrate influence in the body that was never intended to make policy decisions. Second, we strongly oppose the proposed ban on political contributions from lobbyists and lawyers. Transparency is not something the labor movement fears. Our union campaigns in the open, our policies are popular. We go directly to voters and work people trust the voices of workers. But an outright ban like this would not eliminate influence. It would simply drive money into less transparent political channels.
Next is Nancy. Nancy, are you here? Oh, there. Yes, Free. Yes, Nancy, then Tori. Yes, Nancy Free. Go.
Hi, my name is Nancy Friedman.
Little closer. Little closer.
Nancy Friedman. I'm from Barrington Park. I am on the tab, and I'm asking you. I'm asking you to requesting the government draft charter allocation. You know what it is. I'm not going to go through it, but it is very, very important. From what I see, I've been on this board for 3 years, and it is just crucial that these parks get more money. They're the place where people find their happy place, and I really find it very discouraging that they are just crumbling because of no money. Thank you.
Thank you, Tori. After Tori is Ross, Tareen, and Klein. Tori, go.
Good evening, Charter Commission. I'm Tori Chair, Executive Director, Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. I'm here to let you know that residents in low-income parts of the city and those in neighborhoods of color have 70 to 80% less nearby parks than those in predominantly white and high-income communities. Neighbors in Brentwood have a 10-year longer life expectancy than those in Watts. Dedicated and consistent park funding is the only way to ensure our communities have access to important green space and that we reverse years and decades of racist planning practices. Our communities agree. 150 emails were sent to you. 50 organizations have signed on to the letter that you have in front of you. We ask you, Charter Reform Commission, to double RAP's allocation so neighbors across LA have parks they need. The last time the allocation was put in the charter was 1937 and has not been increased since then. LA City spends $83 per capita. Other cities spend 3 times that amount.
Thank you. Next, Ross.
Thank you, Ross Whitechopper, Para LA. The most important decision that needs to be made today about how the charter deals with suspensions, removals, and replacements of elected officials are not on your agenda today. You must confront them before it's too late. For instance, suspension currently in our charter applies to all elected officers, like in San Francisco, like in Tallahassee. So do today's reforms only apply to council members, and if so, why? Confusion surrounding what happens after suspension also once consumed our city politics just a few years ago when Burt was forced to resign from being a temporary caretaker, leaving South LA's District 10 without representation yet again. So let's be clear today about whether you're formalizing the process of appointing someone to the district, or if you're appointing a voting member of council during a suspension. And if you are, why not simply reform the process of making a permanent appointment as quickly as possible? The charter needs less ambiguity on this topic, not more. Alacrity cannot come at the cost of clarity.
Thank you so much, Ross. Tareen, then Haggett, Klein, Tween, perfect, and go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here to speak, Twins for the League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles, item number 4, Inspector General. Allowing the mayor to appoint an Inspector General would undermine the independence of the Ethics Commission and its executive director. Please do consider. Additionally, a strong Ethics Committee should be protected and budget, and an independent general counsel is necessary to ensure our city government is 100%.
Thank you. And then Heath, it looks like Heath is really murdering that. Heath, are you here? Heath Klein? Okay, Rob and Andrea are the next two. Rob, Andrea. Rob, Juan, Andrea. Andrea, go.
Good afternoon, Charter Reform Commissioners. My name is Andrea Matthews. I'm founding organizer of Council Corner and LA Forward. I'm here because no family who gets that phone call that a loved one is detained should be left scrambling within hours trying to figure out to come up with $5,000, $10,000, sometimes more in terms of cash just to get a pirate lawyer. In deportation cases, there is no guaranteed public defender. That's why I'm urging you to enshrine the right to counsel for deportation defense in Charter item number 7. And to those who question whether or not this belongs in the Charter, I believe our U.S. Constitution and California constitutions are the floors, not the ceilings for our rights. If we recognize the right to counsel in criminal court because liberty is at stake, we should recognize that in deportation cases as well. I also urge you to advance a proposal to double the LA Department of Recreation and Parks Charter allocation, item number 5. As a Council Corner organizer, we host free community festivals in Utah Park in Filipino Town. I see how public spaces hold families together, uplift small businesses, and create such.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Rob, and then after Rob, I've got, it says call all three, Matt Paxley and Danielle after Rob. Matt Paxley and Danielle after Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
I do want to just say it's weird that we didn't take a minute, attempt to try to fix this so you can actually hear the people speaking to you. Before I get into policy, I do also want to reiterate, it would be great if the staff would feed our commissioners. I don't think Ray would have been saying the last week was actually well fed. Thank you to Commissioner Andrades for the motion seeking to address the potential impacts related to the bifurcation of the City Attorney's Office. Very happy to see a proposal for ethics the IRC and their own general counsel. Their budgets are protected. We'll note that between our two independent redistricting commissions, I think they can give off a 5-minute career application with no problem. I am, however, firmly opposed to the idea of allowing the elected official, the mayor, to appoint an inspector general. Also frustrated that the proposals on suspension of vacancy are more clear. It's also unclear whether to appoint caretaker and voting power. Really annoyed that there's no address regarding mayoral vacancy and how to handle that. This is something that hung over the council for 2 years. This is why Mary Martinez carried on.
Thank you, Rob. And then our next three, Matt Paxley and Danielle. Matt Paxley and Danielle. Go.
Okay, Matt, on the forward, together with Sonny and Danielle, we need to accommodate reasons. We're trying to recommend deportation defense in the city charter. Commissioner, this is the last agenda item. Please stay and vote. Anything before the vote is a no vote. So number 1, this is crucial, a crucial right that doesn't exist yet. This is an opportunity to enshrine fundamental right into the bedrock law of our city. 2, additional documents secure basic rights. The right to counsel is analogous to the 6th Amendment right to counsel in a criminal case. If I'm arrested, you get counsel. But if I'm apprehended because of suspicion of my immigration status, I don't. A resident of our city could be arrested, detained, shipped across the globe without ever having access to a lawyer. People have died in this process. 3, immigrants are the lifeblood of the city. They make a third of our population. They are our family, our neighbors, and our friends. They have contributed to the city's culture and economy for years.
Thank you, Matt and Paxley.
We are the basic connection.
Axeli Marquez, LA Forward. Number 4, we also want to point out that if you have implementation concerns, the options for motion in front of you, presented by Commissioner Fuentes, are meant to give the City Council the ability to articulate the implementation of the right to counsel. This is not a specific budget ask, and it does not protect any existing program's budget. It also does not place a significant budget burden on the city. A 2020 report adjusted for inflation would bring the costs of full capacity deportation defense for the entire county at $12.5 million. Deportation defense at the city level with 40% of the county's population would require less than half of that. The city's 2025 commitment toward this type of work would be relatively tiny. Last year, it was $1.5 million, or 0.01115% of the entire budget. And this is all without factoring in fiscally the huge economic cost of deportation to our city.
Thank you, Patsy. Danielle?
Justin, one minute, can I just give some advice to speakers? I've been watching people come up. The slower you speak with this sound quality, the better we can make out what you're saying.
Oh, the slower.
But I know you only have a minute. I know there's only a minute, so I would say balance those priorities.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that note. I'll try my best.
And given the fact that we are having some problems doing that, I don't understand why it couldn't be extended to a minute and 30 seconds.
I think you're getting an argument on this.
Even though that's too short too, but we cannot, I mean, to be totally and completely honest, we cannot understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I cannot. And so, Mr. Chair?
If I speak like this, can people understand me on the dais? Okay. So everybody, this is the pace. Adjust. Okay, that will. Please tell me when to go. I hope that wasn't for a minute. Okay. Number 7, the deportation machine will not stop this year or even after Trump is gone, because deportations are sadly not unique to this administration. We need to make a commitment as a city to immigrant Angelenos that will endure. Number 8, we must respond to the moment. Since June, we have seen our city and residents brutalized, but we've also seen Angelenos surround and rally around our immigrant communities. When you look back at this moment, don't you want to be able to say that you did everything you could to protect people's rights, keep families together, and safeguard our city? Finally, I'll just add that we collaborated with Commissioner Fuentes to offer you 3 options to move forward. You can see them articulated on the annotated approaches doc, and we firmly believe that 7 of you can agree on at least one of the options. We really hope that all commissioners will stay and vote, hopefully in support of the right to counsel, so that all Angelenos who need deportation defense will have a greater chance of remaining in the city they call home.
Thank you so much. Tom Davis, Robert Nordoff, and Ron Valentine.
I also have a task to give them.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll grab it and just make sure, please email it to our Reform LA Charter email addresses. We have to post that onto the website. Alrighty, Tom, go.
Thank you, Tom Davis, President of California City Council, representing over 43,000 film, television, and live events, artists, and technicians, Los Angeles region. I'd like to point out to the Ethics Commission that the Ethics Commission is an appointed body and has no accountability of the public. In a representative republic, it is only proper that those who have been elected are from the people themselves, that the topics on the ballot that is to go to the voters. To allow a appointed body to do so is to disregard those elected by the voters, and is an attempt to gain special privilege over the average citizen. The citizens, certain commissioners are not unbiased bystanders. We have examples of commissioners who ran for the city council, then attempted to place themselves their own priorities before that of the voters, and the commission uses as a vehicle for their own priorities. If you want to add something to the charter, maybe we would recommend that somebody who's run for office not to be allowed to sit on the Ethics Commission for a period of 10 years.
Thank you so much, Tom. Next is Robert. Go.
Good afternoon, Rob Milton, Los Angeles County Federation of Labor. So as Brother Tom just said, there is no way that the Ethics Commission should put in the charter that they have the ability to take proposals that are struck down by the council put before the voters. People are elected to the council, they are the real policy makers, that's how it should remain. These are appointed officials, they are not people in the public. Second, putting a budget in the charter for the Ethics Commission is prescriptive. No city department should have that. That is a decision for the mayor, the council, and the budget committee. And lastly, when it comes to the budget, we want to make sure we keep politics out of the Ethics Commission. So if anybody's ever run for public office or public fundraisers for people who are elected officials should be prohibited from ever being on that council. And And we want to make sure that they don't utilize that platform to then advance their own political career. We used to say there should be a 10 to 20 year ban on anybody ever running from office who's ever been on the Ethics Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, and Ron. And after Ron, it's Dana Woods, Heidi, and then Maliki Simons. Go.
My name is Ronnie Valentine. I'm currently half of the hardworking members of Local 33-1700 Milton here in Los Angeles. We represent the Los Angeles arts and crafts and cultures every day. I'm speaking in strong opposition to the Ethics Commission to propose changes to the city charter. First, as I echo with my brothers, appointed commissioners should not have the authority to place policy directly in fact. If you're not elected by public, therefore you're not publicly accountable. Second, to ban political contributions from lobbyists, employers, and clients is a transparency problem. It weakens unions for supporting a political party. And if you push the contributions out of the sunlight, you're just going to float into PACs and into expenditures where it's not tracked. And finally, the charter should not use restrictive budget for Ethics Commission. Budgets belong to the city annual budget process handled by the council and achieved by real fiscal conditions, not part of the charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dana? Dana, then Heidi, then Molly. Go.
Hello, my name is Dana Woods. I represent the 1,100 members of the Prosecution Local 892, which is a member of IATSE. I would like to speak on the changes to the budgeting process, which would increase the Ethics Commission budget. The budget process is set by the City Council and the Mayor of the city, and for good reason. They are the elected officials who are answerable to the voters. Once began serving through the commissions and departments setting their own budgets, it diminishes that role of the elected officials in a collaborative process of government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Heidi?
Good afternoon, I'm Heidi Nakamura. I'm a rep for IATC Local 695, which folks I represent regularly help contribute and fix this audio. I'm also on the board of the LA Confederation of Labor. This is with regards to the Ethics Commission prohibiting lobbyist employers and clients from making political contributions. The key to governance is transparency. We should be promoting practices to bring to light what people are doing inside City Hall. As a labor movement, we have nothing to hide. We have to be very transparent ourselves. We're always pushing for policies that advance wages, benefits, and working people for everyone in LA. And we have no issue with the public tracking of that. However, when the Ethics Commission proposes an outright ban on lobbyist employers or clients who hire lobbyists for making political contributions, that creates an unintended slippery slope. We will only move people to put their money in political PACs and other independent.
Alrighty, and then after you is Jason, Roxana, and Francisco. Jason, Roxana, Francisco, please queue up. And go.
Good afternoon, my name is Malachi Simmons. I'm the Vice President of IATSE Local 728. On behalf of 2,300 members of my local, I rise in opposition to the Ethics Commission's proposed changes to the charter. That the Ethics Commission should not have the authority to place policy proposals directly before the voters. They are appointed officials, not elected representatives. Granting them this power allows individuals who are projected at the ballot box, like previous President Jeffrey Burt, to still advance their political priorities through appointment. This undermines the goal of the City Council, who gives accountability and bypasses the will of the people. Additionally, banning lobbyist employers or clients who hire lobbyists creates unnecessary and slippery slope. I urge you to protect the will of the voters and vote no on these proposed charter changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jason. Go.
Commissioners, my name is Jason Peterson. I'm here on behalf of the Local Security Trades Council. I'm here to speak on potential charter amendments for the Ethics Commission plays a vital role in the city of Los Angeles. In 2024, the voters of LA overwhelmingly approved Measure ER. In this, the measure increased their annual budget and granted additional decision-making power. Although that decision-making power expanded, the Ethics Commission should not have the ability to put measures directly on the ballot. While we recognize their independence is essential, they are unelected commissioners. They can still hold public hearings, make essential decisions, and make recommendations to the council. But this commission doesn't even have that. And just like this commission, they shouldn't have the authority to send measures directly to the ballot. They still must make recommendations to the council. We ask that the Ethics Commission be held to the same standard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Roxana.
Hi, my name's Roxana Tynan. I'm speaking for the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, and I'm also a resident of Council District 1. I want to agree with my friends from the labor movement that we are also in opposition to the significant change in the Ethics Commission rules, particularly because Measure ER, which we all voted on, has only been really in effect for about a year. And we think it needs to be given time to work before we add more changes to the mix. I also want to speak in favor of increasing the rec and parks allowance. My kids grew up in Highland Park parks, and I really want to see that ability grow and offer more opportunity, especially to people in our district who need more parks. So I want to thank you also, commissioners, for your time. We really appreciate it. We know it's a lot of your time, and we appreciate that you're willing to donate. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. After Francisco is John, Ariel, and Stephanie. John, Ariel, and Stephanie. Go, Francisco.
Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Murray, Commissioner Fuentes, thank you for uplifting item 5B, which is our request at the community coalition. You already heard about how many of us are here to ask for the building of RAS allocation in the charter. You all have the opportunity to provide a recommendation, a lifeline for what I would say is miracles being pulled out every single day by the staff from the city parks department. I sat for a year as a steering committee member at the city parking assessment, and we heard loud and clear, the data shows, there's $14 billion in backlog of deferred maintenance that we have to deal with before we start building out these parks and the measures that we're trying to address the parking equities with. So you have that opportunity here today to provide those spaces for social connection, health, wellness, shade, stormwater infrastructure, all these.
Thank you.
All these important things. Thank you.
John.
I'm John Christensen. I teach and do research at the Institute of the Environment and Sustainability at the Western Center for Innovation at UCLA. I worked on the city's park needs assessment for the past year with an incredible team, including brilliant economists from HRM, who provided deeply researched insights into RAP's finances and options for the funding necessary for the department to provide the parks Angelinos deserve. The bottom line is, since the charter allocation now makes up all of RAP's budget, aside from a small fraction provided by earned revenue and no additional funding from the general fund, doubling the charter allocation is necessary to ensure adequate support and a pathway for RAP to build back staff and capacity that have been starved since the Great Recession nearly 2 decades ago.
Thank you so much. Ariel?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ariel Williams-Lewis. I'm the Senior Program Manager of Community and Youth Engagement at National Health Foundation, a parent and a resident of West Memphis CD1. I'm here in strong support of the proposal to double the charter budget for RAP. Parks are essential infrastructure, essential public health infrastructure. They support public health through providing safe spaces for youth and families, camps, recreational sport, even restrooms. They reduce heat impact and strengthen community connection. The charter allocation has been frozen for 89 years. That's ridiculous, let's be honest. Neighborhoods that are impacted are those that are already underserved and lack safe, clean, and accessible green space. Doubling this allocation is a necessary and practical step to reverse the long-standing disinvestment in these communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephanie. Once Stephanie's done, we're going to switch to virtual. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I work with the community group in Pico Union, focused on the beautification. Through my work in Pico Union, I see firsthand how vital, well-funded, well-maintained parks are to community health, safety, and pride. In neighborhoods that have experienced decades of disinvestment, parks are not alone. They are essential public infrastructure. I urge you to reconsider and advance the proposal to double the RAP's charter allocation. This step is necessary to reverse decades of cuts and to ensure that parks across Los Angeles are safe, clean, and accessible for all residents, regardless of zip code. This issue is urgent and clearly within the scope of the charter reform and mission. I respectfully ask you to include this proposal in your common recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, folks, we're going to switch to virtual public comment. I'm getting the list right now.
Before we do that, can we address the fact that you lied in the last meeting? You said that we would have 3 minutes, and you gave us 1 minute and 30 seconds. I have it on film.
Alrighty, I've got a list. Let's see. First 3 speakers are going to be Claudia, Sean, and Andrew. Claudia, Sean, and Andrew are our first 3 speakers, so please get ready. Claudia, we're unmuting you right now. Claudia, can you hear us?
Hi everyone, my name is Claudia Quadrino. I'm an LA City resident here to support doubling recreation and parks charter allocation. Thank you Commissioners Murray and Fuentes for moving forward item 5B. I've lived in 4 different neighborhoods and worked in over 10 different neighborhoods and communities in the city, from La Puebla to South LA, Beverly Hills, and Boyle Heights, just to name a few, and it is very easy to see that we have a major issue with park equity. Our low-income communities, predominantly communities of color, are the communities that are suffering from a lack of parks and proper park maintenance. Parks are essential for our health and well-being and should be accessible for everyone, regardless of their neighborhood or income. Increasing rec and parks allocation would give us the resources to build and maintain more parks to address the park inequity crisis in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Sean. Sean, we're unmuting you. Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, Charlotte Morris with California Common Cause. I want to thank Commissioner Andrades for bringing forward his motion to revisit some of the Ethics Commission reforms. These are good accountability reforms that should be seriously considered. Some of them were considered previously and struck down at the 11th hour because of powerful special interest lobbying behind the scenes that got them removed from major ER, and that is precisely the point. San Francisco has ballot placement authority, and it's only for ordinances under their jurisdiction. Voters are not naive. They can make up their own mind. We don't elect our leaders to police themselves. These are good reforms. I ask that you please look at them and level the playing field.
Thank you so much. And then Andrew, after Andrew, we're going to have Jester, Angela, and Andy. Jester, Angela, and Andy after Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. So, I'm in strong support of making sure that the deportation defense services, legal defense for people who are being targeted by ICE is in the charter, because it's while it seems like right now those kind of services are being funded, I'm worried that a future city council or if city council and mayors in the future get more complacent once Trump is out of office, there needs to be guaranteed that people can get legal services if they are kidnapped by ICE and things like that. So, and of course, you also should be making sure to, I don't know if that's going to be put in the charter, but efforts to make sure the city is in full support of ensuring federally that people get those services, because even if the city provides it, that doesn't mean that.
Thank you so much. Jester, we're taking Jester off of mute. Jester, can you hear us? Jester?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, 1 minute. Go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening to the Charter Reform Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jester Jersey. I run the Vote 16 California/Express Twitter account. I would like the Commission to consider item number 7, enshrining the right to deportation counsel. With the conclusion of the Winter Olympics this past weekend, the next Olympics will be in 2028 in LA's very own backyard. With this comes an influx of foreign tourism. This comes at a view to heightened immigration tensions. Adding this to the charter can lessen their worries as they visit, reassuring them that there are resources to clear up any misunderstandings that may arise to their visit. And really the city that it is today, if it were not for the contributions of immigrants from various diverse backgrounds. So the city should be there for them in their time of need too. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And Angela, we're taking you off of mute. Angela, can you hear us? Angela?
Yeah.
There.
Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yes, go. 1 minute.
I'm actually going to be doing general public comment. Can I do it now?
Yes, do 1 minute. Go.
Oh, okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andrades-Murray, and my comments are my own and not on behalf of any organization. I'm just calling to express my deep disappointment in Commissioner Thomas's decision during a meeting last week on February 18th to postpone the vote on the motion submitted by the Lineage Equity and Advancement Project, also known as LEAP. The item was on the agenda and should have been given the opportunity to advance as part of the charter reform process last week as agendized. I'm also disappointed that Commissioner Thomas was engaged in side conversations with his fellow commissioners the entire time the public was providing public comment. Again, I am representing myself and not me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Annie, we're taking you off of mute here in a second. Annie, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Go, Annie, 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Ani Boyajan with the Central City Association speaking on item 2. As documented in the staff report and underscored by the increasing frequency of alleged misconduct, it is evident that the city charter lacks the clarity necessary to establish enforceable boundaries around what city council can and cannot do in these situations. This ambiguity has real consequences. No neighborhood has borne these consequences more directly than downtown Los Angeles. We have become a clear case study in how failures of city council leadership and accountability can destabilize communities, erode public trust, and stall progress. For these reasons, we strongly encourage continued and substantive discussion of subsections A through D, with a focus on creating meaningful accountability rather than symbolic reform. We also encourage the Commission to proceed thoughtfully when considering recommendations related to contribution bans from lobbyist employers and clients. While we share the goal of improving transparency and reducing corruption, we are concerned that this approach may not advance these objectives as intended.
Thank you so much. And after Annie is Amy, Chantel, and Jason. Amy, Chantel, and Jason. Amy, we are taking you off of mute now. Can you hear us, Amy?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
In the future, you need to grant everyone a minimum of 90 seconds and expand public comment to 90 minutes. We are all taking time out of our days to, in off of work, to attend and participate in these meetings. Do not mistake our advocacy for not having important things going on in our lives. Grant us respect by giving us the time to make meaningful public comments. The bylaws motion should be item 7, or is the last item on the agenda exclusively reserved for Carlos motions. I strongly support all of the recommendations from the Ethics Commission. Let them put stuff on the ballot and give them more money. The memo and recommendation for dealing with vacancies doesn't address the mayoral vacancy. The best option would be to crest an elected office of public advocate, who would be the first in line. If not, we should at least make clear that the council president can't serve in both roles, the council and mayor long term. Ignoring mayoral vacancy is a problem, because we've had this exact scenario with Eric Garcetti.
Thank you so much, Chantel. Chantel, you're next. We're taking Chantel off of mute here in 2 seconds. Chantel, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, go Chantel, 1 minute.
I'd like to note for the record that the public microphone quality is making it difficult to clearly hear
Chantel,
Chantel,
we can't hear you.
Oh, hear me now?
A little better.
Please.
Chantel?
Can you hear me now?
Perfect, go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, 1 minute, go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Just getting my message. Okay. I'd like to note for the record that the public microphone quality is making it difficult to clearly hear speakers, which impacts meaningful participation. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to place my voice on record in support of embedding meaningful police accountability within charter reform. The LAPD currently receives approximately 46% of the city's discretionary budget, over $3 billion. Yet many communities continue to experience policing as trauma rather than safety. Research shows that repeated high-stress police encounters elevate cortisol levels, contributing to long-term psychological and physical harm, particularly in communities of color. I'll be submitting a written proposal outlining trauma-informed community standards, accountability reporting methods, and budgetary transparency recommendations. If public safety is not nearly half the budget measure, community safety outcomes must be embedded into the charter's accountability framework.
Thank you so much. Jason is next. Jason, we're going to take you off of mute here in a second. Hopefully you'll be able to hear us right now. Jason, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. 1 minute, go.
Yes, I want to, Jason, right? I want to say that I support item 5A and 5B. These departments need more money. I support item 7. And I support, I believe it's item 4, the Ethics Commission item. And I do find it interesting that this commission was created because the LA Fed tried to gerrymander several city council seats, and yet here they are fighting against an ethics commission motion. And I wonder if Chair Mesa is going to recuse himself, since he's a very active member of the Fed and the head of a labor union. Beyond that, I hope that everyone stays for item 7, because several times Commissioner Fuentes' motions have been pushed to the end, and when you leave early, you are in your vote.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
After that is Sakay, Michael, and Jade. Sakay, Michael, and Jade. We're taking Sakay off of mute right now. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. 1 minute, go.
Hi, great, thank you. Hi, my name is Sakai Koyama. I am co-president of the Friends of Elysian Park, a 61-year group advocacy group for the park, as well as the Park Advisory Board president for Echo Park. I want to strongly urge the commission to double Brecon Park's funding. It's ridiculous that the city has spent $4 million in a park needs assessment when we have not changed the charter for 90-something years. The population has increased, we have more city parks. The lack of staffing is breaking the park system. You have a terrible morale within the department, and I don't understand why something that everyone can use is not being funded properly. Literally, the infrastructure is crumbling. There is water coming down walls.
Thank you so
Things
much.
need to be fixed.
Thank you. Michael. Michael, we're taking you off of mute. Michael, can you hear us? Michael? Michael? Oh, did leave. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll go to the next person. Jade. Jade, then Arturo, then Mr. Feist. Jade, Arturo, and Feist. Jade, we're taking you off of mute. Hopefully you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, 1 minute, go.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Jade Wynn, speaking on behalf of Nature for All, an environmental and social justice organization that fosters connections between community members and nature. We work to provide equitable access to nature while we protect and connect our most vulnerable communities to local public lands. Thank you, Commissioners, for your leadership. Regarding item 5, we respectfully urge you to reconsider and recommend doubling the Department of Recreation and Parks charter allocation from 0.0325% to 0.065% of assessed property value based over the course of over 4 years. Our programs serve community members in the San Fernando Valley, Southeast Los Angeles, and park-board underserved communities throughout the region. Parks are not just a nice-to-have amenity, they're essential community infrastructure, essential to the health and well-being of our communities, especially in times of economic and climate crisis. They provide safe, free gathering spaces for families, children, and seniors to connect with nature and each other, and serve as critical hubs for public health and climate resilience. Thank you.
After Jade is Arturo. Arturo, we're getting to your name and I'm muting you right now. Arturo, can you hear us?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, speak really loud though. Arturo?
Good evening, Charter Commissioners. My name is Arturo Garcia with the Nature Conservancy. TNC is a global environmental nonprofit dedicated to protecting ecologically important land, water, growth, nature, and people. I'm speaking on behalf of community equity environmental park advocates across Los Angeles. This moment is an opportunity to strengthen some of our most valuable public infrastructure, our parks and natural lands. These spaces support recreation and safety, but they also provide biodiversity, climate resilience, and community well-being. Updating the Department of Recreation and Parks 1937 funding formula by phasing in a double charter allocation will allow RAP to restore staffing, reduce maintenance backlogs, and expand nature-based solutions that neighborhoods increasingly depend on. From cooling communities during extreme to improving air quality, reducing flooding, and supporting wildlife corridors, parks are essential infrastructure, especially in communities with the least mainstreams. LA can and should be one of the great park cities of the world. Achieving that vision requires more than hope, demands dedicated funding, equitable investment in communities long left behind, and the will to act boldly.
Thank you so much. Mr. Feist, we're going to take you off mute here in a second. Hopefully you can hear us. Mr. Feist, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, 1 minute, go.
Okay, so right now we have a mayoral election going on, or the primaries, or whatever. We need to make sure we put something in the charter that prohibits city council members and possibly heads of departments from running for mayor while they're in office. We're seeing that politicians and people that act like they're so progressive, they're using different political positions as like stepping stones in their grander career. And right now we have a council member that's running for mayor, claiming all these things when they're the ones that have been responsible for a lot of these problems. And I just don't understand how you could both run for mayor full-time and also take care of your city district full-time. Those are two things that are, in my opinion, mutually exclusive, because you can't be campaigning.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, our next three speakers are Yvette, Anna, and Cassie, or Casey. Yvette, Anna, and Cassie. Yvette, we're taking you off of mute. Hopefully you can hear us, Yvette.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 1 minute, go.
Okay. Hello, commissioners and staff. My name is Yvette Lopez-Ledesma, founder of Diaz on Trails, and I'm a resident and homeowner in CD6. RAP's charter allocation was set in 1937 and never updated. It's been 89 years. The needs met by our parks have changed. Due to climate change, our parks have not only been places to play, they are places to seek respite from heat and access public resources. Due to mega events, our parks will be places for viewing parties, so while there is more demand for our parks, funding is not increasing. Since 2009, RAP has been required to return 40% of its budget to the general fund for indirect costs, benefits, utilities, and reviews, meaning it's functionally getting less than was originally allocated. So let's fix this now. The time is now. You all can fix this. We hope that you can support this and double the allocation to rec and parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's see, and then we have Anna. Anna, we're taking you off of you.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, 1 minute, go.
Good afternoon, my name is Anna Jane Gabler. I'm concerned Angelino and urging the Commission to advance the proposal that doubles the Department of Parks and Recreation charter allocation. I currently live in Koreatown, one of many historically park poor neighborhoods in Los Angeles. I see families sharing limited green space, seniors walking laps around crowded blocks, and young people with few safe places to gather and recharge. Parks are not a luxury, they're essential infrastructure to our city. They improve physical and mental health, reduce stress and chronic disease, strengthen community ties, and combat urban heat islands. Yet, Los Angeles has fallen from 49th to 90th in the Trust for Public Lands Parks Board rankings. RAP's charter formula has been frozen since 1937, and today 40% of its budget is diverted to indirect costs. Doubling the charter allocation is now overdue. It is how we restore decades of erosion and ensure safe, clean, and accessible parks for every Angelino. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, that's my place. After that, Casey, I'm sorry. After that is, this is fun. We have Nick and Lionel. I know. Okay, Cassie, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cassie Adorable. I live in Eagle Rock and I attend Occidental College and I'm a member of Represent LA. I'm here to comment in support of the motion to discuss and enshrine the right to counsel for deportation defense in the city charter, and thus obligating the city to provide deportation defense counselors for residents who cannot provide their own. I ask that the commissioners vote yes on the motion put forth by Commissioner Fuentes. The threat of deportation has become increasingly prevalent in spaces where our peers should feel safe and protected and should not be subject to violence and aggression. In my high school, the administration has implemented strict security measures, a security guard and cameras at every door, and an alarm system. These serve as a preventative measure against ICE officers who have attempted to enter the premises to deport children while they're at school. The cruelness behind conducting arrests and raids of children who are living in constant fear and cannot defend themselves from federal agents who have been encouraged and directed to use any means necessary, even if that means violence, to detain immigrants is a frightening reality we live in. The administration has lifted policies that previously restricted ICE from operating in schools, and they will continue to target vulnerable immigrant populations, stripping them of any safe haven. My high school had a large first-generation immigrant family.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're taking you off. I'm hoping you at least walk into the hallway. Nick, can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Okay. We'll come right back. I would like to start by saying, advocating for the increasing of public. I would like to advocate for the increasing of the budget for rec parks. The recommendation to bifurcate the city attorney role. Additionally, ethics reform, I believe, should go forward with clear guardrails on how it can actually be implemented. And furthermore, I would like to recommend and realize that all of this is here for the solidification of public trust and accountability, of which is the paramount reason that this commission exists in the first place. For it, I'm walking right back into the room now. But that's basically the biggest thing I would like to remind everyone. If I could read my prepared statement, it'd be awesome. But the biggest thing, keep public trust is the guide rail.
Lionel, sorry. Lionel.
Yes, Lionel Morris, Council District 6 resident. I'm here. I'm noticing a lot of regulated bodies speaking who seem to not want to be regulated and have their monetary influence live in darkness. I am here to speak in favor of Ethics Commission having the ability to put things in the ballot because the City Council has not been able to pass meaningful reforms, and I strongly believe that the Ethics Commission should have the ability to take things to the ballot directly to the voters. I am also against Office of Inspector General as written, and appointed Inspector General cannot do the job and will make it more difficult for the Ethics Commission to do its work. It will create inherent conflict, and their office, as outlined in their Ethics Commission strongly worded letter and opposition to the motion. And I also support RAP's funding to increase more park space for our city as well. Allocation, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you. And Michael Feinstein, we're going to try you again. Michael?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, 1 minute, go.
Thank you. I'm calling in from Mexico because I'm one of the people whose return flights were canceled because of the recent cartel violence. Later this week, when you discuss ranked choice voting and proportional ranked choice voting, I want to remind that while LA has exciting coalition building around a single candidate per seat in existing elections, that under RCV you can expand coalition building around multiple candidates, which gives us better coverage of more positive campaigning and not just putting one candidate in. I also both the Ethics Commission and future chart put measures forward by a supermajority vote adjourn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last on the list is Brianna Barrett. I think it was Brianna Barrett. Can you hear us, Brianna?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, everyone. My name is Brianna, and I'm an LA city resident here for doubling RAP's charter allocation. Thank you so much, Commissioners Murray and Fuentes, for moving forward with item 5B. I personally have seen the positive impacts that parks have on our communities here to increase positive mental health and also increasing community with different events that are put on in different areas, and just overall providing more spaces for people to congregate in a healthy way and enjoy our beautiful outdoors and our beautiful LA environment. So I truly believe that parks should be accessible for everyone, regardless of their neighborhood or zip code, and I believe that increasing RAP's allocation would allow us to build these more parks that are gorgeous and beautiful and accessible for all people to enjoy. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we have time on the clock, so we're going to go back into the room. I have people, I'm going to call up, I can't read the first name, but last name Beardsley, and then Maya, Beardsley, and Maya, and Dawn. Please come on. Alrighty, go.
Hello, my name is Delaney, and beside me is Maya. We live in the San Fernando Valley. We're here to support doubling the Rec and Parks Charter allocation. Thank you, Commissioners Murray and Fuentes, for moving forward on item 5B. This matters to us because we co-lead Second Nature Collective, a grassroots organization that actively utilizes public green spaces to host accessible events for the San Fernando Valley community. Hello, my name is Maya with Second Nature Collective. We're based in the San Fernando Valley. In continuation of Delaney's comment, our group actively utilizes public green spaces to connect people to the land and each other, distribute mutual aid, and cultivate a community of environmental stewards. We believe equitable access to green spaces is a human right and directly improves the quality of life of LA residents. Thank you for your time and your consideration of doubling RAP's charter.
Thank you. After Dawn is Jeremy, Nola, and Christian with a K. Jeremy, Nola, Christian. Go.
All right, microphone. All right. Jeremy Payne on behalf of the RLA Coalition representing the Equity Alliance, New Way of Life, Alliance for a Better Community, California Black Power Network, CD Tech, Trilla, Intercity Trilla, LA Forward Institute, and others. I want to thank you for your support of enfranchising more Angelinos in the city of LA, historically often communities represented through the government and voting. I also wanted to bring the attention to the commissioners to please exercise their power and agendize items that are currently on the agenda, including establishing virtual public comment at all of the meetings. I also want to thank Commissioner Fuentes for your work to reintroduce the applicant office and for your work to agendize the new events. Thank you.
Thank you. Nola? Someone.
So, Steve Klein, you called me a moment ago. It was over in City Council until a minute ago.
Okay, well, where's Nola and Christian? Okay, Christian.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Christian Hewley, speaking on behalf of ASME District Council 36 and our affiliate Los Angeles City Unions regarding potential charter amendments related to better government. We understand the Ethics Commission plays a vital role in the city. The voters also overwhelmingly approved a ballot initiative, Measure ER, and it is our belief that more time is required for these measures to be fully actualized before giving any additional powers to the Ethics Commission. The Ethics Commission should not have the ability to put measures directly on the ballot. Their independence is essential as they are unelected and still hold public hearings, transmit recommendations to Council, and advocate for their policies. This authority is not granted to any other commission, including this body, who is responsible for the oversight of charter reform. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Conrad, Edna, and Pamela. Conrad, Edna, Pamela. What's your name, sir? It's Conrad. Conrad, Edna. Go.
Hello, my name is Edna Robitis, and I'm speaking on agenda item 5B. I'm asking you to double the minimum charter allocation to the Department of Recreation and Parks. I'm a park professional working in the city of LA with RAP for over a decade. I've seen firsthand the incredible dedication of RAP staff who are doing their absolute best with too few resources, but also the wide gap between the park system we have currently and what we could and should have to ensure equitable access to high-quality parks for all Angelinos. That equity can only be realized through increased funding and an adequate parks budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, that was Pamela next. Pamela?
Yes, my name is Pamela Marcus, co-founder of Concerned Neighbors in El Sereno, who advocated for 7 years with the El Sereno Board of Appeals. I'm here to speak in favor of item 5B and urge you to double the American Parks budget. All neighborhoods deserve beautiful, clean, safe, and well-kept parks, yet the resources are not sufficient to maintain the parks we have. A well-cared-for park is more than just grass and trees. It's a reflection of how we value our community. When a park is clean, safe, and maintained, families use it, children play in it, seniors walk in it, and neighbors connect in it. It reduces stress, promotes health, and strengthens public safety. Investing more in our parks is investing in prevention, in pride, and in the long-term strength of our community. I strongly support doubling the directed parks budget.
Okay, thank you. That is 30 minutes again, so that's 30 and 30, that's 1 hour.
And a reminder to the public that we will have a general public comment for 1 minute at the end of the meeting as well. We now move on to approve neighborhood council community impact statements.
First, is there anyone online with a community impact statement as well? Please raise your hand. Anyone else? Jamie, it's just Jamie going once, with Resita going twice. Okay, Jamie, I'm going to set your timer at, go.
All right. Passed unanimously. Resita Neighborhood Council strongly opposes charter amendments that would allow the council president to serve as both mayor and council president in the event of a long-term mayoral vacancy. Ideally, we would create an elected office of public advocate, and they would be first in line to become mayor. If we do not, the council president should not be able to maintain the dual role for more than 1 month. The council must fill the vacancy. We believe that allowing any one person to hold that much power is far too dangerous a concentration of power. When Mayor Garcetti was rumored to be leaving for an ambassadorship, we would like this body to imagine the nefarious rule of dual mayor council president Noreen Martinez. We support enshrining the right to deportation defense into the charter. Los Angeles' commitment to sanctuary city status must be durable enough to withstand political pressure at the state and federal level. It must be strong enough to protect our stakeholders from attempts to deprive them of their rights. This is going to come up as ICE continues to increase its presence at the Van Nuys Federal Building in our neighborhood's backyard. We strongly support prohibiting the use of campaign funds or legal defense funds to pay ethics fines from official misconduct. An elected official who can fundraise in response to a finding of malfeasance faces no meaningful financial consequence. The penalty lands on the donors. That's not accountability. We do not recommend enshrining the current contribution limits in the charter. There may be changes at the state level to public financing that would demand the charter have a degree of built-in flexibility. Should we expand city council, we may want to adjust the size of donations. The Resita Neighborhood Council does not support the creation of an Office of Inspector General. We know better than most that the mayor and council will never confirm the kind of person that will actually work to aggressively hold them accountable. The Andrades motion asks for a mayoral appointed that provides lip service in combating corruption, but we have serious doubts that an appointee made by that body that it's supposed to regulate will do the job prescribed. We are very mindful that the Office of the Inspector General, appointed by the Police Commission, has failed to combat corruption within LAPD. We do, however, love giving both the Ethics Commission and the Independent Redistricting Commission independent general counsel, increasing the budget for the Ethics Commission, and for ethics to have the ability to place measures directly on the ballot so that the voters can decide what ethical changes we need. We ask that you bifurcate the Andrades motion to preserve these crucial aspects. Lastly, we strongly urge the Commission to amend the Andrades motion to give the Ethics Commission the same oversight over emergency contracts as normal contracts. Those contracts should not be exempt from ethics rules. The use of emergency contracts creates virtually untraceable expenditures and discretionary spending that frankly have been abused. We're aware of 2 contracts totaling $125,000 where a charity owned by a city employee received funding despite that charity being legally barred by the state from accepting contributions. There are multiple FPPC investigations against council members that involve pay-to-play regarding emergency contracts. The public deserves the ability to easily and transparently follow the money. Ethics hands should not be tied simply because the contract is entered into under an emergency declaration. We don't support the bifurcation of the role of the city attorney. Policy solutions should derive from policy problems, not problem people. Splitting the city attorney's office does not solve a problem with policy or even structure. Instead, it creates a new elected position with its own political incentives while diminishing the coherence of the city's legal functions. We believe that an appointed city attorney would be directly responsive to elected officials, increasing the risk of that office being political. Procedure Neighborhood Council supports requiring a special election to fill a council vacancy when more than 1 year remains in the term. We would note that the ad hoc passed this, and there appears to be a different proposal on the agenda that would only require a special election with a half-term remaining. Appointing a replacement to serve a majority of an elected term without voter ratification undermines the democratic mandate of that seat. Appointment is appropriate for short-term continuity. It is not a substitute for an election. We're also disappointed that the ad hoc did not advance meaningful proposals to enhance public participation and transparency with regards to appointing an individual to fill a vacancy for elected office. The council president should not be the de facto decision maker. We strongly oppose granting the mayor the ability to veto the suspension of an elected official. Giving the city's chief executive the power to override the legislature's suspension of one of its own members collapses the separation of powers and creates a direct political tool for the mayor to protect allies on the council from accountability. We do not believe that council members should be able to engage in recalls of each other. Such a mechanism overrides the voters who elected the target council member and weaponizes the recall process in an instrument of internal political rivalry. Even if it's rarely used, it can serve as a chilling effect.
Are there any other approved neighborhood council community impact statements? All right, seeing none in the room or on Zoom, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is approval of the meeting minutes from our meeting of February 18th, 26. Commissioners, these meeting minutes have been printed for you and posted and circulated electronically as well. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Sanchez, second by Commissioner Stein. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Yap.
Just noting the last ex parte vote. It seems that Commissioner Thomas, who has not been in the room, is noted as voting. I don't believe that was the case, but.
Can you remark that?
I'm sorry. It's the ex parte communication motion at the very end.
Go on. Sorry, can you just repeat the comment?
Comment is that Commissioner Thomas did not vote, he was not here.
If I recall, and I could recall wrong, Commissioner Thomas stepped away from the dais during the motion to table, where it's reflected that, no. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's on the final motion, correct? Which is there multiple votes, Commissioner Yap? Which vote are you referring to?
It's the vote on the motion on the ex parte communication itself. It shows as an aye from Commissioner Thomas, but he was not in the room at the time.
It's not an aye for me. Understood. So it's the final vote. So it should say 3 ayes. Okay. So I can take that as a motion. I'll second it for the correction. Is there excuse me, for the amendment, is there any objection to the amendment? All right, seeing none, so ordered. That's corrected.
Well, I don't know if it's actually corrected. Because it was represented that I did vote.
Well, we're changing that so that it will not be corrected.
I understand that. But there is a certain level of, there's a trend. And I'll let it pass. There is a trend.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to approve the minutes as amended? All right, seeing none, is there any objection? All right, seeing no objection to approval of the meeting minutes as amended, the motion passes. Okay, we will now move on to item number 1, which is consideration and possible approval of rules for debate for the commission body. Commissioner Levine.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have before you a motion that would introduce a series of procedures through which debate would proceed from here on out, noting that this commission has entered a new phase of deliberation, and also taking the personal privilege of being the new guy here. I'd offer that rules for debate that closely mirror the rules that govern deliberations for other legislative bodies would ensure that this body is able to dispense with its business in a way that is clear and expeditious, knowing that we have a lot of work before us while ensuring that members are permitted to speak on matters for which they are passionate and dispense time in an equitable manner. I'd add that the motion as drafted is intended to be flexible. It allows for commissioners to yield for questions to ensure a level of back and forth that is necessary in legislative or other deliberations, and also provides for the rules to be modified by a vote of the commission. So this is a proposal to enshrine a process through which we proceed with debate from here on out. And I should mention the basic structure would be that each commissioner would be entitled to speak for 5 minutes on any motion. The mover would have additional time, and there would be 2 rounds before, during which each commissioner was entitled to speak. So fairly loose structure, fairly permissive structure, but structure nonetheless. So I'd ask for your aye vote in moving that forward.
All right, is there, Commissioner Murray, you're the second, would you like to say anything? Okay, discussion. Commissioner Thomas and then Commissioner
Thank you. I'm usually brief. Speaking of that, my question is just curious. Is it a cumulative 5 minutes? I tend to be kind of brief. I get a question answered, and then a few minutes later, I think of something else. So I'm just wondering, how it would work. In other words, if I speak for a minute or 2, and then I want to speak again, am I already out of the rule?
That will be, I believe, a determination of the chair that is not specified in the current motion. There could be amendments that would specify, but I would be curious if the city attorney has a view on that.
The city attorney is discussing something and then an approach on this motion as well, so we'll reiterate it for him. Commissioner Thomas.
This sounds like what was presented earlier. And I thought that we would be on amending bylaws. And with all due respect, you are the new guy. And respect it. And if this motion is intended to keep me from speaking when I want to, I gotta tell you, it's not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. And I said that before. It's not going to work. And the reason that it's not going to work, and I want to put this in a perspective that it is understood. I have seen this process be very anti-Black. I have seen this process be very anti-Asian. If these groups, these 2 specific groups, have had to fight to even come before us, these these specific groups on February 18th, and I find it very interesting that I didn't see it in the minutes and maybe I overlooked it, but I think it is appropriate to cast what really happened in that meeting. What really happened in that meeting is that there was a relative of someone whose nephew had been killed by ICE, who painstakingly came before us and spoke 6 minutes, asked for an extension of 6 minutes, and the same police that traumatized black folks, that traumatized brown folks, that traumatized Asian folks, traumatized the group all over again in the name of efficiency and effectiveness. And the issue for me as this, one related is, let's just say, for example, you're Jewish.
Yes.
Okay. If I were Jewish, and what happened to the Asian community and the black community had happened to the Jewish community, I would be doing the exact same thing. There is no way that if the same thing that I have had to endure, that other black folks in this room have had to endure, that it would not be, if I were Jewish, I would be clearly calling it anti-Semitic. Clearly calling it anti-Semitic. And what I don't understand is this, and I've said this from the very beginning, and you wouldn't have to come up with rules for debate if you would listen to the people. If you would listen to the people. When we met with the API community yesterday, did they say anything other than what I've been saying all along? They said the exact same thing. And so the reality is that if we don't want to listen to the people, then we just need to admit that we're not going to listen to the people. But as long as I am sitting at this table, I am not letting anyone keep me from speaking up when I feel like I need to. And that's no disrespect to you or anybody else. But the reality is that if this commission was organized and developed to deal with the harms done to black people, why don't we want to hear from them? Why don't we want to hear from them? Why would you not want to hear from a black person who is not just sitting at a table, but out there protesting? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. And so the bottom line is that what is making this not efficient and effective, I think we should be talking about efficient and effectiveness. I think we should be talking about us canceling ourselves. Because the way that we have done things, behind the scenes, the conversations, the cabal that folks have joined, is diminishing our credibility as a commission. It is diminishing our work. It certainly has done it in the eyes of the people. And I'm saying, with all due respect, you can vote. I tried to vote on it before. I was voting in favor of it. I was voting in favor of it because I want people to understand that I am one black man who is going to speak free. And I'm going to speak free. Yes, I'm loud. I'm introducing a free black man. Because I'm tired of what is happening to black people in this city. And I'm tired of what's been happening to black people at this table. And so, whatever the rules are, LAPD, get ready to drag me out if y'all have the authority to do so. But I am not going to stop speaking up for the very reason. And I'm in Mary Martinez's district. The very reason that this, and people won't even admit that. They won't even admit that had to be the community, the people who have come here. I mean, has it ever occurred? When have we really ever had an issue where we had across the board agreement? Where we had people from all walks of life, black, white, Asian, Latinx, gay, straight, the entire gambit, the makeup of Los Angeles. That's what we have had. And so at the end of it, and now we're cutting conversation, we're cutting what they have to say. We can't hear them. We can't really hear them. We're pretending that we can, but we can't really hear them. And what the truth is that there was a time when there was no limit to public comment. That everybody who came got a chance to speak. It was because of COVID that changed. And so now we have city council people who have the audacity to come before us and tell us that they don't like public comment because the people are crazy and they don't like being screamed at. Well, that's your constituent. You have a responsibility and an obligation to serve them in the same way that you do everybody else. And the question is, who do you want to hear from? Not you. Not you. Who is the appropriate person to be speaking? It certainly is not the people who are harmed. It certainly is not. And so, again, I'm just saying, it's a waste of time if I'm the target. It's a waste of time because I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Especially when it comes to matters of equity, when it comes to police accountability, when it comes to what ICE is doing, and when it comes to doing something about the harms, to black people. And this has been a consistent problem in politics. No one wants to talk about reparations. Barack Obama, President Obama, would not talk about reparations, but gave $181 million to a Jewish community in reparations. Now, he should have done that, but not talk to us, not be willing to allow black people, and then the city organizes a study. And the interesting thing about, even as we talk about this issue of that's coming up, the Freedom Bureau and reparations, at the time when I put these things together, the two together, I did not realize that police reform or police accountability was also some of the recommendations pointed out in the study that the city paid for. And so they're already there. And when I was asked to choose between the two, there is no choosing between the two. They're one and the same. They're one and the same. It is high time that people realize that we are not going to be run out of this city, and we are also not going to continue to allow folks to pretend to be allies who absolutely are not. And so, again, you can vote on it, you can do whatever you want, but understand, I am going to say something, I am going to speak if I feel the need to speak. And what I find to be very interesting is that this comes up now when I really haven't had much to speak as much as I do. Because now we're hearing from black folks. Something, black-led organization, something that we didn't hear from before. And I'm just trying to understand. And again, I will stop speaking if you all are honest. Do you want to hear from black people or not? Are black people welcome in this city or not? And if they are, then I need you to act like it. I need you to act like it. If black people are welcome in this city, I need you to act like it. And if you think that I am not going to continue to say that, I'm going to continue to say it. I'm not going to stop. As a matter of fact, the way I'm wired, because I grew up in the project, when you tell me what I can't do, it makes me want to do more of what you told me not to do. When you tell me what I can't do, it makes me want to do more of what you have told me not to do. I want y'all to do some soul searching. And I want you to think about the plight of black people. I want you to think about it. I want you to think about I sit here as the ancestor of a grandfather who was lynched and a mother who was a sharecropper. And if y'all think that these political shenanigans and backroom conversations are going to keep me from speaking my piece, I'm not going to. I may not get a vote on this commission, but I'm going to speak up for black folks. And I'm going to make sure that black people understand that there is at least somebody who is willing to be unfettered and uncompromising when it comes to what is in their best interest. And because I'm naming black people, doesn't mean that I mean something different from anybody, for any other person. I am as passionate about injustice in any other communities, wherever it exists. I have put my life on the line. I have said that over and over and over and over again, and ain't nobody heard it. But I guarantee you, if I were to be out there protesting and end up being a victim of ICE, he was such a passionate person. I'm going to rise up out the coffin. I'm going to rise up out the coffin. You have a chance to save lives. You have an opportunity to save lives. You have an opportunity to protect a very vulnerable community. For the first time, black people and brown people and ABI folks have come together against the terrorists that are kidnapping our families. We weren't even going to talk about ICE. How? That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because I'm trying to understand, where is the humanity? Do you think that politics does not impact people's lives day to day? They don't impact probably ours in the ways that they will impact other folks. But it does. And I don't see the humanity at all. I don't see it. I don't see the understanding. I don't see the care. So at the city council meeting, they were talking about how we need to be trauma informed and how we need to move away from punishment and to care. Has it ever dawned on any of you all sitting around this table that maybe you're triggering me? Has it ever dawned on any of you that maybe you're triggering me because it's the same kind of political expedient nonsense that has continued to harm black folks, brown folks, poor folks? And if you don't want me at the table, then kick me out. Because I've been kicked out of that place. But I'm not tolerating it. I'm not tolerating it. We keep talking about we need more research. Nobody wants to deal with police accountability. If we had, at that meeting had not been changed, I had asked someone who has developed a liability insurance program, $15 to $20 a month, to cover up to $1 million in liability costs should a police officer need it. But he didn't get a chance to speak because we were in the wrong place. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask the city attorney to come up because there was a question for the city attorney if he wanted to note something for the discussion as well.
So I think there's a typo.
And just very closely,
Okay. So I think there's a typo in the rules, so I want to make sure that we decide to vote on this, even though by vote, something has a typo. Subsection F, I assume it's supposed to be a commissioner who calls the question, for instance, moves to close the debate, et cetera, et cetera. I think somehow the red line got copied over on this.
I would suggest it would read, a commissioner recognized for the purpose of calling the question.
They're your rules, but I just want to point out that the sentence as it currently stands has got some sort of flaw.
We can amend that as we request forward. Yeah.
And then there was a question on Commissioner Field. Commissioner Field posed a question that if in her first round, she may only use a minute or two of her allotted time. And then it goes to a second round where there's a 3-minute time. Even though she didn't use the full 5 minutes, would she be recognized for any time that she did not use?
The way these parliamentary rules usually work on that is we know. So you have 5 minutes the first time, you only use 2. It's not as if your 3 minutes carry over to round 2. Now, you can alter these rules, the proposed rules as you want, but that's not how it usually works.
Thank you. Could you amend it so that a commissioner could reserve the right to reserve their time or yield back?
We could, right? We speak what's on the table or rules that you're contemplating, and you draft them the way you want. Right? But again, I don't think that's the way it usually works, but you can have it the way you wish.
Thank you, City Attorney. Are there, Commissioner Mack and then Commissioner Yap. Commissioner Mack.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Living, for your motion. I do appreciate it from a facilitation standpoint, and I think that's what I said when the similar motion was brought to our table a couple of months ago. I would say, just echo my personal thoughts with this. I think you all know by now that I value a good conversations, and I think more conversations are going to be had here. And I think just pointing back at Commissioner Thomas, what he mentioned, 6 of us did meet with the API community last night. I just want to voice that and kind of just say it out there so public and fellow commissioners know. And we had great conversations. It wasn't a dialogue back and forth, but it was us hearing from community members. We heard a lot of great things that I feel like it's valuable to have conversations there, and I can respect from a facilitation standpoint, definitely, but I just don't want any limitations or any potential inadvertent limitations to the conversations that we're having, because I do think the things and discussions that we say here at this table is important, and so I just wanted to share that piece.
Commissioner Yap.
Thank you. I believe process and efficiency are good. I think that's an important way for us to move through a lot of complicated things. I think that I'm also a little surprised we're on this topic because it was raised previously and it has moved to the top of this agenda when it comes to things like the defense motion that Commissioner Fuentes has brought, or other motions are put to the back. And that's an important illustration of how process can be used to quiet. And it's been used in the committee selection, it's been used in the Ad Hoc Committee participation. It was used last session to put ex parte communication from staff motion to the very end. And I think in all of those cases, it's created the opposite of what process is intended to create, which is trust. If process creates trust, great. But when we voted down a motion to disclose ex parte communication, even though something like the fact that this commission was started because of Murray Martinez and that scandal. And we have on our commission full-time staff from Murray Martinez's council office. Now, I think that should be something that would make us believe that we should have more transparency about the ex parte communication. Just an example. If process creates trust, I'm for that. If process is used to reduce transparency, like that motion, like the vote down of that motion on ex parte communication, I believe that's a problem. And no shock that the ex parte communication vote went with appointed commissioners voting against it, except for Commissioner Andrades, who voted against it, and others who were not appointed voting in favor of that transparency.
And I just want to say this for the record.
Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Thomas.
Historically, I just want to say for the record, I voted in favor of shutting it. I kept voting in favor of it. When it came before, I kept voting in favor of it. I'm not pushing back this. I just know what I'm going to do. I'm just warning. I'm just saying. I'm just talking about it.
Commissioner Field, I'm going to queue and then you're next. I just want to say, and this is not directly to the motion, but because there was an allusion to a staff member and a prior city council member that they worked for, I think that is a deeply unfair comment to staff who work extremely hard for this commission. Many staff people are in this room today, or former staff people on this dais, in the audience, and listening. Many staff people have no direct discussion, knowledge, influence over certain decisions that their boss at the time made. And I think we need to be very careful about tarnishing people's credibility for a decision that they had nothing to do with, and where they have displayed exemplary work, and there are many commissioners on this dais who can talk about the work of that specific staff person. Commissioner Field.
I'd like to move the question and call the question.
May I, in the spirit of having made the motion, just speak?
If you could withdraw that, Commissioner Field, please.
All right, I'll withdraw. I just want to get on.
And that is one of the rules contemplated here, which is that the mover of the motion would have the opportunity to close. But I just wanted to say, in response to the conversation we've had here, my intent in bringing this motion forward is to provide clarity, is to provide transparency, and is to provide a level of equity and fairness in debate. And so I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Mack, your question, Commissioner Field, Commissioner Yap, and agree that process should be in the spirit of building trust. And my hope would be that in providing governance structure for debate, we would move closer to that, provide more clarity, more trust to the people who have an interest in the proceedings here. So that is the spirit in which this was offered. And with that, I'll close.
And I'd like to respond to that. I believe that. I believe that. But I need to respond to you, Ray, Chair. Because you said, see, and this is what I want us to move forward and do the work that we need to do. But this always running to the defense of staff, when staff is often responsible for the responses and the reactions that they get. We're talking about the ex parte motion for staff, and it was staff who said that I can't do my job if I can't CC the mayor's office because people don't respond to me. Well, the reality is that I don't have a problem with you doing that. But I want to know what those emails are. I want to know what you're referring to. Talking to a staff person
who works for a city council person is the same thing as talking to the city council person. It is the exact same thing. That person, that staff person.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary procedure, this is not on tonight's agenda. It was last week. I would really move the question.
Well, I was still talking. I appreciate you moving the question, but see, this is the issue. If we're gonna have transparency, then we need to talk about why that's an issue. Why is that being brought up? It has nothing to do with people not liking the staff person. It has to do with behavior that was displayed that now people are understanding, oh, maybe that was why. Maybe that's what it was. I've said it over and over. No one should have been treated the way that Commissioner Mack was treated. Now, I've said that, but how many of you all have asked her how she's been treated? You haven't. You haven't. And that's the problem. There is no trust. I know I don't have it. I'm just speaking for me. I don't, and it's not because I'm not a trusting person. It's because how many times do I need to see the same thing before I say, that's what it is? I'm done.
Commissioners, I'm going to call the vote on this item. The motion is to approve consideration and possible approval of rules for debate for the commission body as amended. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Should I say yes so I can show it to y'all? Prove it to y'all. No.
Commissioner Andrades.
No.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
No.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
No.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Motion fails. We're on to our next item, Commissioners. Item 2, consideration and possible approval of a report from the Ad Hoc Committee on potential better government-related charter amendments, limited to the following items. Commissioners, what we will do is I'm going to ask, well, actually, Commissioners, let me do the process, and then a number of Commissioners asked for a recess, a very brief one. What we will do when we return is I will ask Commissioner Sanchez to walk us through the report. And then we will do the process that we did last week, where we will call out any items special that we would like to further discuss. And then we will talk about the ones that were the tranche that was not called special, take a vote on those, and then do the special items. But before we do that, Commissioners, we will take a 10-minute recess unless there's any objection. All right, seeing none, we will reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to reconvene the meeting, please, and conduct a roll call. Commissioner Andrades. Commissioner Field.
Present.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Levine.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis. Present. Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Stein.
Present.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Yap. Present. On the last item, Commissioner Yap, it was noted to me that I did not call for your vote, and for my haste, I apologize. How would you like to record your vote on the last item? No. Thank you. Commissioners, for item number 2, consideration and possible approval of the report from the Ad Hoc Committee on potential better government related charter amendments limited to the list before us, what we're going to do is Commissioner Sanchez is going to review all of the items just so everyone is on the same page, especially for some of the items that it's not detailed in the agenda, so that people will know. She's going to go through the memo that was printed out with the subject detailed language for 224 better government and government structure, but she'll just do the better government items, which is almost all of it. After that, we will, I will ask commissioners which items they would like to pull for special. Those are items that they would like, that commissioners would like to have further discussion on. After we pull items for special, we will discuss the remaining items that were not pulled for special for discussion and then a vote on that package. And then we will proceed to the items pulled as special. So with that, I will hand it over to Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair Mesa, and note that I'm the lucky one here because I don't have the help of the city clerk this time to help facilitate this conversation. So I want to start by saying that I got to chair the Better Government Committee along with Commissioners Lewis and Commissioners Yap. I also want to point to the fact that very early on when we started our commission meetings, we did hear from several groups, constituents about better government. These issues are incredibly important, as are many others. However, these dealt specifically with the recent scandals that tore the city apart and the very reason that we're here. And we listened both to advocates, to public comment, studied as much as we could. We had meetings out in the community, and then it also came back to ad hoc for further consideration and conversations. I will go through what I recall, because these are very deep issues, and what I will do is point to the letter and what that means, and how we proceeded to move this forward, and are open to further conversation and pulling these items from each one of you. So the first item on better government relates to the suspension of a council member pending trial. Why this reform? It was important because it needs to be clear, time-bound, it needs a process instead of ambiguity. It balances accountability with due process, and it protects the public trust while changes are made. As we saw through the several instances that we found ourselves in the last 8 years or so, there was really no clear and consistent process for the suspension for council members pending trial. So you'll see in front of you, number 1 establishes a council-driven process. Basically, it expands Section 211 in the charter to establish a formal process that requires the introduction of a resolution calling for the temporary suspension of a council member, stating the findings as grounds for the suspension. I could go through the language further. It also provides another option, which is option number 2, which is establishes an ethics commission-driven process. The ethics commission process moves the initial action to an independent body. It also provides higher voting threshold and reinforces seriousness. It reinforces the separation from political dynamics, and it maintains a renewal and automatic lapse in protections. That is my report on item number 8. Chair, am I supposed to go through all of these and then we move? Híjoles, I'm going to hear all night, okay. For those of you who know what híjoles is, let me translate that. Okay, B. Section B clarifies the compensation requirements in charter for elected under suspension. Again, in conversations both in committee and ad hoc, there was no consistency in the way council members were treated and or reprimanded with their suspension of their salaries. So this one adds language to Section 211 stating that the suspended elected officials are entitled to continue receiving full compensation. It also adds language to Section 211 stating that suspended elected officials may only receive 50% of their salary for the duration of their suspension. Additionally, it adds language to section 211 stating that suspended elected officials cannot receive compensation from the city while suspended, but may seek other forms of income during their suspension. And again, this is depending on where they are, if they've been indicted and they're waiting their pending trial. Lastly was to delete sections number 218B from the charter. This would enable elected officials to seek outside compensation. Moving on to letter C, require the city to hold a special election for vacancies if more than half of the term remains, to provide the option to appoint or use a special election if less than half the term. I reiterate that while the city was dealing with all of these suspensions and decisions, there was no consistency in the way city council members were treated, regardless of whether it was an ethics violation or a criminal violation or what they were being accused of. So in C, filling vacancies, why it's important for us to look for is that it ensures the voters are represented quickly. It reduces perception of insider appointments and also creates predictable timelines. I'll go through letter C, number 1, amend section 409 to require a special election to fill a vacancy if more than half the term remains. Require the special election to be called within 10 days of the vacancy held within 100 days. Number 2, amend section 409 to require special election to fill a vacancy if more than 1 year remains. Require the special election to be called within 10 days of the vacancy and held within 100 days. Number 3, expand 409 to establish a public application and candidate review process for filling temporary appointments. Set forth that the members of the public may submit applications for a period of 21 days immediately following the vacancy, after which City Council has 7 days to select up to 3 candidates, 7 days following the selection of the candidates. City Council must hold a public hearing and vote by simple majority to make its selection. Prohibit appointed individuals from seeking subsequent election to their respective appointment. I ended in must hold a public hearing and vote by simple majority to make the selection. Moving on to number 4, sorry, my finger was covering the number 4. Prohibit appointed individuals from seeking subsequent election to their respective appointed office following the term of their appointment. Number 5 is to amend section 409 to state that the mayor is responsible for appointing a replacement to a vacant office subject to a 2/3 approval of City Council, and require that the mayor submit an appointment to City Council within 14 days of the vacancy, and that the council must act within 30 days upon receipt of the mayor's nomination to confirm or deny the appointment. If council fails to act, the nomination is deemed approved. Number 6, amend section number 409 to state that any office that becomes vacant remains vacant until the next election. Moving on to letter D. This dealt with a legislative recall mechanism. It's important to note that this adds accountability. And I'm going to read, it creates a mechanism to enable removal or the initiation of removal of an elected official that involves a vote of the City Council, i.e. a legislative recall. Options are, number 1, create a legislative recall process only for removing council members that can be determined by a 2/3 supermajority of the council, which is a model used in New York. Number 2, create a legislative recall process only for removing council members that can be determined by a 5/6 supermajority of the council, which is a Washington, D.C. model, and create a legislative recall process led by the mayor for any elected official, and that is a San Francisco model. And number 3 is create a legislative recall process that allows for the council to call a special election for removal and replacement with a 3/4 supermajority. And this is a model currently used in the state of California. Moving on to letter E, deals with removal of Charter Sections 803, LAUSD, and Act to the Municipal Code. Charter Section number 803, titled Elections of Board Members, explains how members of the Board of Education of Los Angeles Unified School District are elected. It includes definitions, expenditures, regulations, breakdowns, various forms of campaign contribution limits, treasury role and duties, training and accountability measures, various aspects of payments, the duties of their Ethics Commission, etc. The Ethics Commission recommends removing this section from the charter and placing it into the municipal code so LAUSD elections are treated the same as city candidate elections. Moving on to letter F, apply the LAUSD process for adjusting contribution limits to city contribution limits. Consider changing the adjustment time for city election contribution limits from 1 year to 4 years to match LAUSD election contribution limits. The current LA Municipal Code 49.7.3 and Charter Section 70H requires the Ethics Commission to make annual adjustments to limitations and disclosure thresholds for city election contributions, while Section 803 says that the Ethics Commission will review the contribution limits every 4 years for LAUSD elections. The Ethics Commission proposes to make the election adjustment periods they review match and be every 4 years for both LAUSD and city elections. Letter G, update the contribution limits to reflect current amounts. The Ethics Commission recommends aligning charter language in Section 470 regarding the adjustments to city candidate contribution limits with the processes of the adjustment process described in the campaign finance ordinance to ensure that the regulated parties are aware of the adjustment process. 35, is that a typo? Yeah, okay. The Ethics Commission also recommends updating the contribution limits amount in the charter to reflect the current 2026 amounts established by the predetermined formula. According to the Ethics Commission, the predetermined formula is based on changes to the Consumer Price Index. They release the numbers from the formula March 1st annually. If the year has an election, they go based on the numbers before the election period began. Any numbers they may receive during the election period will be used for the next election. They do not change limits and numbers during an election. Letter H, prohibit the use of campaign funds to pay certain fines. Okay, I'll move on to I. Make the maximum civil penalty for violations of the campaign finance laws the same as the maximum administrative penalty. When Measure ER passed in 2024, the maximum monetary penalty that the Ethics Commission may impose in an administrative proceedings increased from $5,000 per violation to 3 times the amount of money at issue to $15,000 per violation, or 3 times the amount of money at issue. However, Measure ER did not increase the maximum penalties specified in the Charter for civil proceedings related to the campaign finance violations, which is Charter Section 470O2 and A. I'll move on to K. Article Section 900 purpose replace the term citizen with civic. So these are going to relate to our neighborhood councils, and we heard frequently from Doan, and most of these are going to be relatively simple and just updates to the charter. Is replace the language of citizen, disqualifies the residents of Los Angeles without citizenship participation in the government process. L, amend language establishing Department of Neighborhood Empowerment DONE by replacing the term officers with board members. Moving on to M, clarify the Commission's role in approval of contracts and leases prepared on behalf of neighborhood councils. Letter N, Charter Section 904, titled Development of the Neighborhood Council Plan. DONE is proposing to change the title to Development and Maintenance of the Neighborhood Council Plan. The addition of the term maintenance provides DONE, as well as the City Council, the ability to consistently check that the Neighborhood Council Plan is being followed by the neighborhood councils and remains aligned with the charter requirements, and if not, it allows the necessary edits to the plan to be made. O, update section 905 titled to the initial implementation of the plan. Section 905 of the charter currently does not have the word initial in its title. DONE is proposing to add this word into the title to demonstrate the plan DONE submits for a new department and commission is the initial plan and must go through potential revision requested by the City Council, and there's a timeline for the development and adoption of the plan. P, update section 906A1, certification of neighborhood councils to clarify that bylaws must specify the method in which officers and board members are selected. Section 906A1, as it states, the method of which their officers are chosen when describing the necessary aspects of neighborhood council's bylaws for certification. DONE is proposing that the language be changed to the method by which the officers and board members are chosen. This change basically acknowledges the structure of the neighborhood councils and addresses not only their officer selection method, but their board member selection method as well. Moving on to Q, replace everyone who lives and works or owns in the area with all stakeholders as defined by city ordinance. I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. Moving on to R, change section 907 title. Changing section 907 title from early warning systems to advance notice and opportunities for input has been proposed by DONE to provide clarity on advance notice requirement for neighborhood councils and avoid confusion with emergency situations. S, expand sections 908. DONE proposes an expansion of language in section 908 titled Powers of Neighborhood Councils to comprehensively and clearly describe the work done by neighborhood councils. They propose that it includes their advisory role to the city, responsibility of outreach, organizing community events, collaborating, mobilizing, strengthening community engagement, and representation. T, no change to neighborhood council's authority. I think that one's pretty self-explanatory, and I will stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Before I get to questions from commissioners, I just want to note, commissioners, that on this report for letters A, the ad hoc advance option 1, for B, the ad hoc advance. I'm sorry. Yeah. If you want to go to the back to the front of the memo. On A, provide clear language for suspension of a council member pending trial, the ad hoc advance option 1, establishing the council-driven process. On item B, clarify compensation requirements in charter for elected under suspension, the ad hoc advance option 1. On item C, require the city to hold a special election for vacancies if more than half the term remains, provided the option to appoint or use special election if less than half the term, the ad hoc advance option 2. And on item D, create a mechanism to enable removal or the initiation of removal of an elected official that involves a vote of the city council, i.e. legislative recall. The ad hoc advance option 3 with an amendment to a 2/3 majority that was accepted. That was D. D. Okay. Yeah. I just want to take questions of clarification on just what I went through before we open it up. Any questions of clarification of what I went through?
Yes, if you've amended option 3 to be a 2/3 supermajority, are options 1 and 3 then identical?
The options 1 and 2 were not advanced. It was only option 3 with a 2/3 majority amendment. Okay. This is on item. Yeah. Sorry, I may have misunderstood. Apologies. I saw a number of hands, just a reiteration of the process is what we will do is we will pull items for special. Items should be pulled for special that commissioners want to have further discussion on, because after we pull items for special, we will have discussion on the package of remaining items that have not been pulled for special, then take a vote, then proceed back to the items that were pulled for special. So I know commissioners just to make it easier, for sure items A, B, C, and D are being pulled for special. Are there any additional items that Commissioner Field?
Item G, please.
All right, so again, that's A, B, C, D, and G are being pulled for special. Are there any, Commissioner Lewis?
Is a motion required to pull items A through D?
No, motion is not required. We will circle back to those and have full discussion and then a vote. But we're saying that for those A through D and G, we want to pull a special to have a discussion, further discussion.
May I ask a question? They pull items E and F.
Items E and F. Okay, we're going to also pull items E and F as special. So far, commissioners, we have items A through G being pulled for special. Commissioner Stein.
Just a question of clarification. Were the 2/3 was required of council to basically move an elected official? Would you try and match these up? Which was that?
We'll have it. We'll make. That was D. That was D. Yes. Yeah. No. You're welcome. Commissioners, we have items A through G being pulled as special. Are there any additional items that commissioners would like to pull as special? Commissioner Sanchez.
G. Item G. Update the contribution limits to reflect current amounts.
Yep. We got that one. No.
Sorry.
Commissioner Lewis. K. Yeah, item K is being pulled as special. I'm going to go through the list one more time and then get a last call. So, pulled for special, we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and K. Any last items that commissioners would like to pull for special?
Item M. Is it Mary?
N.
M is in Mary.
M is in Mary. All right, commissioners, those are the items that will be pulled for special. So on the remaining items, the items up for discussion right now are H, I, J, L, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T are items that were not removed as special that want to see if there's discussion before we proceed to a vote to approve.
Well, first we should have a motion.
Yes.
So I want to move to approve. Let me see if I got this right. Is it H, I, J, and then
L.
Except for N, L through T.
Correct.
Okay. I will move that we approve that list.
I will second. All right, is there discussion on the items not pulled as special? Commissioner, yeah.
Thank you. A question just on T. Since it's a no change, I was thinking that it would be on this list. But I'm just thinking about whether we're, from an approach perspective, I'm not taking issue with the point, but I'm more wondering about whether we would be no change as part of it.
Can you repeat the question, Commissioner?
Yes, sure. The focus is on T, and the fact that it's no change, whether there's even anything actionable, I would think that as a default there wouldn't be a change. So maybe we don't need that type of addition in this type of motion. It's a question, it's not about the topic itself.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
There would be no charter change with that. It's just sort of affirming to not change authority of the neighborhood councils.
I'm good with the approach if that's what we want to do, but I guess what we could say is no change to a lot of things. We want to avoid that general.
So, Commissioner Thomas, I'm sorry.
So, if I'm understanding this,
There's a couple of things that seem contradictory. If, in terms of our thinking and philosophy, and I do think I agree with my colleague that it is important to bring some structure and some.
Commissioner Tom.
That to bring some structure, but I think that structure should be how we look at these. How do we look at everyone? You know, one of the things that I attempted to do with what I'm calling the Jubilee Reform Framework is I'm trying to give a glimpse for commissioners when we look at these issues, these black-led issues that are coming up. I'm trying to give a framework for you to look at and for you to consider, as opposed to like what I'm looking at now. As someone who was involved in urban affairs, communities and neighborhoods do need to have a voice in what is built in their neighborhoods. That's like one of the #1 sources of gentrification. I remember sometimes back when Walmart wanted to open a store in Inglewood, the neighborhoods rose up and said no, and they squashed that. And so I just think that there is a role for neighborhood councils in neighborhood councils even talk about the government. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Hold it for further discussion.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Let me, before we do that, it sounds like.
I do have a question.
Commissioner Lewis, and then I have.
Yeah, so to Commissioner Thomas's point, and I think Commissioner Yap's point, if I'm understanding correctly, please let me know. It does seem like T, if it passed, it would essentially override other items here if we voted to pass those. T seems like it's all encompassing in some ways, at least for some of these items, so it seems like it could be a bit contradictory. So.
I have a potential solution to what the commissioners would imagine we're looking for, which is we, in this package that has not been called special, we advance all items except for T and dispose of T in its entirety. It's not necessary. T, no T. That's what I would, so I will make it, so that's an amendment. Is there a second? Second. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the items that were not pulled for special, with the exception of item T, which we are just going to dispense with.
So that's an amendment?
To the motion, correct. Yes, Commissioner Stein.
rather than doing it that way, couldn't we just keep item T, put a comma, except as for those changes approved above? Because that would say the commission does not want to change the neighborhood council's authority, except which we expressly voted upon, both in special and as some come up otherwise.
How about, would this be amenable, except as voted on by the commission?
that still gives the ability to the commission to make future changes to the neighborhood council improvements. The late proposals are being dealt with on Thursday, so it's still allowed for that discussion and any potential votes to happen.
But isn't the video?
Isn't it implied that there are no other changes if we don't vote on anything else? I mean, it seems like, I respect what Commissioner Stein is saying, but it almost seems competitive. Isn't that implied that there will be no other changes other than the ones we?
Let's do this. Let's just pull T, and then we can have the fuller discussion. Okay, so item T is going to be pulled for special. So the motion on the floor is to approve items H, I, J, L, N, O, P, Q, R, and S. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, I will go to a vote on approving those items that were not pulled as special. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Commissioner Field, we are taking a vote on your motion to approve all the items that were not pulled as special. Item T was pulled as special. Yeah, T is now pulled as special, but the vote is on the remaining items. How would you like to record your vote?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. We now move on to items pulled as special. We move over to A, establish a council-driven process. I'm going to read the queue on this one, and then I have Commissioner Field after. I would like to make a motion that we establish a council-driven process. I'm going to explain it first and then read the language. That we establish actually, let me take a step back, but I am reserving my right to make a motion. I really do want to say thank you to all of the advocates and groups that have submitted public comment. They were especially helpful on this particular subject area. And I know a lot of you are like, do you all read them? Like I can tell you, I read every single one of them. And so a lot of the letters were very helpful. And we appreciate your contributions to this discussion. The revisions that I'm going to propose in my motion are to reinstitute a 3/4 vote. The reason why is because I do think that the council should have a different process, but I do want further safeguards in people using politics as a reason to drive this process. In that same vein, I also will be moving to strike the mayoral veto. It is moot if there is a 3/4 threshold anyway. It should not need to go back because it's just going to be defeated. And I am also going to move to strike the 30-day reconsideration period. There may not even be like a trial or a hearing on some of these things within 30 days, and to constantly have the council have to revisit this could paralyze the council in the business that it needs to do. So what I will read the language, but I just wanted to explain what the language changes are going to be. So it will read expand section 211 to establish a formal process that requires the introduction of a resolution calling for the temporary suspension of a council member, stating findings as grounds for the suspension. In addition, establish a procedure that dictates the resolution does not need to be heard by committee and proceeds directly to the full city council for consideration. Require the resolution to be taken up by the full city council no later than 7 days after the introduction of the resolution, and allow passage
only with a three-fourths approval, right in the next phrase, the next sentence. In the event charges are dropped or the council member is found not guilty, the suspension would also automatically lapse. That is the motion that I'm moving forward. Is there a second?
Before we second.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, discussion. I've got Commissioner Field and then Commissioner Thomas, and then Commissioner Fuentes, Commissioner Field.
Yeah, thank you very much, because your motion covered a lot of my concerns.
Commissioner Field, just can you speak a little closer to the mic?
Oh, thank you, of course, sorry. I appreciate the motion. I think it covers a lot of my questions and concerns. Two things. 3/4 of 23 or 25 or whatever the council ends up being, do we round off? Does it have to be made clear that, you know, you're not going to have a third of a person vote? I'm just concerned just about the number.
It will be rounded up, just like a 2/3 vote.
Okay, and yeah, whatever the tradition is, that's fine. The other thing, I would like to make a friendly amendment, the last part of it, in the event charges are dropped or council members found not guilty, the suspension would be declared null and void. I don't like the idea of lapsing. I think it should be a little more specific what happens. But that's just my kind of language preference. And I want to note that this, of course, does not take care of the questions that advocates have raised about the mayor and a vacancy in mayor or a similar issue. And I guess we are covering that in this round of charter thing that I'm doing.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that too, but for a different reason. We know that Black and brown folks are disproportionately indicted. All indictments are not created equal. And I think we need to be careful with suspension, because what I find interesting is we want to do this to elected officials who were actually elected to represent communities. But yet we don't want to do this to police. And so a police being charged doesn't automatically mean, or being accused of something, doesn't automatically mean that that police officer is suspended. Usually they're put on desk duty and they maintain their pay. And so I think we have to think very carefully about how this will be weaponized. I say will be weaponized. Because when you compare and contrast, well, I won't get into the details, I'll say it this way. Is it an individual person problem, or is it a structural issue? I would argue that it is a structural issue. I would argue that the structure is creating the environment for corruption. That's why I've continued to ask the question. What is the corruption? What is the antecedent to the corruption? And so I think it's very, very easy to say, and we have heard one council person say, well, you know, he was voted out of office. This means nothing if we're not also looking at what communities lost because of the leadership. And then what are we going to do about restoring those communities? Because it's not, you know, just removing someone or just suspending someone. There's still communities that need to be represented and that they could have harmed in this process. And so I don't feel absolutely comfortable with the fact that someone being charged with a crime is now automatically suspended or they're found to be guilty. And just from another perspective, in terms of as a Black person, when the police have stopped me and made me sit on the curb and then didn't give me a ticket. The argument that you didn't get a ticket, but I didn't do anything wrong. And so I think we have to be very, very careful about how we see that. I like Commissioner Field's language about regarding null and void, but I do think that if we are going to deal with this, let's deal with this structurally, and if we're going to, based upon an indictment, suspend folks, then that ought to apply to everybody in the city.
I have Commissioners Fuentes, Lewis, and Andrades. Commissioner Fuentes.
I wanted to make a friendly amendment to the suggested motion that suspension-related hearings be held in the council district of the suspended member on evenings or weekends, and a minimum of 5 days' notice to be given for committee or council consideration. And that's kind of carrying on from Commissioner Thomas's point about keeping the community involved, as well as prioritizing public accessibility for those meetings.
For the purposes of discussion, this one will be friendly, but we'll have discussion on it. Is there a second to the motion, to the amendment?
Could it be repeated, please?
Yes. Okay, so that was, it's a weird echo. Suspension-related hearings be held in the council district of the suspended member on evenings or weekends, and a minimum 5 days notice be given for committee or council consideration. And this was a recommendation that was offered by Fair Rep LA, but was not included in the staff report or staff memo.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second.
Okay, so commissioners, we're now going to have discussion solely on the amendment, and then once discussion on that amendment has wind down, we're going to take a vote. Commissioner Field.
I just want to say the one part of it that I just wondered. We're saying that this type of suspension resolution does not go to a committee, and even if we're committee. I'm thinking we just don't want to murky the waters that way and just keep it, it's going to be the full council that's going to hear this, you're going to create the motion, and then you're saying hear it in the specific council district and make it accessible. So, okay, I'd rather just say don't put the word committee, because we already are saying.
Yeah, I would amend that then to reflect Commissioner Field's suggestion.
Commissioner Levine.
I guess my question is, would that require a hypothetical scenario in which more than one council member was considered for repeal to be held on 2 different meeting days? Or however many were being indicted on that particular day?
That is a horrible reality that could be the case, but I'm open to hear any suggestions to that point of amendments to address that.
I would make an amendment that in the event that removals are being considered from more than one council member, council could be held in chambers with the same notice requirements.
Commissioner Fuentes, I'm going to ask you just to keep notes of the changes on the amendment, and then we'll have you reiterate it when the discussion is coming to a conclusion on this. Commissioner Lewis.
Trying to remember what all I was going to say now, but to Commissioner Thomas's point, I think I understand the sentiments. Having been pulled over and harassed by law enforcement many a time over the years, I certainly get you there. A lot more when I had my Jerry girl way back in the day, but not as much. So I hear you. Your motion, I think if we're able to push that forward, I would hope that could address, in part, your concern, Mr. Thomas. Yeah. And item C, I'm hoping, in terms of your concerns about what happens to the community.
Commissioner Lewis, if you don't mind, we'll definitely get to item C. I just want to make sure we do the amendment first and then. Yeah.
And then we'll go back. Sorry.
At the top of the list. No, you're good.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Fuentes, can you read the amendment as amended, please?
Yes, so the motion as amended would be suspension-related hearings be held in the council district of the suspended member in the case of multiple suspension-related hearing, if there's multiple suspended members having hearings, it would take place in council chambers or the council district of the suspended member on evenings or weekends, and a minimum of 5 days notice be given for council consideration. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm going to ask the city attorney to approach. This is more of a logistical question than others may know this. To my knowledge, council only meets in two venues, which is City Hall and then Van Nuys City Hall. And look, we certainly change things in the charter, but I think there are other logistical considerations that we're not fully cognizant of. The question is does council, to your knowledge, meet anywhere else besides those two locations?
I don't think so. I think we had the Ad Hoc Committee, we met at COCO to talk about.
No, not committees. I'm talking full council.
Full council, I think our charter means being the City Hall and Van Nuys City Hall part of City Hall. So I think you need to change that part of the charter. You also talk about logistical things. There are security issues, things big enough. There are those kinds of considerations.
Thank you, City Attorney. Yeah. Commissioner Stein.
Well, personally, I think if it is a valid council member who is accused of impropriety, that should be held in Van Nuys. For the rest of the city, it should be held downtown. I think there's security concerns that enter into this that we may not be mindful of. I think there's the size of any particular room that's available, other than those locations or things that we're not considering. I understand the commissioner's reasons for Mike wanting to have it in the council district, but I think they're overridden by boards and board policies. And therefore, I would urge that we just choose one of those two venues, depending if it's a valley district or if it's the remainder of the city district.
And I checked the charter, actually section 42, I forgot in City Hall or elsewhere, it's a big connection.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was answered. Yeah.
Andrades in the queue. Commissioner Andrades. Commissioner Levine.
I wonder though, it's a fair point, if there are Brown Act, ADA, or other state or local ordinances that might dictate an appropriate venue for a public meeting, and if we can amend the resolution to clarify that it would take place in such a venue.
Yeah, I accept that amendment.
Commissioner Andrades.
I'll just offer some food for thought. I think that some valid concerns have been raised with the idea that if you have an off-site city council meeting, especially with the larger city council, it might be very difficult to find an adequate venue. So we probably shouldn't find ourselves right now, because I don't have a good landscape of the venues in LA, and I know that something like this would require, a robust security apparatus. So in the event that we do choose to go with Commissioner Stein's idea, either the Valley or downtown, and then if it's not or Valley or downtown council member, maybe that's a situation where remote public comment could be used to supplement the lack of people who would be allowed to go in person. But I just think I'm big on the importance of security at these meetings, at city council meetings. And I'm not sure if there are adequate venues that can be found within 5 days' notice that are big enough. I think there are definitely venues, but not as quickly as we would like the hearing to be held.
Commissioner Thomas.
And I definitely do, I definitely do understand that. But as someone who goes to these kinds of things on a regular basis, security is not needed. It's just not needed. I don't know. But I do understand. But I think I think we're talking about the spirit of this, and because I think if you are accused of something, when you're black or brown, you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. That's just how it is. That's the reason there's critical race theory, to level the playing field somewhat. And so, knowing that that is the case, and that is absolutely the case. Matter of fact, race is de facto evidence for not telling the truth. Another issue that critical race theory seeks to deal with. So at the very least, if somebody's guilty, they're guilty, and they, if they're guilty, and then they suffer the consequences. But should that be in an environment, like, in other words, shouldn't they have a safe space where they could go, where they are sure that the environment is such that they can, where this process can seem fair? It is very difficult to get here. And a city council person, if they are a good one, should have strong ties with people in the community. And if they are a good one, these folks would be very, very passionate. And even if they happen to be found guilty, it would have at least given the people in that district a voice and a way of dealing with the trauma associated with losing their quote-unquote beloved city council person. Now that ain't the case with some of these folks, but we should not be making policy around individual people and personalities. So I would just offer that it's not just, and you can correct me, Commissioner, if I'm wrong, but it's also a safe space. Almost like being tried by a jury of your peers. That's how I like it. That's it.
Commissioner Fuentes, I definitely understand the spirit of this. I do think specifically, I live in CD1. I think all of us monitor, especially what was happening next door with KDL, and I know, like, having a hearing somewhere on his suspension would have been, like, explosive. And rightfully so, because of what he did. Rightfully so. And I think taking logistics, safety, venue, all of that into consideration is really key. And so, for this, I do find it a little overly prescriptive for what's needed to be in the charter.
I think we're doing some good advancements with the base motion. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to express. Are there any other commissioners who would like to get into the queue before I ask Commissioner Fuentes to reiterate the amendment and we take a vote?
I would just say that I went over to, I was actively involved in the KDL issue. And I went over to his district, and there was a press conference that was happening, and there were a lot of leaders. The press conference was at the police museum. I didn't even know that there was one that existed. But the police museum, I think it's in Eagle Rock, or wherever that is.
It's on York.
Yeah, wherever that is.
Across from the IHOP.
Right. Across from the IHOP. Well, they were calling for Nithya, Councilwoman Nithya, to step down because of the comments that she made regarding the police. I think they said she said after police when she was meeting with someone. Oh, they left already. There were some wonderful political science students from Cal State LA. And what I know as a professor at Cal State LA is if you're gonna come to Cal State LA and talk about policing, you better be willing to say that, because you're probably gonna be thrown off campus. But when I went over there and they were saying this, it went into, go back to where you're from. You don't belong here. All lives matter. I never said anything about Black Lives Matter. And so I'm saying that to say that had that been held in his district, it would have been contentious. Because there were a lot of people in his district that did not want him gone. A lot of them. Very outspoken. Very, very outspoken. And so, but I think that's a part of the process, though. I think it is. So I don't think, it's a part, I don't know why they wanted him, but maybe he did some things for them to, so I just wanted to say that I think it is prescriptive. But I think it should be, because I think the message that we want to send is we're not trying to look for corruption under every rock, so that people are not willing to run for public office. We're saying, should this occur, we're going to handle you with care and then put you in jail where you belong. You know what I mean? That's what it's supposed to go. We're going to give you your last meal, and then I'm going to come in and pray for you, and then there's justice. So that's the spirit of it, and so that I definitely hear what you're saying, Chair, but I think that there are some fights that need to be had, and I think that would have been a good one.
All right, let's do this. Commissioner Fuentes, if you could reiterate the motion, the amendment as amended.
Yes. That suspension-related hearings be held in the council district of the suspended member or in the event of multiple suspended members at city council on evenings or weekends, and a minimum of 5 days' notice be given for council consideration.
Right, the vote is on approval of the amendment as amended. Commissioner Andrades?
No.
Commissioner Field?
No.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levine?
No.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Murray?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Commissioner Stein?
No.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Yap? Yes. Motion fails. All right, we now move to the main motion. The main motion, which includes the change to 3/4, the removal of it being subject to a veto,
and the removal of the renewal vote every 30 days. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Commissioner Andrades.
Yeah, I just have a point of clarification that I'm seeking. It says that there has to be a resolution calling for temporary suspension of a council member, stating findings as grounds for suspension, and then later on it says, in the event charges are dropped or council member is found not guilty. So it does not say that the grounds for suspension requires charges to be present, so should we add that, or was that an oversight, at least in this memo, that doesn't appear elsewhere, but I just want to make sure that there's parity between the beginning and end of this.
I think we should add to the end.
We should add it to the end. I think whatever you.
Or what would your amendment be?
I guess it would just say stating findings as grounds for suspension, charges, and charges would be required in the grounds for suspension or something like that.
I think that's already in the chart.
No, that's what I'm asking. Is it this specific thing that's the issue, or
I think it's already in the charter.
And can you suspend, and under this, it kind of reads that you can suspend a city council person who hasn't been indicted or who hasn't committed a crime. Because I think that would be motion is to suspend.
That's C. And this is so Max, can you?
So currently under 211, to suspend someone, they have to be pending trial.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Commissioner Stein.
I would just wonder if you would consider a friendly amendment, which would be that whatever we eventually send forward with how many council seats there should be in the future, that the 3/4 vote is just then voted up for the required number of votes.
So 3/4 plus 1. Yeah, that's friendly.
And are we including the null and void language, which Commissioner Field spoke of, as opposed to that?
It says automatically lapse, I think a more formal action.
Commissioner Field, I'm open to that. Could you recommend language, or I could?
It's just the last sentence. In the event charges are dropped or council members found not guilty, I assume those are the two criteria, the suspension would be declared null and void. And if you want to say by a vote of the council, and I don't know what margin you need. I just think it's more official rather than quoted lapses.
So in the event that charges are dropped or the council member is found not guilty, the suspension would be declared null and void. That's friendly.
And would that include remote comments? Like if people can't, like if they're in the district, whether they're in the district or they're in City Hall, would they be able to call in? Because that's been a problem for us in terms of people calling in. Is that the same process for City Council?
I mean, this would be a council proceeding, and so it would follow the same rules. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe that there is state legislature that's also going to take effect in July, which is going to expand virtual access.
It expires
For the council, it's only for the council.
and it expires.
All right, is there any further discussion? Commissioner?
Yeah.
This is a question about the change from 2/3 to 3/4. I'm just curious about the rationale.
The rationale was actually precisely what Commissioner Thomas raised, which was, trying to prevent this understanding that nothing's going to be perfect, is using this as a political tool. The higher the threshold, the more council members who will need to. I believe that 2/3 was too low of a threshold, and there's more availability to use it as political retribution, and creating a higher threshold would minimize that. Okay, so I will reiterate the motion and then we will take a vote. So the motion is to instruct staff to draft charter language to expand section 211 to establish a formal process that requires the introduction of a resolution calling for the temporary suspension of a council member, stating
findings as grounds for the suspension. In addition, establish a procedure that dictates that the resolution does not need to be heard by committee and proceeds directly to the full city council for consideration. Require that the resolution be taken up by the full city council no later than 7 days after the introduction of the resolution, and allow passage only with a 3/4 plus 1 approval. In the event charges are dropped or the council member is found not guilty, the suspension would be declared null and void. All right, we will move to a vote. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Matt.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap. Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passes. We now move on to item B, clarify compensation requirements in charter for electeds under suspension. The ad hoc advanced option 1, which is to add language to section 211 stating that suspended elected officials are entitled to continue receiving full compensation. For the purposes of discussion, can I get a motion, please?
I move.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Stein, seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Field.
Yeah, it's really interesting. For those of us who've been lucky enough to have union jobs, this is kind of how it works, right? If someone's suspended, they tend to have their pay and benefits until the process occurs and either they are, my language isn't right, but they're found not guilty, or if they're, I think though that the mood of the people out there is that they're really angry when they find out that someone, even though we know that it's not proven, we're no innocent until proven guilty, but I like number 3, which is the one that basically says they are suspended from their city compensation, but they can seek other forms of income that does not present conflict. I'm remembering Mark Ridley Thomas' situation, and that was one of the biggest issues, is that the way it currently stands, he couldn't go earn any money, and he needed to. But the idea of continuing full compensation, which could last years, let's remember, and then you're also going to pay the salary of the replacement, given that we're going to have a much faster replacement process, we hope. I don't know, I think the public, it's very hard sell for the average person. Again, with deference to those who, I am assuming would argue that, until proven guilty, you shouldn't lose anything. But I just want to say I like 3 better.
Commissioner Levine and then Thomas.
I'm also concerned about the mood of the people, and I also know that this will proceed as a recommendation should it move forward both to a vote of the council and to a vote of the people. And so, if I can be a political hack for a moment, I would offer that we adjust the language. And we can quibble over language later too, but I think it's important in the motion. Instead of affirming the right to full compensation, make it clear that no changes will be made to suspended council member compensation as a result of suspension. Would that be friendly? Or there's no motion?
No, the motion was by Commissioner Sanchez. It was Stein, sorry. I hear it's friendly, so yes. Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
So just so I'm clear, so we're saying, because I just don't think you should necessarily, if everyone in the city isn't losing their salary when they are indicted, then I don't think anybody should be losing their salary when they're indicted. whether you are because I think it is, because again, we're going off of limited, we're going off of limited information. I know in the case of Mark Thomas, people were very upset about that, and I think that one of the reasons, I think this is more about him than it is even about the others, right? I think this is more about him than it is about the others. But the reality is that the courts affirmed his right to have compensation. So how can you be upset with someone who goes to court and wins because you wanted to punish him? And I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
There are a lot of court decisions over the years that we don't agree with.
That we don't agree with. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. But I'm saying there's nothing wrong with, but when it comes down to making a decision like this, because to be quite frank, I don't think the city council person is going to move this forward. I don't think it's going anywhere because, all of them riding dirty, if you ask me. So just saying, if you ask me, all of them got a little dirt on them, and I think that's kind of the political process, So I don't know, what does this get at? Like, if we remove the compensation, what does that do? Because again, if we're talking about doing it across the board, we're talking about doing it for police and everybody who works with the city, then I have no problem with it. But if we're singling out elected officials, and trust me, they're not a prize to me. So I'm not a cheerleader. But I think that there is something to be said about the commitment to be a public servant. And when they do, in fact, mess up, they need to be held accountable, absolutely. But I just don't know if putting their families in jeopardy is the way to do that. Putting their livelihood, when they haven't been found guilty. Now, if they're found guilty, this is a different story. But I just know that it's very easy to end up in this place. It's not as difficult as folks seem. So that's.
Just for, I'll get to you, Commissioner Luke. Commissioner Levine, can you reiterate the language that you used for the amendment that was accepted as friendly, so I can get it?
Yes. Add language to section 211 stating that no changes shall be made to the compensation of suspended elected officials.
1 second, everyone. Commissioner Lewis.
Question for Commissioner Levine. Is that essentially synonymous with A?
Yeah.
Same effect. Correct.
Yeah, same effect.
Rhetorical.
Okay. No, just chiming in. I mean, I understand what Commissioner Field is saying and what Commissioner Thomas is saying, and I agree with them both. And I mean, I think this, for me, you can chalk this up as being one of those situations where the best intended laws, policies, etc., can't quite account for every situation. I think if there were ever a case, something really egregious where someone on the council, went out and hacked up a bunch of folk, I mean, that would be pretty clear. I think there would be public outcry not wanting that person to get compensated. If it's more gray area, then to Commissioner Thomas's point, it could be unfair to strip someone's compensation away. Don't really know where to fall on this. I lean more toward number 3, but with the caveat of, and this may be overly prescriptive, Chair Mason, not sure, but if the person is found not guilty, that person would then be entitled to retroactive compensation of some kind to cover the period of time that he or she was suspended. So I would, if we could do something like that, amendment to, I guess, what would be 3.
I would imagine it's probably not friendly.
Say again?
That would not be friendly, but you could move it as an amendment if you would like.
I'm not sure if I want to.
Okay, well, we still got some discussion going, so that's fine, we still got some discussion going. Commissioner Andrades, withdrawn.
So, Commissioner Stein, this is your motion, right? Commissioner Stein, right?
Correct.
Since this is your motion, so your objective is your objective to make sure that anyone indicted does not get to keep their compensation. That's not your objective.
No.
My objective, I answer the commission. My objective is I still believe that you're innocent until proven guilty. And I've gone through it personally. Fortunately, there were never criminal charges because there was never any there. But I know what it did to my family. And we won't go through that. I think I've said that enough times. But if someone is accused of a crime, they have to be convicted or enter a guilty plea, whether to that charge or a lesser charge. And until that time, they're innocent. And to take away their livelihood, I just think is unconscionable, to be honest.
So I'm in total agreement with you, sir.
See, I knew there was agreement.
So let's do this. So I'm gonna call a vote on.
First, I wanted to reflect that at 7:55 on our date today, that Commissioner Thomas and I were in agreement.
Definitely not the first time or the last. So I'm gonna call a vote on the motion as amended. So add language to section 211 stating that no changes shall be made to the compensation of elected officials. City council.
Well, doesn't it apply more than city council? No, okay, not so much.
City council, not this one. Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
I'm persuaded innocent till proven guilty, yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item C, require the city to hold a special election for vacancies if more than half of the term remains. Provide the option to appoint or use special election if less than half of term. The ad hoc advance option 2, amend section 409 to require a special election to fill a vacancy if more than 1 year remains. Require the special election to be called within 10 days of the vacancy and held within 100 days. Can I get a motion to approve for the purposes of discussion?
I so
move.
Okay, Commissioner Stein moves, seconded by Commissioner Andrades.
I have a friendly amendment, Chair.
Yes.
Amendment is to more than 1 year remains, require a special election to be called within 30 days of the vacancy held within 180 days as opposed to 100 days. So from 10 days to 30, from 100 to 180 days.
Commissioner,
I accept that.
100 to what?
180.
80. Ooh.
so from 10 to 30 and from 100 to 180. The motion, the amendment is accepted as friendly. Let's see, Commissioner Field.
Yeah, and the question I have, especially with the amendment, it's about 6 months. Would the process that currently is used happen where the caretaker of the district in this interim of potentially 6 months till special election would be like chief of staff? In other words, it would be some staff in that particular council office. I think that's how it's been working, but I want some clarity, because that's a long time. You gotta have somebody representing. Well, I wish you did, and anyway, because I'm in 14, and this has happened to us a lot. But does anybody know? Is it automatic that if there's a caretaker?
This is, Max, if you could come, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, this does not speak to the caretaker. The caretaker is a practice and not within the charter, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's,
Okay, well, what is the plan for that potentially 180 days so that people in that district have some kind of representation while they're waiting for a special election?
Possibility the CLA has evocated it for a million years.
I think the City Attorney would like to.
Yeah.
So yes, there's usually a caretaker appointed. But remember, the caretaker doesn't have a vote at city council. It's just somebody who's managing the office.
Okay, so at least that, but then it means the constituents, potentially 6 months with nobody voting on their behalf. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any answer. It's just a tough situation, especially if you've lived in the 14th for 50 years.
Commissioner Levine, did you want to get, no. Any further discussion? All right.
Well, question.
Commissioner Lewis.
I guess for either Chair Mesa or my committee colleague, Commissioner Sanchez, the rationale for 1 year remaining versus half the term remaining. Can someone speak on that?
Yes, it's also to align with what state regulations for these types of elections.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we will take a vote on the motion as amended. So the vote is to amend section 409 to require a special election to fill a vacancy if more than 1 year remains, require the special election to be called within 30 days of the vacancy and held within 180 days. Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Field?
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levine?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Yap?
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item D, create a mechanism to enable removal or the initiation of removal of an elected official that involves a vote of the city council, i.e. legislative recall. The ad hoc advanced option 3 with an amendment to make it a 2/3 majority. I will be moving a motion to reinstate the 3/4 majority. Is there a second?
Second.
Or
At the 2/3.
correct, it would be reinstate. So it would keep to create a legislative recall process that allows the council to call a special election for removal and replacement with a 3/4 supermajority.
3/4.
3/4.
You said.
It was 2/3, but that's not noted in here, but the ad hoc did make an amendment to reduce it to 2/3. I'm reinstating the 3/4 that is in the document. Commissioner Murray. Yeah, we're now into discussion.
I am completely against this legislative recall. It's for somebody's in office. This smacks of a witch hunt. I believe there was a young man who was in Memphis, a young African-American man, I think he was in his 20s and his 30s. And I don't remember what the issue was, but he was removed from the city council because he voted, I can't believe, they thought that he acted out of turn or something, I can't recall what it was, but it was something petty. And the council voted to remove him. And this is a witch hunt. I don't think this is appropriate. If somebody hacked somebody to death, then they would already be under criminal charges just because somebody doesn't like somebody's attitude or they don't like the way they voted. I think this, the possibility of corruption are very strong. So I would be voting against any of these options as far as legislative recall.
Commissioner Field and then Commissioner Thomas. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you so much for that perspective. I'm a little concerned, and I just want to clarify. The purpose of this whole concept has to do with behaviors rather than criminal charges or allegations. This is, to give an example, this is something like a Gil Cedillo or a Kevin De Leon, where it wasn't criminal, they just did something that really, really upset a lot of people. So that would be the function of this, at least in theory, because Commissioner Murray raises an interesting and important question about the abuse of this kind of power. I have one other comment. The way it's worded in front of me, a council to call a special election for removal and replacement, but it doesn't say of other council members. Is it supposed to include the mayor or the city attorney? Or it's not clear in number 3 who could be subject to this removal and replacement.
I would just clarify, the young men in Memphis, where it was the state legislature, but anyway, I think it's still the Tennessee state legislature. Young man there were 2 young men, and they were protesting, right. And they didn't feel that they, I think one person brought something onto the House floor or something like that. I can't recall. Yes, you're correct, Commissioner Thompson. But I still think, even though this says vote to recall, I still think that's with the people. I don't think that the body should be able to remove in any way, shape, or form a legislative colleague. So I wanted to clarify what actually happened, but I'm still against the legislative recall.
So, and to clarify, this legislative process would trigger a recall election in the district.
But I go to the vote. But I just want to make sure Commissioner Murray is saying is she does not agree with it. Like there's already a recall process that can be initiated by voters, and that is, we don't need to create this in addition to that. Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I have to. I couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner Murray, because I just think it's rife for. I can just see this. I can just almost see this happening, and so I think, and I think it philosophically, this whole issue around should the controller be able to, audit the mayor's office or another elected official. It's the same kind of thing. And so if there is a concern about that, then there should be a concern about this. And so I too, I'm just not comfortable, and I happen to know Justin, in terms of know of his work. He's now teaching at Fisk. He's a fellow there, and so just so y'all know, that's my alma mater. Just so y'all know. Anyway, shameless plug. But I think we have to be very careful. I really, really think we have to be very careful. And also too, let's be very honest. Y'all's president, what did they say? Let the people decide. And now it's coming out what he really did. And it is horrific. If you've read those Epstein files, it's horrific. And so I think there is some merit to that. And I would have to agree with Commissioner Murray. I could not in good conscience vote in favor of it.
Commissioner Andrades.
I'm just going to offer some perspectives that appeared at the Ad Hoc Committee level, but didn't appear here. This was driven particularly because of the KDL precedent. There were legislative recall processes in his district, but in part because of meddling, in part because they just couldn't catch on. So the council really had their hands tied, even though a majority of the city probably wanted him gone. So that was the precedent we were given, and I think that That's why I supported it and will continue to support it, especially because it has precedent at the California state level.
Commissioner Stein and then Commissioner Field.
Well, I'm gonna give Commissioner Murray a lot of credit. She's able to teach an old dog new tricks. And I think her point is well taken. It's something that I don't recall that we ever discussed at Ad Hoc. And if we did, I'll just talk to myself, I made a mistake. So I think the type of legislative recall really shouldn't take place.
Commissioner Field and then Commissioner Lewis.
Yeah, I just want to say that after what Justin said, I mean, I just don't think this describes particularly well what I thought I heard, and which is essentially the council with this high majority, 3/4, actually is, instead of people signing recall petitions, they're putting the recall on the ballot for the people of that district to vote. And I want to be sure I understand. Removal and replacement, meaning we're going to have like we have in the California governor recall, with whoever's name. But they already have decided that's a lousy way to do it. You don't, I mean, I think actually coming soon to all of us is a state constitutional amendment to fix that and not use that method, but to make sure it's kind of separated. Maybe on the same ballot, but not the whole, you know, whoever feels like it getting on there. I don't know. I just feel like it doesn't even correctly describe what this is. So I thank you.
Commissioner Lewis, and then I'm going to jump in the queue. Commissioner Lewis.
Another dicey one here. I mean, thank you, Commissioner Murray, for all that you shared, because you definitely sold me. And I remember that situation in Tennessee you're talking about. So I think you won me over. I guess my concern is, you know, what happens if there's ever another phone call that is completely anti-Black and erodes public trust and people want folks gone ASAP? What happens then? It's more of a rhetorical question, but that's, you know, where my mind is drifting to right now. Although I love the point you made, and I think it's very well taken.
Commissioner Thomas and then Commissioner Levine.
Really quickly, you know what happens? We camp outside your neighborhood. We canvass your neighborhood, and we tell your neighbors that you're not a good neighbor. That's what we do. So there is a way of dealing with it. But
I'm still on the council and I'm still not going anywhere.
But
you can sit outside my house all you want.
Well, no, he did leave. But I think the thing too is that the issue with Kevin De Leon wasn't just the fact that he didn't want to go, but he had support. I was sitting in council chambers when the president of city council said that he took him through a restorative justice process. Now, I take offense to that because that's a Catholic principle, and that's something that is very near and dear to me. You can't take, as an individual person, someone who has harmed a number of people through a restorative justice process. Restorative justice means that the community has to fully restore you, not one individual person, not the anointing of the city council president. And so, with that happening, why would he leave? Why would he resign? You know, and so that is what should not have happened. And maybe had that not happened, he might have resigned. But he was even given committee positions. So there was really very little, you know, as was said in the comments, it's just 25 people, 25 Black folks screaming, you know. And so the thing is that I still think that what these individuals did, we don't need to set policy for those individuals. We need to look at the structure. And You know, we need to look at the structure, but I think one of the things that happened is people got very engaged, and they were on a mission to make sure that he was replaced. Now the question, Commissioner Lewis, now what if he was just in his first, if this happened in his first 6 months? You see what I'm saying? You know, if this happened in his first 6 months, then that, but it happened towards the end, and then it could be absolved with an election. And so I do think that you make a point there. I think you make a point there, but I do think that in the end, there was not the political will. I mean, these are excuses. You know, if we vote and give them the authority to remove these folks, they're not going to remove them when they do something wrong. They're going to remove them when it's politically expedient. They're connected. And so, just as we heard in those tapes, they had a cabal, right? Those 4 people were a cabal. They were protected, they were together, and they were moving forward. And so, that would be my response, you know, by intense, moving out. Anyway.
Commissioner Levine, you'll get the last comment and I'll call a vote on this.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Murray's points are excellent, and I think that the spirit in which the chair moved to increase the bar for touching off a recall process from 2/3 to 3/4 is in the spirit of limiting the potential for this to be used as a political weapon. And my question is, was there discussion at the ad hoc level to move forward the Washington, D.C. model that requires a extremely high bar for moving forward with the removal of, or for kicking off a recall process? Because I do wonder if that provides sufficient protections while giving the council a extraordinarily difficult bar to meet, but a bar nonetheless, should there be egregious actions taken by a council member.
DC just removed somebody that got reelected.
So council, so Commissioner, the answer is no, it wasn't at ad hoc, but those discussions did take place at the subcommittee level prior to ad hoc. All right, I'm going to call a vote on this. So the motion is to approve the creation of a legislative recall process that allows for the council to call a special election for removal and replacement with a 3/4 supermajority. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
No.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
No.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Murray.
No.
Commissioner Sanchez.
No.
Commissioner Stein. No. Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Commissioner Yap. No. Motion fails. We now move on to item E, which, yes, was pulled. This is remove Charter Section 803 LUSD and add a municipal code. Charter Section 803 titled Election of Board Members explains how members of the Board of Education of LUSD are elected, includes definitions, expenditure, regulations, breakdowns, various forms of campaign contribution limits. The Ethics Commission recommends removing this section from the charter and placing it into municipal codes so LUSD elections are treated the same as citywide candidate elections. Commissioner Lewis, I think you may have called this one special, I forget.
Repeat that for me, I'm sorry.
I think you may have called this one special, or someone called E special. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. This was the, no, was it? maybe, I forget at this point who called it. It may not have been you, Commissioner Lewis.
I may have pulled F and G.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Commissioner Thomas?
Are these of a piece, by the way?
Are these of a piece? E, F, and G?
These were done, they were similar recommendations, but they were separate. But were there any questions on this particular item that commissioners had? This is just E right now.
Move E.
Second.
Recommendation of not part of the charter of the municipal ordinance.
Okay, and then so moved by Commissioner Stein, second by Commissioner Andrades. Is there any discussion? All right, is there any objection to approving item E? All right, seeing none, item E is approved. We will move to item F, which is apply the LAUSD process for adjusting contribution limits to city contribution limits, change the adjustment time for city election contribution limits from 1 year to 4 years to match LAUSD election contribution limits. Commissioner Lewis.
Yeah, I think I pulled some combination of E through G, but I think my main rationale was to give other commissioners an opportunity in anticipation. Folks may have some thoughts or at least questions about the rationale for aligning some of the LAUSD regulations with city officials.
I will move to approve item F. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stein. Is there any discussion from any commissioners?
So it's going to be, so I know we left out, the Ethics Commission this recommendation to treat LAUSD elections like city elections. So it seems like we're doing that for finances, but not for the actual election, if I'm thinking about this correctly. So if we cut E, that's what we did, right? Then we
advanced.
Oh, okay, okay. Then you guys have a question.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
All right, seeing no other discussion, the motion is to move forward item F. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, item F is approved. We now move to item G, update the contribution limits to reflect current amounts.
I'll move.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Stein and a second. I saw a number of public comment on this one asking us not to take action due to potential state law that may change contribution limits. I wanted to ask, is Max around, or is Max, if there's anything, or a professional from the Ethics Commission, if you, Tyler, just, I don't want to get your name wrong, so why don't you come to, and introduce yourself.
Good evening, can you hear me?
It's a little louder, please.
Yes, my name is Tyler Joseph. I am the Policy Director with the Ethics Commission. And you had questions just about
G, update the contribution limits to reflect current amounts and potential concerns that possible state legislation may intersect with this.
Yes, so actually we have no problem with leaving this as is if you like. The current setup is that there are certain limits that are adjusted for changes to CPI in our laws, and all of those reference base numbers. Those base numbers are those base numbers are currently from 1991 when these laws were initially adopted. That isn't a big deal because we update those numbers every year and we publish them on our website, we publish them in the candidate guide, we keep those current. I believe the objection from some of the public comments was not actually about state law changes, it was about other potential changes that you all might recommend to the public financing program and how those changes might interact with some of these contribution limits. So because these are just sort of anchoring points and general references, and because we publish these updates annually, or potentially every 4 years if these other changes go through, we actually have no problem with leaving these as is, if that's what you'd like to do.
Appreciate that. I would just add that I know there's another item on making the charter more flexible for additional public financing mechanisms, and so that's why I would request that we just dispense with this item and keep it as is, but I'm open to, of course, further discussion.
I have no problem.
Commissioner Stein, okay, so why don't we just do this? Why don't we withdraw the motion that's currently on the table, and I will just advance a motion to dispense with item G. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any further discussion on dispensing with item G? All right, seeing none, is there any objection to dispensing with item G? All right, seeing none, item G is dispensed with. We now move on to item K that was pulled as special. Item K is Article 9, Section 900, purpose, replace the term citizen with civic. The language of citizen disqualifies residents of Los Angeles without citizenship participation in the government process. This is pulled as special. Does anyone have any? I forgot. I think Commissioner Lewis, is this you pulled as special?
Yeah, I'm sorry, they're driving the documentation for me, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
This is for K, right?
Yeah.
So, just to clarify, this one would allow for, so the language here is citizen disqualifies residents of LA without citizenship participation in the government process. So, translation, does that mean individuals without citizenship would be able to vote, for example? What are some examples of the government process? What does that mean?
Commissioner Sanchez.
Hi, Commissioner Lewis. So we heard this, and I think the term citizen implies that you have citizenship, and however, there are a lot of folks that are here legally that can participate in the neighborhood councils, and I believe that was the change in the language, is from citizen to civic.
So I recall hearing about this. I think even then it wasn't completely clear to me. So is it about more so ensuring that people with legal citizenship can be more engaged in neighborhood council meetings?
Commissioner Sanchez and Commissioner Lewis.
I think it was, they're not checking for citizenship. I mean, that's not the role. It was basically a change in the term, because it does imply that it requires citizenship, therefore alienating a lot of folks that could participate in this process that should.
Commissioner Levine and then Commissioner
Pretty much focus on neighborhood council engagement.
And the specific phrase that it is referenced to is a reference to, quote, citizen engagement, promotion of citizen engagement. And so this would change it to civic engagement, which is also, in my opinion, a more broadly recognizable term.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I would look at it like the difference between when people say African American and when they say black. When they say black, they're talking about black people wherever they exist. When they say African American, they're solely talking about African Americans. And now I've seen that played out
in schools and universities with different groups, like the Nigerian club, and so it's gotten to the point where when you name something the African American Cultural Club, that the black folks who are from Nigeria or other places don't feel as if that is the club for them. And I think that's what the spirit of it is just to make sure that everybody feels like they are welcome and are a part and can participate.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on item K? All right, seeing none, is there any objection to approving item K? All right, seeing no objection, item K is approved. We now move on to item M, which is clarify the Commission's role in approval of contracts and leases prepared on behalf of neighborhood councils. Charter Section 902B provides the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners bond with the responsibilities of approving contracts and leases. I do not recall who pulled item M as special, but is there any discussion on item M?
So are these contracts and leases, are they like getting the room where they meet? I mean, what specifically is this? Yeah.
Hi, Commissioner Thomas. Yes, it does to any of the vendors that they are hiring, whether it's a balloon vendor, an audiovisual vendor, for within their jurisdiction for the councils.
Does our commissioners, any further discussion?
No, I is it to remove or to? No.
It's a technical.
Okay. Oh, then I agree with that.
Basically, this, so for neighborhood councils, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners has to approve all of their contracts. And for other commissions, there's like a threshold where the executive director can approve it. So this is just giving more flexibility for contracts under a certain amount that the general manager of Dunn can approve it and not have to go to the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners to approve it.
They also don't approve all our contracts below above certain.
Would you like to,
I'm sure there's plenty of people here that can give. Hi everyone, my name is Vanessa. I work for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment through Dunn Power LA. And this has, I think there was a distinction in the charter. Neighborhood council funding used to be within our own department. It has since switched over to the office of the city clerk that addresses all kind of contracts with neighborhood council. So this would provide some clarification or correction to that section in the charter. But there's also a very big difference between the contracts that our executive director or general manager kind of would kind of take care of for our own department. But for neighborhood councils, this would be something that would have to go before the commission and wouldn't be kind of under the approval of our staff, our general manager. So just kind of clarify, bring that section up to date now.
thank you for that clarification. Is there any objection to approving item T? All right, excuse me, any objection to approving item M? M. All right, seeing no objection, item M is approved. We now move on to item T, which was no change to neighborhood council's authority. I would like to move to dispense with item T. Is there a second? Is there any further discussion on dispensing with item T? All right, is there any objection to dispensing with item T? Seeing none, item T is dispensed with. We now move on to the next item on our agenda, item number 3, consideration and possible approval of a report from the Ad Hoc Committee on bifurcation of the city attorney's role, I will hand it over to Commissioner Andrades.
Well, we talked a little bit about this last week, so I'll spare you the exposition. But as a reminder, the spark notes of this are we, at the committee level and then again at the ad hoc level, affirmed that we should bifurcate the city attorney's roles, having an elected city attorney for prosecution and then a separate appointed city attorney for counsel in legislative affairs. So the main concern was that the current model allows for the possibility of politicization within the role of the city attorney's office. Particularly, as I may point out, we had several comments from departments and commissions and others that noted that the way that it's currently set up, having both of these functions in the same place, although there should be a wall between the city attorney when they're acting on behalf of one client versus another, the way that it currently exists, that does not occur. So one fix to this was to bifurcate the city attorney's roles, not going as far as some of the advocates have suggested, but seeing if this can work before there's any additional changes. And then the second big push is that the way that it currently exists, when there's some kind of liability settlement, both of those are handled, the person representing the city and then the person representing the others the police are in the same entity. So splitting the office would allow there to be one or the other, because we had a lot of comment that said that having both of these responsibilities in the same office led to increased and inflated settlements, especially when the elected official has to be concerned with their re-election and then potential future election plans. So all of this together was why we had decided to bifurcate the city attorney's roles as a cure to some of these challenges that were mentioned in public comment and elsewhere.
Okay, I'm going to move to approve the bifurcation of the city attorney's role. Is there a second?
A second.
Commissioner Thomas seconds. All right, discussion on the item.
I do think, well, I hope we will bring back up the public advocate, because I do think that I took what was shared, the former city attorney, I took what he said to heart, but I think what levels kind of the playing field is adding the public advocate. Because somebody, and I know we're not talking about that, but I'm just going to throw that out there as, or maybe I don't know if that would be a friendly amendment, I don't know. I don't know.
We have the public advocate agendized for another meeting.
He said it wouldn't be friendly, okay. So we'll wait to talk about that later. So, yeah. That's it.
Any other discussion? Okay, on this we will take a roll call vote. So this is for the bifurcation of the city attorney's roles. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yak.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item 4 on the agenda, consideration and possible approval of the creation of an inspector general role in the charter. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes, so I did present this motion and I will read it into the record as I am required to do. Apologies in advance, it's a little long. The Charter Reform Commission was established in response to significant concerns regarding diminished public trust, supposed corruption, and an overall lack of government accountability. Paramount to this was the leak of audio files from the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor headquarters, commonly referred to as the Fed tapes.
For this reason, the Commission has a particular interest in proposing reforms that eliminate any incentive for corruption. The Independent Redistricting Commission and the Ethics Commission, hereafter referred to as independent commissions, exist to provide impartial oversight free from political influence. These functions are central to anti-corruption checks and balances. Today, the effectiveness of these independent commissions may be compromised when they rely on legal counsel that is embedded within existing legislative or executive political institutions. This committee has already spoken at length about the inherent conflict of interest that arises when the city attorney serves as legal counsel to independent entities, including but not limited to independent commissions. Such conflicts may occur notwithstanding any walls within the current structure of the city attorney's office. Recognizing this inherent conflict of interest, this commission has already voted to advance reforms to address politicization within the office of the city attorney. However, this commission has not yet fully insulated independent commissions. Due to checks and balances that these independent commissions place on all political and apolitical city activities, they are due special consideration with regard to any potential influences. Under proposed structural changes to the office of the city attorney, these commissions are not fully insulated from potential political influences, as they would continue to receive legal counsel from the same office that advises city entities and elected officials. Strengthening the structural and operational independence of independent commissions is in the city's best interest, even when such reforms may limit the discretion or authority of political officials. Notwithstanding any reluctance from the political actors to advance these reforms, it is imperative that this commission advance reforms that serve the best interests of the city and of public trust. I therefore move that the Independent Redistricting Commission and the Ethics Commission shall be granted the authority to hire their own general counsel and a limited staff of attorneys, who shall serve exclusively at the direction of each respective commission. They shall include that the office of these general counsels shall be housed within their respective commissions and shall not be housed within, affiliated with, or supervised by either of the bifurcated successors of the former office of the city attorney, provided, however, that the general counsel may consult with the office of the appointed city attorney for additional support, consistent with the city attorney's role as a legal counsel to the city as a whole. While the Ethics Commission currently possesses the ability to retain outside counsel, this amendment is not in conflict with existing authority. The General Counsel shall serve as the Commission's internal legal advisor, including the initial review and handling of legal questions, with continued authority to retain outside counsel as necessary. I further move that the Independent Redistricting Commission shall be granted the authority to retain outside counsel on a limited case-by-case basis, modeled after the authorization granted to the Ethics Commission under Measure ER, and not as a blanket authorization. I further move that the budgets of the Independent Redistricting Commission and the Ethics Commission shall be protected from political manipulation, and that any general decrease in the city revenue shall not by itself result in proportional or automatic reduction in budgets of these commissions. The respective annual budget of the Independent Redistricting Commission and the Ethics Commission shall be no less than $10 million. During years when the Independent Redistricting Commission is inactive, this sum will be appropriately reduced. I further move that the Ethics Commission shall have the authority for direct ballot placement. Any ballot measure proposed by the Ethics Commission shall be presented to the City Council, which shall have the opportunity to hold a public hearing and propose amendments, but shall not have the authority to block placement. I further move that the Ethics Commission shall be supported by an Inspector General, who shall serve as a senior auditor of the city and shall be first among equals of the Inspector Generals. The Inspector General shall have the authority to audit city officials and shall act as an arm of the Ethics Commission, working in tandem with the Commission and its General Counsel. The Ethics Commission may refer matters to the Inspector General upon a vote of at least 51% of the Commission. The City Council may refer matters to the Inspector General upon an affirmative vote of at least 2/3 of its members. The Inspector General shall be appointed by the Mayor and confirmed by a majority of City Council. The Inspector General serves a 6-year term offset with the election calendar. The Inspector General shall be attached to but separate from the Ethics Commission, and that the Inspector General will perform proactive enforcement with autonomy to conduct investigations independent of the Ethics Commission, unless in cases where matters are referred. The scope of the Inspector General's authority shall not be limited and shall include audits necessary to strengthen the work of the Ethics Commission, included but not limited to audits related to land use and processes and decisions. That's the full motion as originally submitted, but having listened to public comment and having read a letter from the Ethics Commission, I do have 2 amendments that I would like to make before I seek a second. So the first is that the Ethics Commission that was worried that as it's currently written, creating the $10 million cap that could be read that it applies to both together. I don't necessarily agree because it says respectively, but I would like to add the word each to that, so it would say the respective annual budget of the Independent Redistricting Commission and the Ethics Commission shall each be no less than $10 million. The second and final amendment is to the appointment process of the Inspector General. It shall now be read to state, the Inspector General shall be appointed by a nomination from the Executive Director and an affirmative vote of the Commission. The Inspector General shall serve a 6-year term and may be removed by a 3/4 vote of the Commission. That's the full amendment, and then I can take some time to further explain in discussion if there's a second.
Second, based upon the corrections that Commissioner Andrade made.
Okay, so I talked a lot, so I'll give you a few notes just for the discussion. To create this, I worked through a lot of the proposals that had been submitted to us. I took sentiments that were submitted by the public advocates, sentiments that were submitted by the ombudsman, especially with regard to the Inspector General. Although we received a letter from the Ethics Commission, the way that I see this role is one that works in tandem with the Ethics Commission, and that's why it's housed therein, but it's also independent. So it has the ability, with a broader mandate, to peruse things beyond election and campaign finance, to actually look at the actions that an elected official takes while in office, and then if they're considered, corrupt or something of that nature, they could then refer it to the appropriate legal entity. So it does not necessarily mirror the Inspector General that we see at the city level right now in the fire department and the LAPD. Instead, it's more closely related to an Inspector General that exists at the federal level. So there was a lot of oversight, intention that went into how I constructed that. And then I'll lastly say that I am not big on purity policy. This was not an all or nothing. I really did try to pull something that every group would like. So the Ethics Commission is opposed to some things, labor is opposed to others. But I tried to find a happy medium that encaptures the themes and opinions of all of the different stakeholders that would be affected by this policy. Thank you. I end my time.
May I ask Commissioner?
Yes, Commissioner Stein.
I don't know of any other commission that has the authority for direct ballot placement. Could you explain the rationale for that?
Yeah, so I talked to some stakeholders about that one specifically, and they had pointed to the deliberations that had gone around with regard to Measure ER previously. A direct ballot placement was considered for the Ethics Commission, particularly because we don't, prior to the bed tapes, we hadn't seen a lot of regulation, self-regulation by City Council, and they would have to be the ones that would affirmatively put things on the ballot. Now this was left off of Measure ER for political reasons beyond my awareness, but I will say that I think that there was value in keeping that on, because outside of tremendous scandal and that shakes the city, you're very rarely going to see elected officials truly limit their own power and authority and autonomy, which is why I think there is value in giving the Ethics Commission the ability to put things on the ballot. However, you will see that the Ethics Commission actually doesn't love what I said, because they don't even want City Council to be able to have a hearing on this. They want to just put things on the ballot directly. But I do think that there is value in the City Council holding a hearing, and that would show a lot of public support or lack of support for these ballot measures that would inform the Ethics Commission, who does have the end-all ability to put things on the ballot, but then could.
May I ask one follow-up?
Yes, and then I have Commissioner Murray and Commissioner Levine that come back to the side. Commissioner Lewis.
My concern, Diego, is there's no one elected on the Ethics Commission, and they're all appointed officials. And
Commissioner Phillippe, get a little closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Lewis. I always think my voice is so loud that everybody can hear me in council chambers. My concern is they're not elected officials. They're appointed by various elected officials have one of the selections. That's the part that troubles me about having it where they can put it directly on the ballot. Normally, I'm just going to say council. If council you have 15 elected officials and 8 of them can make the decision to yes or no, put something on the ballot. Would you consider taking that provision out?
I am not shocked. I wrote the motion in such a way so that that specific proposal could be extrapolated from the larger body. So you're free to make a motion to do that, and I
take it as a
I'll
friendly
take it as
amendment?
friendly.
I'm sorry.
I'll take it as friendly. Yeah. Sorry, unless the second denies it, then I will not take it as friendly. As you was on the
Just to put it in context, when I was on the Ethics Commission, when I went to band camp, I bore myself when I talk about it, but we did extensive, I don't know where Rob Kwan is here, or Christy Pittman, extensive, probably a year-long process. We were trying to reform the municipal lobbying ordinance. We took probably a year of testimony. We had exceptions for nonprofits. We talked about developer bans, and we could not, so we did a year of testimony, presented the language just like we're doing here, did write-ups and redlining, and we sent it to the city council where it sat and sat and sat. And I. Two presidents after me did the same thing. Jeff Darr did a whole new group of folks, went through year-long testimony and sent it to council, and it sat and sat and it died. So that's the reason, again, the council did not want to police themselves because they didn't want contribution limits. And this is all around the time where people were busted for bringing suitcases to Vegas. So they did not want to police themselves. So those are the sort of things when it comes to reform and it comes to transparency. That's the reason. But I understand it is touchy. We did get a lot of public comment from union folks, so I understand their position, but so I'm not going to die on that heap, so I wouldn't have an opposition to the friendly amendment, because I understand, but at least it should be out there.
Yeah, and I accept it, but I totally agree with Commissioner Murray's sentiments.
What was the, just for my notes, what was the friendly amendment?
The friendly amendment was to strike the commission, ethics commission having the authority for direct ballot placement. It is the third I further on the motion.
And to have a separate subsequent vote on that specific, so to extract and then to vote separately on that.
So
to bifurcate.
So
yes.
You said you want a separate vote on that.
I would like to say. I would like
okay,
to
so then the motion is not, the amendment is not friendly then.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, Commissioner Stein, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that I interpreted the motion was that we would extract the specific clause about ballot placement from this motion.
I'm sorry, I should
and then have a future vote on.
I don't have a problem on the ballot places. I just have it on
ballot
the authority for direct ballot placement.
Exactly. So we would have first the vote on the full. We'd bifurcate this.
Okay, so it's separated out.
Separated out.
Okay,
so it's still friendly, but it would be bifurcated.
Okay, got it. In the queue is Commissioner Levine, Lewis, and Thomas. Commissioner Levine.
I had one question on the now bifurcated motion. Would it be appropriate to discuss at this time or upon subsequent consideration?
So the motion on the floor is, it's still
the primary motion.
Yeah, it's still the
You're
primary
not...
motion, but we'll take two separate votes.
Okay, so in that case, on this primary motion, as I understand it, the redistricting commission is a permanent charter commission. Does the annual $10 million budgeting requirement take into consideration years in which it does not sit?
Yes, so as the motion is written, it says that $10 million would be adjusted when the commission is not actively meeting, so it could be lowered to operating expenses at that time.
And then a follow-up question on that same motion. And if I could channel Commissioner Yap, if you could explain maybe the rationale behind $10 million as the number?
Yeah, so the rationale behind $10 million was several-fold. The main one was, at least with regard to what we had received from the Ethics Commission, they had said that they do not support the creation of a general counsel or an inspector general unless their office is subsequently funded to account for not just those two positions, but the staff that would go along with those positions. So the Ethics Commission currently has a budget of $7 million. So I added $3 million because I think they had asked for 8 or 9, but it hadn't talked about, the IG had only talked about general counsel. So I just added an additional $1 million. So there was thought that went into the amount they had requested for independent budgeting, but also just the additional expenses that would be created, especially since the Inspector General would be semi-independent in this nature, so they wouldn't have full access to all of the resources. They might need a larger staff to accomplish their mission. And I'm typically opposed to ballot box budgeting, but a lot of the good governance groups have talked about the need to insulate these particular budgets from political interference.
Appreciate addressing that.
Commissioner Lewis and then Commissioner Thomas, and then I will get in the queue.
And so 2 of my questions, they've been partially, if not fully answered. One was the rationale behind the $10 million that Commissioner Levine asked. And then Commissioner Murray spoke to the second one. Maybe we can expand on that a little bit. I'm wondering about, do we know more about examples, I guess beyond what Commissioner Murray spoke about, examples where the Ethics Commission is trying to get certain, have made moves to get things placed on the ballot and that has basically been blocked?
Jamie's one of our stakeholders, and Rob is one of our stakeholders. He used to present quite often to the Ethics Commission, but the municipal lobbying ordinance is a big one, developer ban, and those are the ones off the top of my head. But those are pretty steady issues, and those were in conjunction with the fact that, again, we had a councilman that was in Vegas with ladies of the night in bags full of money. So it was happening during those times from a developer. And we couldn't get the developer ban anywhere off the ground, and also behested payments. Tyler was there as well. I mean, he was there. So those were big issues that went towards corruption that were not addressed at all.
Recusal notification.
Yeah. Oh, recusals. Yeah.
Right.
Commissioner Thomas.
I have to agree with Commissioner Murray on this. And if the Ethics Committee is charged with making sure that the city and elected officials do what is ethical on behalf of the city and the people, if we are rethinking all of this because of corruption, it doesn't make sense for the Ethics Committee to be barred from bringing things to the ballot box. And I say that just in the situation that we're in right now. There are going to be proposals that we move forward that City Council, they're not going to want to put on the ballot. The problem with that is, City Council also, they're not going to do the kind of work that we've done. They're not. You know, in terms of the way we have heard from the public. You know, they're not going to sit down with the API community the way that happened. It was beautiful. I mean, that's the way, honestly, that's the way public comment should be done. It shouldn't be done with 90 seconds. It shouldn't be done this way. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about that. And so I really do think that because we come up with these, I mean, the notion of an ethics committee is great, but an ethics committee with no teeth, what's the purpose? And so I think that ultimately, the Ethics Committee, should they feel compelled that something needs to go to the ballot for the people to decide, after they have done the work that City Council has not done, that they should be given that option. You know, I think that's the only way that you honor the work that they're doing. Other than that, it's just kind of like busy work. You know, it's like I'm a staffer. If I want to, you know, go out here and explore these issues and tell me if it's ethical and if it aligns with my, if it's politically expedient for me, then I'm going to support it. And if it doesn't, then I can ignore it. And I just don't think that is, I think the fact that the name Ethics Committee deserves more respect than that, is what I'm saying. I think it deserves more respect than that, because in order to be in this political realm and to have to determine whether people are moving ethically, and these are very powerful people, the mayor and city council, I mean, you can't, that's a significant responsibility. And I think it should be honored. And it's a significant sacrifice too. You know, careers, reputations, all of those things can be at stake when you are putting something forward that you know the powers that be don't want to see. And so I think that as a final ditch effort, if the Ethics Committee believes that ultimately this going to the ballot is going to provide the kind of governance that the people of Los Angeles need over and above elected officials, I think that they should be given, you know, that kind of responsibility and power. Because maybe, and Commissioner Murray, you would know this, you folks that were on ethics, you know, what if it had been put on the ballot and passed? Would we have had the corruption that we see today?
Well, we started doing it at the same time all that stuff was happening.
Okay.
But we didn't know what was to come when I was on the commission, but towards the end, that's when all hell broke loose.
So it's safe to assume, it's safe to assume that if it was known that you had the power to put this on the ballot, would people have acted in the ways that they had? I mean, it's unknown. But I think it is. I think it's important, and I think it's courageous. If we believe in being ethical, and if we want ethical leaders, then I think the Ethics Committee should be the place where those recommendations take place, and they should be taken seriously. And the people should be the final arbitrators. It should be the people, not the elected official, but the people.
I have myself in the queue, and then I don't see any other commissioners, but we'll do one more. I'll do one more look through. Commissioner Andrades, I really want to thank you for your leadership on this issue, for working really collaboratively, which often involves compromise. And that is a word that can be shamed in some circles, but it is also a way of meeting people where they are, and that's to be applauded. Obviously, I have some reservations, and I'll express that in my vote, but what I wanted to, I actually want to propose an amendment not related to what people might think. A separate amendment. If this were to get voted on by council and approved by the voters, we would be giving the Ethics Commission a lot of power. And that argument has been well made of why they deserve it. And that is why we are here today. My amendment is going to be that anyone who served on the Ethics Commission, anyone who served, it's that time. Let's give it a second. This is a Zoom. Okay, there we go. My amendment would be that anyone who serves on the Ethics Commission not be eligible to run for a city elected office within 10 years of the end of their term. And the reason why I'm making that amendment is because we need to, as we are insulating the independents, we also need to ensure that no one is going to be using this position as a political springboard for the same concerns that we have had as political brinksmanship. That's fine. You want to be the arbiter who's going to take on the decisions of holding elected officials accountable and make some really tough decisions. We need to put guardrails in place that these people are not using it for their own individual political ambitions. So my amendment would be that any person who serves on the Ethics Commission be prohibited from running from an elected position in the city of Los Angeles following 10 years from the end of their term.
I am fine with that, as long as my second is okay with that. Okay, yeah, that's what's fine. Yep.
That's, yeah.
All right, is there any further discussion on the item before us? Oh yeah, we will do the bifurcation, so we'll do the vote on, so is there a motion to approve, for the purposes of the vote, a motion to approve that the Ethics Commission shall have the authority for direct ballot placement?
The bifurcation was that they didn't have the ability to put it.
Okay, that they didn't. Okay.
We're gonna do that separately.
But we should probably do it first and then the main thing to see if it's in it or not.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, I mean, I'm ready to vote. I mean,
Can we have discussion on that point? Because I
Yes.
held a comment.
Okay, so then let's do this. So we'll move the bifurcation vote first. So this will be, Commissioner Stein said, to not include that the Ethics Commission shall have the authority for direct ballot placement. All right, now we'll have some discussion, then call for the vote. Commissioner Levine.
On the direct ballot placement, as written, Commissioner Andrades, there's no further explanation as to subject areas that the commission might engage in. Can we add definitions around the purview of the Ethics Commission?
Yeah, purview and jurisdiction is accepted as friendly.
Any other discussion on the motion?
And this is the bifurcation.
This is the bifurcation. There's been an amendment.
I thought it was the bifurcation is accepted as friendly.
Okay.
We just bifurcate automatically, and then we vote on one of the motions first and then the other, as written and then amended in the original motion. If that's correct, city attorney can tell me that it's not.
Yeah, just to get some clarity, so can you approach, please? I'm sorry, everyone, it might just be because it's a little late, and then I keep losing track, but it's all good.
Well, there's a motion to bifurcate. I would vote on that first.
Okay.
If it's bifurcated, then you're gonna vote on whether you want the additional piece, I'll put it that way, see how that goes, and then move on to the main motion. So you're gonna peel the onion back that way.
Well, where's the friendly amendment come in?
Well, was that a friendly amendment?
There was a
We're just,
No, not to.
What is it? Just, Diego, if you could address the question.
So I will restate my interpretation of the amendment and why I accepted it as friendly, but we would bifurcate the motion as originally written, vote on, as originally written, one of the pieces, and then as originally written and then amended, the separate piece.
So I would vote first to bifurcate.
Okay.
Then I vote on whether you want to include in the motion the chunk that you're bifurcating off. That's going to be a yes or no. And then we can move on to I'll call it the main part of the motion that either does or doesn't have that extra piece on it depending upon what the second vote was. But I'm still not quite sure whether the amendments were friendly or not. I think that's still being debated.
So we're going to do this just to make it clear. there's clear consensus that we're gonna separate out the question on the ethics commission having the authority for direct ballot placement. I think just for the ease of people understanding, the question will be that we approve that the ethics commission shall have the authority for direct ballot placement as amended by Commissioner Levine. So that will be the question, everyone. So again, the question will be that the Ethics Commission shall have the authority for direct ballot placement as amended by Commissioner Levine. All right, Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner, yeah.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now go on to the remainder of the motion as amended. I'll just call for the vote. Okay, Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item number 5, consideration and possible approval of potential planning and infrastructure related charter amendments limited to the following items. A motion on allocating 2% of the annual budget to the Department of Public Works for infrastructure. Commissioner Stein.
Well, I'm probably the only one who got these from engineering and read them. In the 2001 report on infrastructure report card, at that time, we would have taken $9.5 billion to bring our infrastructure to basically passable. That number, just by rough calculations, is about $25 billion today to do it. In the 2010-2011 report, also completed by the Department of Public Works, it had a slightly lower number, but they left public buildings out of it as something that needed improvement, even though they knew they needed. So in effect, it really didn't change anything. My motion is to make sure that there is something for infrastructure in every budget and that doesn't continue to get kicked down the road, that 2% of the budget will go for infrastructure.
Commissioner Andrades, you have a second?
Yes, I will still second this.
Any discussion from any commissioners? Commissioner Yap.
Question on the determination on the amount and just some of what was discussed in ad hoc, if at all, on the amount, in particular 2%.
At ad hoc, I suggested 3%, Commissioner Yap, and that was defeated on a 4-2 vote. So I decided, bringing the motion to the full commission, that I would ask for 2%, and hopefully we'll get the remainder of the commissioners to vote for it.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
I'm sorry?
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
That percentage go back to 3%.
I don't think you have to vote. I'll go for it as long as we can vote on the 2% afterwards.
If you're saying that there is a $25 billion deficit to just get us to
basically average,
reasonable,
good word,
to get us to reasonable. We saw what happened with the Northridge earthquake. There'll be another one, or some other kind of catastrophe. And so it's very, very important that I don't think 3% is a lot. I mean, if we talk about what the police get, if
if we cut those liability, we have more than enough money to do what we need to do. So I'd like to make that a friendly amendment. Can I do that, Chair?
May I ask a question of the chair first?
Yes.
I would take it as a substitute amendment, so that we do the 3% first.
And then the 2%.
Okay.
3%. I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
No, as a substitute.
As a substitute amendment.
Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, so the amendment on the floor is a discussion will be on a 3% budget set aside for infrastructure.
And so my question is, why not? For those who didn't want the 3%, why not? Or did you just change it? Because you thought they would like it.
Practicality, in my opinion. You and I have had.
You were being conservative.
You and I have had dinners and many conversations, and you know that I won't say more practical to you, but in some senses more practical. And that was my reason. I'd be thrilled with the 3%. And it still wouldn't, for any number of years, wipe out the infrastructure deficits that we have.
So 3%. So 3% versus 2% is what's the difference? You know, can anybody do that real quick? Anybody?
May I make,
Commissioner Murray.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
so my general philosophy is against budget allocations. However, Commissioner Stein and I think, came to a without calling it horse trading, because horse trading, that 2% is, it may seem nominal, but that's a pretty big item. And also, we're going to be voting after that on the RAP stuff. So, which again, I'm generally against set-asides, but on these two items, they are important. So I think 2% is a reasonable number.
Commissioner Levine and then Commissioner Sanchez.
I share and have expressed at this dais and commissioners, members of the public, my skepticism of ballot box budgeting for many of the same reasons that Commissioner Murray laid out. I think in concept, I have been persuaded that a set aside of the charter is a commitment to responsible management of the assets of the city in the form of its infrastructure. And that said, I do think we should be very circumspect about how much we commit year after year, particularly knowing that the city will face and is facing an ongoing budget crisis. And so I think I do support a 2% set aside, and would need to think harder about a 3% set aside.
Commissioner Sanchez and then myself in the queue.
I echo Commissioner Levine's sentiment, and I know that the committee did an awful lot of work in the infrastructure and looking at some of these issues. I also support the 2%. I think it's very bold for you to have brought it back, Commissioner Stein. I also just want to caution the appetite of voters and what that's going to look like moving forward. We know that the council is going to take a look at it, but you have my support.
Could I comment to that?
Yes.
There's a lot of issues. Every voter gets into potholes every day. Hello, I know you lost a tire on the way here. I think infrastructure is one of those issues that affects everybody living in the city of Los Angeles. And I think we would get over that hurdle, but no guarantee.
And how many potholes can be filled with the 2%? How many potholes can be filled? I mean, how many?
Commissioner Thompson, there's a queue, but I'm happy to
I'm
move
sorry.
it. I got myself, Commissioner Lewis, and then I can put you back in the queue.
Okay.
I would like to note for the public and for commissioners how we can have a very positive discussion without mudslinging when there is clear horse trading and backroom discussions and conversations from one commissioner to other commissioners. It has been perceived in the past that these things are horrible, they're abhorrent, they're never to happen, and that is clearly what happened with this. So I would hope that other commissioners recognize that this is a normal function of governing. Otherwise, I would have expected to some of the same critiques on this item as there's been on other items where commissioners have had conversations within the constraints of the Brown Act, as rightfully so. So I wanted to note that because I think this is a really good example of us doing positive work that requires us to reach out to other commissioners, not always in public settings, but also having the eventual discussion in the public setting. The second thing that I wanted to note is I also am very averse to ballot box budgeting, but there's been some very persuasive cases made, and so I won't use the analogy of an old dog, but many of you can inform someone to switch their opinion, and I really value that, and I value that from all of you, so thank you. Commissioner Lewis.
Friendly amendment to the motion, just to add the word unallocating a minimum of, would be 3 words, a minimum of 2%, well, if it's 3%, sorry. So that it isn't exact, so that the floor is.
And I will withdraw my motion if there is a minimum of 2%.
A minimum of 2%, I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
So the substitute amendment was dropped, there's a friendly amendment for a minimum of 2%, and that is accepted. Commissioner Yap.
Just a comment because I think it was asked and I don't know what was answered. Going on the publicly announced approved budget for the city of Los Angeles of $14 billion, 1% would be $140 million. So the difference between 2 and 3 is that. So we're looking at $280 million for 2%, and I guess it would be $420 for the 3.
Thank you. Is there, I'd like to call a vote, but is there any additional discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to allocate no less than 2%? Yeah, no less than 2% of the annual budget to the Department of Public Works for infrastructure. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap. Motion passes. We
Thank the fellow commissioners for adopting this.
We now move on to next item B, motion to increase charter required minimum budget allocation for the Department of Recreation and Parks. The motion is for Commissioner Fuentes.
Thank you. And we had a number of public commenters today that came and really emphasized the point about doubling. What that actually means, I wanted to clarify, is going from 0.33% to 0.065%. So 0.033 to 0.065. That's way less than 1% of our city's budget. So super excited to open it up for any discussion. Commissioner Murray, did you want to add anything as well?
No, but we did get tons of public comment and letters, and a lot of people here talked about how their families and how parks are very important. And I don't want to get like Commissioner Thomas, but I could go on and on about people who have access to green, especially in South Central and other locations like East LA. It really helps them, and so I will submit it on that. Thank you.
Also, we did receive that lovely letter today and the amount of documents, so just want to direct you there if you have any questions.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Commissioner Fuentes for this proposal. As a former Recreation and Parks Commissioner, I have a deep appreciation for our city parks, the staff, and what they represent in the city of Los Angeles. Therefore, I think it's important that these departments, while we're very cautious to make sure that the appetite of our voters and what we're putting forward, in the future, they could look at bonds. I know that anytime we look at libraries and schools and parks, voters are very, very friendly. Timing is everything, but support your recommendation, Commissioner Fuentes.
We vote.
You're calling the question?
Yes.
I'm calling the question. There might be other commissioners who wish to speak. Well, I'm happy to. Any objection to calling the question? I think that's the first call question we've had in months. Oh, okay. Well, seeing none, then we move immediately to a vote. Oh,
We've already had a second.
yeah, there's a second.
I was going to second Commissioner Thomas.
Well, no, call the question.
No, I know it's
okay. There is no objection, so we immediately go to a vote on Commissioner Fuentes' motion, which is to increase the charter required minimum balance allocation for the Department of Recreation Parks from 0.33% to 0.65%. 0.065, sorry.
Wait, is that right?
Is that Commissioner?
Because .033
Yes.
is $4 million.
Right. To correct myself, it was 0.033 to 0.065.
That's
correct? Is that what you said?
That's what I had originally said. I just was making
I don't think that's.
It sounds too low.
It's doubling what's in the charter right now. And that's been the request of the public commentators. I know it is still low, but that's what the motion is.
I direct you all to page 3 of this document here. And specifically number 1.
Can you just read it out loud for
Of course. Reconsider and advance as part of your recommendations the proposal to double the LA Department of Recreation and Parks 1937 charter allocation to 0.065 of assessed property value in order to restore decades of budget reductions and improve the safety and cleanliness of Los Angeles city parks.
Okay, so it's 0.033 to 0.065.
Correct.
Percent. Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification, commissioners. So the motion is to increase charter required minimum budget allocation for the Department of Recreation and Parks from 0.033% to 0.065%. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Matt.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap. Yes. Motion passes. All right, we now move on to item number 6. The Charter Reform Commission, for the Charter Reform Commission to direct staff to study and report back on a potential charter amendment that would either repeal, replace, or amend section 104G. Commissioner Levine.
Yes, so this motion, which I will read per the excellent precedent set by Commissioner Andrades, is designed to address section 104G, which I believe is outdated. Whereas Charter Section 104G prohibits the city from engaging in any purely commercial or industrial enterprise absent voter approval, reflecting long-standing principle that city or government should not operate primarily for profit, and whereas the city currently engages in and may benefit from expanding limited revenue-generated activities that are incidental to government purposes, including concessions, facility rentals, and temporary uses of city-owned property, as well as certain municipal production and service activities. historically undertaken in support of core city functions, including but not limited to materials production such as asphalt and related public works services, which support civic access, asset stewardship, and public programming. And whereas ambiguity in the charter regarding the permissibility and scope of such activities, including the distinction between prohibited, quote, purely commercial enterprises and authorized municipal service or cost recovery activities, may create legal uncertainty, operational inefficiencies, and inconsistent application across city departments. And whereas other major cities address these activities through explicit charter code frameworks that authorize ancillary revenue generation while preserving strong public purpose and oversight requirements, now therefore be resolved that the Charter Commission direct staff to study and report back on a potential charter amendment that would either repeal, replace, or amend Section 104G to clarify and authorize incidental, nonprofit, primary revenue generating activities that are subordinate to and supportive of city purposes while preserving the prohibition on any purely commercial enterprises, and to analyze the legal and policy implications of full repeal versus targeted amendment. So this would be, like all of our motions, an attempt to directing the staff to provide us more information on what the best path forward would be. But if you think about the consequences of the way the charter is currently written, which prohibits commercial activity that is primarily profit-seeking, it prevents us from doing things as simple as renting the Tom Bradley room at the top of this building for a wedding. It prevents us from having a gift shop on the second floor that sells trinkets with the city logo on it. It prevents us from selling the asphalt that we produce at the city plant to other municipalities who do not or cannot produce their own asphalt at as high grade as we can. And so these are common sense reforms that I urge the Commission to support.
Any discussion? Okay. I'm the second on the motion, but Commissioner Sam was asking. Commissioner Yap.
In thinking about this motion, I'm wondering whether there were private-public partnership kind of concepts that were considered, or would we perhaps think about in this report? And if not, that's fine. I just wanted to know if there was that kind of thought into this.
I think that certainly, would this be amended or repealed, public-private partnerships would be a model that the city could pursue in certain profit-seeking activities, but this does not contemplate or direct policy in that direction.
Commissioner Lewis.
Commissioner Levines, the main point is to generate an additional revenue stream for the city, basically.
Correct, and to unlock additional uses that may be beneficial to residents of Los Angeles. Right now, you can get married at San Francisco City Hall, but you can't get married at Los Angeles City Hall. And I just think that's a shame. That creates a wonderful opportunity to create memories and connections to the city and the civic fabric that we don't have access to. A lot of Angelinos have never set foot in this building, and we should expand access. If that means you can charge it as a venue fee, I'm comfortable with that. I love the idea of having a city store. Right now there's a store for city employees, but you can't really buy city merch. Why not? Create a little revenue stream, but also promote a civic culture. And then on the city service like asphalt production, I think there's benefits in two directions. One, revenue, but two, I believe, we were talking about this, I believe, the city produces this at a very high level, asphalt, and other cities would like to buy it, and we would like to sell it if we can. So there, in addition to the revenue, I think there's market needs that we can meet that have ancillary benefits.
All right, Commissioner Thomas?
I think we can't afford not to do it. With what is happening with our budget deficit, we got to do something. And we can't cut our way out of this hole. And so we have to think about how it is that, we're able to generate income. So I will support it. And I'll call the question again.
And I will second. Question has been called. For this one, I'll just ask, is there any objection to approving the motion? All right, seeing no objection, the motion is approved. We now move on to item number 7, consideration and possible approval of enshrining the right to deportation defense services. Commissioner Fuentes.
I wanted to direct all of you to the FAQ document we have here, as well as a document listing annotated approaches that I'll be referencing. So I move that the Commission consider in advance for discussion the following 3 approaches to enshrining the right to counsel in deportation defense. Approach 1, which is a statement of essential city policy underscoring the city's commitment to providing counsel for all Angelenos facing deportation proceedings without specified implementation guidelines. Approach 2, a statement of essential city policy requiring full implementation, counsel provided for all Angelenos facing deportation proceedings within X number of years from effective date of the article/section. And last, approach 3, a statement of essential city policy with implementation as further specified by ordinance. City Council would have 90 days from the effective date of the article/section to pass an implementation ordinance and would be required to revisit the matter every X years. And after discussion, I would advise the Commission to select one approach or a hybrid to move forward and direct staff to draft language accordingly.
Thank you for the review, Commissioner Fuentes. All right, let's have a discussion. Any commissioners in the queue? Well, there was no motion, correct, Commissioner Fuentes? You asked for discussion and then for someone to make a motion on options?
Correct.
All right, discussion. Commissioner, were you just going through your hair? Sorry, okay.
I'll start it.
Commissioner Stein.
Commissioner Fuentes, I think that your motion comes from the heart. And I mean, every time that I need to turn on a television and watch the news, it's just one terrible example after another terrible example. However, I don't necessarily believe that what you're proposing should be enshrined in the charter. It's something, A, that I think the City Council can do if they choose to want to do that. B, it will be in the budgetary allocations proposed by the mayor and then eventually approved by the council. There can be a sum set aside in basically one of your options, which is the city attorney's office, as then constituted rather than as presently constituted if that charter amendment is approved. And I just think that's the more appropriate, because while the plight today of these poor people that are getting rounded up by ICE is intolerable. To quote my good friend sitting one from the end of the council one from the end of the table, what if it's Black Lives Matter? Wouldn't they get the same treatment? And what if it's a different group? I mean, and in no way am I trying to minimize the absolute horror that these families go through. I just think it's better done by ordinance rather than being done by charter amendment.
Yeah, and that's actually perfect because one of these options could direct that ordinance. And I think that many of our elected leaders have been given the opportunity to do so and act, and we could direct those actions. So I agree with you there. In terms of budget, I direct you to the FAQ document for number 4, which addresses budgetary asks, of which there are 0. In terms of why this should be enshrined in the charter, I direct you to question and answer number 5.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
If you know, I'm not trying to make this into a dialogue. How many of these poor arrestees are defended by some type of nonprofit, whether, I'm not even going to start names of the various great nonprofits of the city. What are we talking about? The difference between what gets a nonprofit defense today and people who truly aren't in any way represented and have to fend for themselves. You have, and you may not know the number, but if you do, I would love for you to share it.
Yeah, I would not have that number offhand, but yeah, I don't have that number offhand, but I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Yap. Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I just want to say, and this has been a long-standing thing in terms of, some people's feelings about what's happening with immigration. When, number one, Black immigrants have long been treated this way for no attention, no, they just, today they're here, tomorrow they're gone, and so I don't, and also too, as we have seen, Black citizens, Black immigrants are, so this wouldn't just simply apply to a particular segment of people. This applies across the board, as I see it, in terms of it is a direct consequence of what we are experiencing today. Now, we have heard the mayor, we have heard the governor, we have heard city council, we've heard all of these people talk about what they can't do, like how they can't stop this. I don't agree with that. I've given recommendations on how it's called the Second Amendment, but that's another story. But if this does nothing else, it forces them to look at this more seriously than they have in terms of, in my opinion, giving lip service. That's how it feels to me. Also, to be quite frank, it shouldn't be these undocumented people who need the attorney. It should be the ICE agents who are violating the Constitution. That's what it should be. It should be these, and so I don't think that this is something that Black folks or other folks could benefit from, because they don't care. I mean, they'll kill you, and people are dying who are citizens. And so, and it's very hard, and most people in the community feel like all of these people are working together. The coroner's office is working with all these people are working together. And so people now, in addition to having legal, when something happens with them regarding, ICE or the police and they lose their lives, you can't just pay for the funeral and move on, or get an attorney and sue. You now have to get an independent autopsy, which costs money. Because you need to be sure that whatever the coroner is saying is true. And so I think this is very important. I think it would be an utter disgrace if we did not do this for the people of Los Angeles. This is one of those situations where, it reminds me of what was happening in South Carolina when they were trying to abolish slavery right after Frederick Douglass had spoken. One of the Congress people stood up and said, "But enslaved Africans are the South's only natural resource." That's what he said. That's a direct quote. And so I think it is important that if no one else, and again, I don't know what city council is doing, I don't know what the mayor is doing, but I see ICE everywhere, and I don't see them everywhere. I see them doing the serums. You need to be out there every day with your constituents, making sure that they're safe. That's what I think. That's what I think. And since you can't do that, this is actually the more practical. Because what they really need to do is be standing in front of their constituencies saying, "You will take me before you take them." That's what they should be doing. That's what they should be doing. But that's not practical. This is practical.
And
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna quickly circle back to your question. One of the Rep LA organizations is Cheerla, which you might be familiar with. They have an over 600 wait list right now. So that's just one nonprofit provider, for example, there, in terms of numbers.
I have Commissioner Yap in the queue, Commissioner Levine, and then I'll jump in the queue too. Commissioner Yap.
Thank you. This is really about what kind of city do we think we are. And when we're witnessing human rights violations that are attacks on whole communities, I'll share with you, it's something that the Asian American leadership shared with us, for some subset of us, so for the benefit of the other commissioners who couldn't be there. There are Asian American immigrants that are trying to abide by the requirement to report and go to different ICE enforcement places in order to rectify their situation. While they're in that process, which is standard due process, they are seized, removed from their families, and not provided any counsel. Now, I think what's happening right now is human rights violations as a result of the claim that what's being done is a civil or administrative action, not a criminal action, to specifically avoid having to provide counsel. And I think that is happening in our communities, that they're relying a lot on self-help, which is, as Commissioner Fuentes said, there are nonprofits that are doing this work, but they're overwhelmed. So this goes back to my original point. What kind of city are we? Are we going to allow things like loopholes around a civic or administrative action causing really a lot of penalizing criminality disruption on whole communities by masked, armed enforcers? Or do we want there to be a dialogue within what we know as counsel, specific rights, and having a conversation? So that's why I think this is important for us to be able to figure out here, even if it means raising it as a charter reform item so that City Council has that conversation.
Commissioner Levine.
I want to thank Commissioner Fuentes for bringing this to the Commission. I wish that it was not necessary. I think it's been said that what's happening on the streets of this city and of the country is a crisis, and I think we have a responsibility to respond to the crisis. Rabbi Shai held, I'm Jewish by the way, he authored a beautiful op-ed in the New York Times this weekend, and he talked about what the Bible asks of us. And he talked about three really fundamental concepts: love of God, love of thy neighbor, and love of the stranger. And one of the things he talked about was that in the Hebrew, in which it's written, the term is ger, which means sojourner.
Right.
It is about the stranger. It's about someone who has settled in your land. And the commandment is to love them. And I want to read from his op-ed here. Readers of the Bible are thus invited to engage in a double act of moral imagination. First, they must imagine that they themselves are not merely their ancestors were redeemed from slavery in Egypt. And second, they must ask themselves who in their midst is most vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. The biblical text also admonishes societies to offer immigrants legal protections, fair wages and social benefits like harvest gleanings and tithes for the poor. In a truly good society, the immigrant cannot be left dependent on other people's generosity. The law must also ensure his well-being. Today, the law is not ensuring the well-being of our neighbors, people who have come from far away and settled here. They are not being given the rights that are afforded to them by the Constitution. And so, I think this is an important motion. I think this is an urgent motion. I agree that this could be done by ordinance. And as I said, I wish you didn't have to bring it. I wish we did not have to consider this motion as a body. It should not be something that the charter of a municipality should contemplate. But it is. One question I have, Commissioner Fuentes, that is inspired by conversations that I had with advocates who represent LA, is how this right to access to counsel in deportation defenses, and then the approaches that are written here, interact with a broader commitment to enshrining the right to due process. And whether we might, in order to elevate this addition to the charter, also tie it to a broader citywide commitment to due process as an expression of our values as articulated in the charter.
Yeah, just to quickly clarify, I would say that this is analogous to the Sixth Amendment as well, so definitely that. I would say I'd also welcome an amendment to exactly meet what you're asking for, if that makes sense. But I would prefer to, at this point, focus on the three approaches here, or creating, to your point, a hybrid, combining one or two of these together.
I have myself, Commissioner Thomas, and Commissioner Sanchez in the queue. I'm going to reserve my right to make a motion. Commissioner Fuentes, thank you for bringing this forward. I do appreciate it. I've been struggling with it. You know, we all come into this room with our experiences, our different identities, our careers in life. You know, I overheard in public comment earlier, you know, that I would have an alleged conflict of interest about, you know, because labor unions here came and spoke that the Ethics Commission shouldn't get the ballot, you know, shouldn't have the right to go before a ballot. I mean, give me a joke. You know, like, does that mean Commissioner Murray shouldn't be able to talk about things related to the Ethics Commission because she previously served on it? Does that mean Commissioner Mack can't talk about API issues that puts forward because she works there? No. We all have experiences and backgrounds that influence
our perception of the world and our experiences, and that's a big reason of why we are all here today. You know, I don't parade around a lot of my experience in this area because I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but many of you know this anyway. When David Burt, the president of SAU Local USWW, a union that I do not work for, you know, was beaten in the first round of the ICE raids, I was the one who organized the entire logistics for the rally. My employer, SEIU Local 721, was the one that put together the Summer of Resistance in Placita Alvera for 30 days that served as a hub for the resistance movement in Los Angeles. And these issues are important. I will tell you my reservations with this motion, but I do see some light here with what Commissioner Levine raised. But my reservation is I saw the Q&A that there is no financial, that in the Q&A it says that there is no financial related component to this. I find that a little hard to believe when, for example, we talk about the backlog of cases. So if we're to pass a motion here that would instruct council to provide an ordinance for deportation defense, are we really saying that there's no financial cost? Because I think some people are attempting to say that, but I don't see the reality of that. And I think we need to be honest about it. My preference in the motion I'm going to put forward is to have a value statement on this. Because Commissioner Levine is right, this is before us. This is an urgent issue with people suffering every single day. But it is also true that this could be done by ordinance. It has not been done by ordinance. However, there has been multiple years of funding by the City of Los Angeles, by the County of Los Angeles, and by private donors in the private sector to provide funding, although not adequate, for Represent LA. I fully understand and appreciate and acknowledge how hard it is on organizations to go year after year after year to City Council, to Budget and Finance Committee, to lobby the City Council members and the Mayor's office to get budget allocations. My employer does it all the time for our members, and it's a pain, and it takes resources, and it takes time, and all of us in the room know that. But there are other votes that I'm going to cast, later on, where I will vote no for similar reasons, because it can be done through ordinance and does not have to be done through charter. But I do believe that we do have the ability to put forward a value statement. So my motion will be that we put forward a value statement
just to quickly hop in, I think what you were describing.
It's okay, I can still have the floor, Commissioner Fuentes. I'm not describing either of the three options in the document that was provided, because it is different. That I would make a motion that there is a value statement where it is made explicitly clear that there will be no economic impact to the city, that the city believes its residents should have the right to access to counsel in deportation proceedings.
Can you repeat that one more time, just the last part of it?
That there be a value statement in the charter that will have explicitly no economic implications for the City of Los Angeles. That the residents of the City of Los Angeles have the right to access to deportation counsel. Is there a second?
I second
that's the motion on the floor. That would be discussion. Let's have, as I anticipate, further discussion. Commissioner Fuentes, I know you wanted to get in. And then Commissioner Murray and Thomas.
Yeah, I was just gonna voice my opposition to this motion. I feel like it's counterintuitive to call it a value statement and lump in economics in that way. I think that defeats the purpose.
Doesn't the FAQ say that there will be no economic, attachment to it? Commissioner Murray.
I don't think that the value statement has any teeth, and it seems very similar to the fake Christopher Commission.
Commissioner Thomas.
You hear that? Why? I wouldn't care if there was an economic impact. Why are we trying to come up with ways to quote unquote save our communities without any monetary investment? It's money well spent. And one of the reasons that I know you all say y'all don't like ballot budgeting, but it's either ballot budgeting or corruption. Which would you have? That's what we're moving. You know, in terms of this motion, a value statement is not going to bring my cousin back who had to be put in the trunk of a car and drove because her husband was afraid, had to leave her kids because he was afraid that they would come and snatch her and they wouldn't know where she was. This is not a game. This is real life. At the beginning of the school year, we got a letter from our president saying, any professor who wants all of their classes to be online, please do, because many of our students are at risk. And so if a university as large as California State University, I'm sure it just wasn't Cal State LA, I'm sure it was all of the Cal State systems, we moved our classes online because students were afraid to come to class. Their parents were afraid to drop them off. And so if we keep talking about immigrants, and I think we need to talk, let's talk from a historical perspective. Indulge me as a professor for a minute. Immigration policy began when enslaved Africans were outnumbering white folks in South Carolina and coming upon them in Florida. And they were concerned, the white folks were concerned that at some point they're going to outnumber us. And so what did they do? They developed immigration policy. They began to ship in Europeans, and they didn't just ship them in. Today's immigrants are walking across the border. They didn't walk across the border. When they got to America, they were given land. They were given, because they didn't understand, they're not people of the land, they're not indigenous to the land, so they didn't understand really what to do with the land. And so they created land grant colleges to teach them how to farm. And then they turned around and they subsidized them for not farming. This is the Eurocentric version of immigration. It is strikingly different from what we see today. And one of the things that we know is that all of this is happening because, again, they are afraid of being the minority. And if anyone doesn't know that, I'm gonna need you to go back and take another political science class. That's what this is about. And at the end of the day, you can have your ideology, your philosophical view, however you want to feel about this being your land, or whatever you want to think about that, but people are dying, children are lost, families are lost and displaced. I don't know anyone who's not touched by this issue. And so, value statements, I get it, but I ain't never trusted them. Because even when we were freed, slave owners got reparations for every slave they let go, and we can't have a conversation about reparations. So, you know, I guess we can vote. You know, I don't know, but that's my feeling.
Commissioner Yap, and then Commissioner Mack, and then Commissioner Levine. Commissioner Yap.
Thank you. I'm concerned, as Commissioner Fuentes has said, to attach an economic component to a value statement, and also mainly making it toothless in this way. I also look back at the FAQ, and I'm reading this. Is there a budgetary ask to right to counsel and deportation defense? Answer, no. Like many provisions in the Charter, the right to counsel would have budget consequences, but there would be broad latitude in terms of how the city implemented a right to counsel. I'm reading that again because I realize it leads with a no, but it does indicate that right to counsel would have a cost, but there would be latitude, and we would include in right to counsel this value statement that it would also be deportation proceedings. And with that in mind, I'm wondering whether the third of Commissioner Fuentes' approaches, which would put to City Council a directive to come recognize what the details would need to be and issue an ordinance, might be a way to thread some practicality there. So that's the thought.
Commissioner Mack.
Yeah, I do agree with Commissioner Murray's statement that I think the motion on the table right now just doesn't have enough teeth, but I do appreciate kind of having this broader discussion. I think also I just want to uplift that, you know, Represent LA is a thing that exists right now between the city and the county. I know it's included in the annotated notes in front of us, but I think something we heard last night as we met with API leaders is that, you know, Represent LA is a great program, but a concern that they voiced to us is that once funding went low or there was no more funding for them to continue doing the services that they're doing in partnership with the city and county, it was hard. And so I think that was a concern that the API leaders raised, and I want to bring to this table too, because that was a thorough conversation that we had. The API community, as well as all other communities in LA, are really feeling the heat of what's happening in our city, but also just everywhere right now. And then the last thing I do want to make a quick comment on in response to what Chairman said, what you said. I appreciate you bringing up kind of, we come from different backgrounds, you know, we're bringing our identities, but also our careers are part of what we do and why we're here. So I do appreciate you saying that, you know, like me talking about API communities and representation is not, you know, whatever cause, and I think for the public to know, like I work at cause as my day job, that it is just a reality that it is part of who I am as an individual and what I do. I would say though, I do want to make it clear that in an earlier meeting, really early on in the process, that was not the actual practice in which that was met with. Someone from my organization came to give a public comment in a individual capacity, and then I was then instructed from staff and city attorney to talk to the city attorney as a potential conflict of interest. And so I think I just want to lay that clear that has happened to me really early on in the process, and it's pretty disencouraging. And so I do appreciate what you're saying, and I do believe that is true. but also just wanted to share that that has not been representative of my experience here as the commission. So I just wanted to share that as well.
So can I call for the question again, because we're gonna lose a commissioner?
Commissioner
Can
Sanchez, I
you
believe.
restate? Oh, sorry.
Just Commissioner Sanchez wanted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just very briefly, because I do want to talk about how much I have struggled with this. I do want to let you know the compassion that I have as a child of immigrants, as an immigrant myself, what I'm seeing on the ground. On the heels of the State of the Union, this administration is not forever. We know what we're living is unprecedented, and nobody ever thought that we would be living what we're living right now. I do struggle with the role of this commission, the financial implications, and us enshrining this into the charter. I'm really struggling with it, and it has nothing to do with the right for them to have the council, is whether or not this belongs in the charter. That's what I'm struggling with.
Commissioner Levine.
I wonder if the chair would consider a friendly amendment that might address some of the concerns that have been raised by commissioners. The concern that I've heard here is I guess twofold. One is linking an economic impact to a value statement. The other is that, as written, the value statement does not have any teeth. My view of the three approaches that are presented to us is that in one respect, they are highly prescriptive, and in another respect, they offer a lot of flexibility and latitude in how the city implements. And so I wonder if the chair would consider a compromise whereby the statement made enshrines the right to counsel for deportation defense for Angelenos facing deportation proceedings. Does not stop short of committing to providing counsel. Because to me, the provision of counsel as a city function is even going beyond support for Represent LA or grants from county or the city to support this effort. And then further directs the city council to adopt an ordinance that supports, in support of that right. So there is a value statement that is reflective of the crisis moment we are in, and then some latitude, again, sort of borrowing from option 3, that requires the city council to specify implementation that satisfies, or that is in service of that right. Because, and the reason I say that too is because I don't think that even as written, the most prescriptive of these approaches would meet the charter need of committing to providing counsel for all Angelenos facing deportation. And so we can strengthen the right and direct action at the council level.
That is friendly. Additional discussion on the motion as amended.
So just so I'm understanding this, so we are now about to vote on the motion that you just presented today, and not the motion that we've been talking about and been organizing around, that people have been organizing around for how many months? That's what's troubling. That's what creates the distrust. And so, I think we need to call for the discussion and vote, because Commissioner Lewis has to leave, and I drug him back in. He's a big dude, but I drug him back in. So can we vote on this?
Yes. Thank you. So I just want to bring everyone's attention back to the staff memo that we prepared. When you and for the lawyers on this, you will remember getting a V. Wainwright. Remember remember that in the Sixth Amendment, we provide a right. And I'll equate it what I've been saying internally in the South. If you guarantee a right to a hamburger in the charter to every Angelino on Tuesday, just put that in there. You are guaranteeing that the city has to pay for that right. In addition, okay, let's say we have a vegetarian and vegan Angelinos who are now being denied a right that other people are not are getting, but because of my desires or how I eat and my diet, I can't access that. So that example exasperates, or is an exaggerated example of you are providing a right to counsel for one group. You have to provide a right to counsel for everyone. That is constitutional law. You put that.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
You will notice that you will notice that there were no citations in these. You will notice there were no citations in these.
Excuse me.
I'm so sorry.
So, members of the public, members of the public.
What is the what's the citation?
And I'm also going to bring up city attorney staff to speak to this.
City Attorney, can you approach, please?
So why don't you ask the question you have?
So the question is, if you put a right to counsel for deportation defense, enshrine it into the charter, as the documents from the advocate say, you are guaranteeing access to an attorney.
That's how I would take it, yes.
That's how I take it. Now, guaranteeing access to attorney also means that the city would have to either provide funding or an attorney.
Yes.
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 So that is a funding mandate. That is a staffing and/or funding mandate being written into the charter. To be clear, no one's saying that they're really our advocates would agree that that's enshrining.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Yes, and that's
that's what they want.
Yes.
That's what they want.
Would you be quiet? I can't hear the executive director quiet.
So that is an explicit budgetary impact.
Okay, and so it's
I just want to make sure that we're right on. That is saying that not only for immigration, but potentially, and a good lawyer will say, I don't know for sure, it will be litigated though, this question, that would be defense for all Angelinos in any case.
And then maybe people who work for the city and who have policing authority will stop mistreating residents because they'll have representation. I see it in the same way that we have provided representation for people who commit crimes. How much more should we provide representation for people who are escaping violence in order to survive? And so I don't want, if folks have already decided and made the decision in terms of where this is going and how this is going to be, I think we need to just vote. And because we don't want to lose Commissioner Lewis.
Can you ask the officers to step back from the public?
So may I suggest that you let the officers handle that, please?
Why?
Handle what?
I think commissioners, I think we're almost at a conclusion here.
Yeah, but them guys were back there minding their own business, chilling, and now because somebody is
Commissioner Yap, I saw your hand. Commissioner Thomas has requested to call the question multiple times.
Yes, I'm happy to go to the question. I'm actually a little confused why Executive Director Ramirez was talking about budget, because what I heard Commissioner Levine's proposal being was a proposal, a friendly amendment that would go to City Council as an ordinance, an instruction to go to City Council.
Commissioner Levine, can you restate the motion as amended, please?
The motion as amended was to express as a statement of values the city's commitment to the right to counsel for all Angelenos facing deportation proceedings, while directing the city council to implement an ordinance in service of that right.
Can I ask the city attorney to approach, please? Were you able to hear Commissioner Levine's motion as amended? If not, we could restate it one more time.
Mostly, I think it sounded like you would have a right to counsel and then requesting the city council to have an ordinance implementing that. Is that correct?
Yes, that there would be an expression of the city's support of that right and action to meet that expression.
Okay, so there's a certain ambiguity in what you just said, an expression of the right. So are you
Yes, there is.
Right to counsel? Are you suggesting a charter amendment with a right to counsel or not? Right? You're ambiguous on exactly that one point.
I am suggesting that the charter expresses a statement of values in support of the right to counsel for deportation, defense proceedings, and instructs the city council to take action to that effect.
All right, so sorry to be a little dense, but I'm still not entirely clear. So you could have in the charter an expression of a value of a right to counsel.
The distinction I think that I'm making is that, in fact, there are other factors that might, beyond budget, that might prevent the city from providing attorneys for individuals seeking deportation counsel, not limited to them being held in civil proceedings that would preclude counsel being provided at all. So I just word the way that the right to a hamburger or not a hamburger, the city provides the hamburger, I think is beside the point. We need to express what the emergency is and what the city's doing to address it. And so my belief would be that this would be a way to do both without overcommitting the city.
And you can do that. I mean, it sounds like what you're asking for is a charter amendment that expresses a value, a sort of aspiration, contingent on other factors, and then you're asking the council to balance that out through an implementing ordinance.
Correct.
Can that be clearly written and restated, Commissioner Levine, the precise language that the city attorney just used?
Yes, although I did see other commissioners in the queue, and I don't know if that would influence how this is written. So, Commissioner,
I will say this, I forgot that it's my motion. So then the motion, City Attorney, can you restate the language, please, that you just used?
Oh my gosh. So, no, but let me try again. Right? So, you're proposing a charter amendment that expresses a value of providing counsel, immigration counsel, defense counsel, and directing the city council to implement that to the extent they feel is feasible, consistent with other necessary objectives they have. Something like that. I need to wordsmith it more, but I think that captures the idea.
But I'm just confused about this process. I'm just confused about this process because I don't understand.
You know, and I'm sorry, but I don't understand how, and Ray, this is no slight on you, this is just the truth. Every motion you've wanted to make has not had to be on the agenda. You have made whatever motion you have wanted to make. Motions that I have attempted to make don't cut the mustard. I can't make them at the time. They have to be agendized. And what this feels like to me
is a complete hijack of your colleague's motion. And we're having this long discussion. Commissioner Lewis did not come back to vote on his motion. Commissioner Lewis came back to vote on the original motion that was made. And so before we vote on your motion, I think we need to vote on the original motion.
So point of order, Commissioner Thomas. The person who had the floor first was Commissioner Fuentes, who had the right to make a motion and chose not to. There were 4 other speakers.
Oh, I didn't know she chose.
There were 4 other speakers before I was recognized who also had the right to make a motion. None of them exercising their right to make a motion. So after 5 speakers, in the interest of moving debate, I decided to make a motion, but 5 previous speakers had the opportunity, including the mover of the motion.
But the
second thing is
it is what it is. It is. I don't want to debate because I want Commissioner Lewis to be able to go. But the bottom line is that any motion that you have ever wanted to make, and anything that you have ever wanted to do, and anything that Justin has ever wanted to do, has found a way to be done. If you are going to tell us that something is if you're going to tell us that something is unconstitutional and cannot be done, you should have appeared here with case law. You should not have had to contact the city attorney. You should have come here with case law. But you don't feel like you have to do that because people just go along with whatever you say. And so again, no need to continue to beat the horse. I'm just saying what it feels like and what it looks like. And I'm going to vote no. That's what I'm going to vote. I'm voting on, unless my colleague tells me not to. If she tells me not to, I'm going to do what she's asking me to do. But people are losing their livelihoods and their money and lives, and we're sitting over here quivering about whether or not the city has the money to be able to provide legal counsel, but yet we have $300 million that goes towards police misconduct. And they continue to get an increase in their budget. Continue to get an increase in their budget. So this is not a real, this isn't real to me. Because if budgetary process, Commissioner Lewis, I'm done.
Commissioner Andrades says, I have a small item that might be helpful. I know that I know when we started, we said that we wanted to choose options 1, 2, or 3, but I believe that the motion as amended not only achieves option 3, but is actually a heightened than option 3. Instead of us recommending to put something in ordinance, it puts a value statement in the charter that also recommends ordinance. So it does option 3 and some change. So I know that we have a lot of emotions right now, but I think we should circle back to where we had started with options 1, 2, and 3, and I think we actually did achieve option 3 with some gold stars.
Was
Yes.
the amended accepted? I was that clear.
it was.
Okay.
I do
I just wanted clarity on that.
One quick question for the city attorney. Since the amended motion says right, does that mean that it has the same implications of a right that you had originally discussed, or should it be changed slightly?
So the way that the motion currently that Commissioner Mesa presented, I think is a statement of a value rather than a right in the sense that it would not be a right a la the executive director where you get your hamburger, right? It would be, we're going to try to get you your hamburger if we can find a way to make it all work.
Great, thank you.
I'm ready to call a vote unless any other commissioners want to wait. Commissioner Fuentes.
Can you restate the original motion? I think I had like a very small word change to suggest.
Yeah, that we...
Sorry, to clarify, the motion with the amendment offered by.
The motion as amended, that we advance a charter amendment expressing the value of providing immigration, deportation defense, and directing city council to implement in ordinance as
To effectuate that to the extent feasible.
to what?
Effectuate that to the extent feasible.
To effectuate that to the extent feasible.
I think that captures what you were looking for.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the motion on the table, correct?
Yes. All right. Well, we're gonna go for a vote. Commissioner Andrades.
Sorry, did we have a second?
It was Commissioner Stein.
Thank you.
Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. Commissioners, for those who need to be excused, please excuse. We do have another items. I would like to maintain quorum in order to conduct those items. We did commit to the public to reopen general. What we do need to do is actually the next item is there might be one or two motions that people would like us to vote on to put on a future agenda. Then I'm going to reopen general public comment. And then after that, we'll do ex parte disclosures and adjourn. Okay. Motion, so I have a motion seconded by Commissioner Fuentes. We would like to agendize for a future meeting a potential charter recommendation relative to a public bank and making sure that the charter conforms with state law. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Fuentes. Is there any objection to agendizing that for a future agenda item? All right, seeing none, so moved. Are there any other future agenda items that commissioners would like to?
The Jubilee framework and the motions. So basically, it would include. It is a framework to look at the motions, but it is the motions that came from LEAP. It is the motions that came from Black Worker Center, basically the motions that came from Black-led organizations.
Commissioner Thomas, that's going to be agendized for the March 5th meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
No, they're all, yeah.
That's when we're doing, correct, we're doing police reform / accountability and civil service at the same meeting on March 5th.
And I'm just saying, I'm just trying to put them together because they are all interrelated.
Understood.
And, okay.
Commissioner Mack.
Yeah, as a result of last night's meeting with API leaders, I would like to put on the agenda for a future meeting for our commission to have a discussion regarding a potential charter recommendations regarding strengthening language access for residents of Los Angeles.
I will second. Is there any objection to agendizing that for a future meeting? Seeing none, so moved. All right, we are going to move to reopening general public comment.
Oh, sorry, I had a motion.
Commissioner Fuentes.
I wanted to make a motion related to emergency contracts for ethics.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I can follow up with additional motion text if needed.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, motion dies.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I had a follow-up question after that.
I would probably call for a vote on this one just because I genuinely would like to know at least what this is.
Yeah.
And you can't tell us at the moment?
Sorry, Commissioner Fuentes. I think that the Inspector General might cover emergency contracts already because it has not infinite, but an almost infinite mandate as written in the ethics framework. So while the Commission itself can't review emergency contracts, I think that the IG has the purview to do that.
Thank you. I had a question unrelated to that about the length recommendations.
Commissioners, just sort of this
Yeah.
previous item, Commissioner Fuentes, I would ask for you to get a little bit more information, potentially bring it back to the next meeting and talk to Commissioner.
Withdraw that motion. Moving on to my question about the link recommendations, when would those be discussed?
Link recommendations is agendized for Thursday, correct?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Just wanted to check.
You got it. All right. I'm going to move to open public comment. Members of the public and virtually, we will take 1 minute of general public comment. I will ask the executive director to come over and administer public comment. And if you can just make a line, we'll just do that.
All right, line's closed. Anyone else? We're raising hands. We got a couple of hands online. All right, 1 minute. Go.
Conrad Starr, speaking as an individual, and this is mostly recap that currently the city clerk sets the neighborhood council budget in their annual budget request, but they do not advocate for us. And they're not advised by a commission, so there's no official avenue for public comment relative to their setting of the budget. Additionally, every dollar that neighborhood councils spend triggers a city clerk review. More dollars means more clerk staff time. So how conflicted would they have to be to advocate for the restorations of our budgets that have been cut 3 times over the last 12 years? Now, in its current budget request, they also asked that our elections be canceled in 2027. They're saddled with us. They're not our advocates. You have 2 motions you're going to consider recommendations on Thursday. One from Bonk, which is to tie neighborhood council budgets to a calculation of the general fund, and one from the LA Neighborhood Councils Coalition, which is to appoint 2 new Bonk commissioners and make it their responsibility to advocate for us. Just please correct this omission from 25 years ago. Thank you.
Why not? Once again, for myself, in pursuit of a just and innovative city, we prioritize transparency, accountability, and inclusivity in our local government. Together, we pledge to uphold the value of equity, sustainability, and justice, ensuring that every Angelino has the opportunity to thrive and influence the policies that affect their lives. Thank you. Next.
I just want to clarify a couple things really quickly, although thank everyone for voting, even this is kind of a loose option 3 on establishing the right to counsel. So, I don't know that Justin should have been speaking at all during that, I'm not quite clear on that part, but also, this is what it said in the report. Establishing a legal right to defense counsel for a single group, such as in deportation cases, sets a legal mandate that can financially obligate the city to provide this service and to provide legal defense services to all residents seeking counsel for any reason. I would love the city attorney to now, who's so rudely shushed me, but I'm not surprised given who you work for, to weigh in on that. So, hamburgers analogy. Saying you get a hamburger doesn't mean you get a hot dog and everything else. That's very clear. I think you know that. But you did not specify what he was saying when he didn't respond to that allegation that he was making. It's upsetting that we asked this to be amended, and it was not amended.
Next.
Even the commissioner said would be.
Hey everyone, thank everyone for their work today and listening to us recently. Voted way today. Although it was my first choice, but still very good. You have to be careful. I am a member of State Bar. I'm not an active lawyer. I'm surrounded by lawyers my whole life. You have to be careful about legalese and these kind of specifications and do things to the extent possible because you end up with things without teeth. And sometimes you want to actually push the city out notice that they have to do something, and that's good. It's not good to say, oh, you get a jail and a free card. That's silly, I say all the time. Giving people basic rights that are analogous to Sixth Amendment rights is a basic moral duty of the city and of every city in this country, and that's what you should have done in unexplicit terms. But anyway, thank you. It's still better than those things.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Commissioners. LA. I want to thank the Commissioners for executing the proposing the removal of Charter Section 104G. That's a great necessary to step to modernize our charter. Recall that Commissioner Stein-Andrades said that we should be trying to clean up the charter of necessary corrupt. So why not also remove Section 104F as fairly proposed to you on September 9th, that the city shall not appropriate any public money for the printing of a commercial municipal newspaper. We have so many local news organizations who just want the city to be able to explore that kind of legislation. The exact same reasons Commissioner Levitt proposed 104G should be removed are the exact same that should remove 104F again after we present it to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Keith Cohen, with the Mills Warner Center Neighborhood Council, speaking as an individual. Thank you all tonight. You made some good trouble. And that serves the people of Los Angeles, all the people. So again, thank you. When you consider the length recommendations on Thursday, please give us the right to advocate to other levels of government. You see how much we can do. We're the people still here, and we're giving you our 2 cents because we've lived these things for years. And you see by the advice, my wording, the city attorney adopted it, you passed it tonight, you passed some other things. That's the contributions we make on behalf of the citizens of Los Angeles to all levels of government, at the city, at commission levels, and we also do it with Metro, with the county LCC. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Napier. I'm representing IOTC Local 705 Motion Picture Costumers. I just want to thank all of you for your time, for your volunteering to come to do this. I am a co-chair on several committees at our local, and I know that it's a full-time job. And I know that you have other full-time jobs, and I just want you to know that I really, really appreciate it. I also really appreciate the example that you set as co-commissioners, as people who need to disagree, but also need to agree, and also need to come to the middle. Sorry, it's late, words are gone. Anyway, thank you again for your time. Thank you for being a supreme example.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Please give us the ability to speak to other governmental entities. It's so important for neighborhood councils. Also, please stabilize our budget. But mostly, the Ethics Commission presented on emergency contracts in their package in October. Right now, when a contract is entered under emergency status, the same process does not happen. So there's no disclosure to the public. There's nothing on city contracts. There's no contributor ban that happens. And what is currently occurring is in these emergency contract processes, our elected officials are turning to these emergency contracts for donations, which is not great. And it's circumventing the entire process that we have that our ethics rules are in part built around. So that is why ethics needs to have a certain level of oversight. And I'm sorry, Diego, but your Inspector General thing won't fix that because the rule will still not exist. So we need to have the same rules applying because $100,000 normal is the same for $100,000
We switch to online, we got 4 hands up. Just pick one. You're unmuted, can you hear us?
Yes, it's definitely late. You could really kind of shows how much you feel about the public, that you made people wait until 10:30 at night, 6.5 hours after the meeting started, to address anything generally about charter reform. And that's because most of you seem to be there to just uplift the wishes of the mayor and city council president who don't seem to actually want any charter reform because they're benefiting from the current charter. So that's why you're not even considering anything related to LAPD accountability until like the absolute last minute, because you know it'll be too late to actually do anything about it. You should just make Pastor James the chair of this commission. It's the only one that seems to actually have anything good to say. Because a few others.
Thank you so much. Next. Can't see. Oh, you did. Sure. Rob, go.
Yes, it's your favorite. I think it's bizarre that we are suddenly only revising suspension rules for our council members and not our other elected officials. Don't forget, we were so close to having our last city attorney indicted by the feds. It's even more bizarre that the net result of what you're proposing today is going to make it harder to remove an elected official on trial for public corruption. There were only 11 votes to suspend Margaret Day Thomas, and that item would have failed under your rules. A few of us today mentioned the issue of long-term mayoral vacancies and putting the public advocate first in line of succession, but it's important to also think about short-term vacancies. Our mayor was gone at the outbreak of the Palisades fire. That was a problem. But the really big problem was that the acting mayor was the council president, and they were distracted on that infamous morning preparing for and presiding over a council meeting. Instead of being in the control room as acting mayor, they were in council chambers ignoring the fire chief's text messages. Those failures had an important, lasting impact on people across that area.
Thank you so much. Amy, I believe Amy is next. Amy, we're taking you off of mute. Amy, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go.
Thank you, everybody who has stuck around. I really appreciate that you have stayed so late to continue to vote on every single motion, especially since Lisa has a tendency to strategically place motions he does not like dead fucking last after his likely and few commissioners leave. If you specify deportation defense in the charter, then it is only for deportation defense. It's a huge stretch to say it applies to every other kind of defense. It's late. Thank you again to the commissioners who stuck around and not putting up with the bullshit. I second everything Ron has said.
Thank you so much, Jester. Jester, we're taking you off mute. Jester, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can
Go,
you hear me?
Jester.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to the Charter Reform Commission again. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Once again, I am Jester Jersey, and I administer the Vote 16 California X/Twitter account. I just want to thank the Commission for its vote last week to approve recommending Burt the voting age to City Council. Although it is one of many items of charter reform, it is one of the most important, and it's also very appreciated very much that you guys took the time to look at all the comments and also vote on it. I think I can say I speak for most supporters of the issue when I say we are very grateful from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That was people queued up, and that concludes public comments, sir.
Thank you. Just real quick, commissioners, just two things. Ex parte disclosures. Do any commissioners have any ex parte disclosures that have happened during this meeting? All right, seeing none, thank you, commissioners. Commissioners, we have another meeting on Thursday, and there is going to be almost all of us have careers and other things in life. We cannot do 2 meetings like this a week. I'm going to let commissioners know that I'm going to work with the staff tomorrow. We will be putting out a special agenda to revise the agenda. I just have to take a look and see which items are going to be pushed off to next week. But I've heard from a number of commissioners that they cannot do 10 p.m. back-to-back meetings, and so there are going to be adjustments in the agenda that will be made, and I just want to let commissioners know that a special will be put out to make those adjustments and to let the members of the public know that as well. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
Can we think about it?
I will move to adjourn. All right. Is there any, second by Commissioner Sanchez, any objection? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Everyone, stay safe, please.